time in Konoha and I want to be Hokage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Spiritual Summoning and Flying Thunder God. The 1-week treatment course ended quickly. For the first time, Shikato felt that time had passed too quickly. Tsunade felt the same way, or even more so. She was already in her 30s and thought she would be alone until she was old, but she didn't expect that she would not be able to escape someone's doom. Especially after they had tasted the sweetness of the marrow, the relationship between the two of them was a bit sweet. However, Tsunade was not going to leave here with Shikato. The two had argued about this many times in the past few days. Shikato was going to implement his plan and take down a ninja village as a temporary small goal. However, this process might take some time to prepare. In fact, Shikato's original biggest goal had always been the Land of Fire, the Konoha ninja village. Konoha was originally crippled by him. As long as the injury on his right arm recovered, he would basically take it down again. Moreover, the family factions in Konoha village were very serious. If they were slightly divided, Konoha would be in chaos without him even having to do anything. But Tsunade dissuaded him. She is Princess Tsunade of the Senju clan. The Senju clan has now been dispersed into the big family of Konoha. Destroying Konoha means destroying the Senju clan. Tsunade certainly doesn't want to see this. At the same time, she also told Shikato bluntly that she would return to Konoha one day and ascend to the position of Hokage in an upright manner, so she didn't want to see Konoha being beaten to pieces by Shikato. As a woman, she also had to prove herself. Besides, Konoha is Konoha after all. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Konoha's foundation has always been there. There's even the perfect Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. The two powerful families of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan also have a deep foundation. If Shikato really wants to continue to attack Konoha, causing Konoha to make a desperate posture, maybe he can really bite off a few big pieces of meat from him. Especially Uzumaki Kushina, Shikato doesn't want to fight with her, especially a life and death fight. After Tsunade's persuasion, Konoha was temporarily crossed out, but Shikato didn't give up in his heart, because it was only a matter of time. He changed his current target first. Among the major ninja villages and major countries in the Naruto world, Shikato looked down on all the small countries or small ninja villages except the 5 major countries. If he really wanted to take action, he would go to the 5 major countries. Other small places could not withstand a few punches from him at all, because the places were too small. Among the 5 major countries, in terms of strength, the weakest is undoubtedly the Sands village in the Wind country. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is weak, the 4th Kazakage is also weak, and the talent training is also broken. Especially after World War II, they have not been able to get enough rest and have to follow Konoha's ass to pick up garbage. If he really wants to take action, this country is the easiest. But Shikato doesn't like it there. The wind and sand are too strong, the environment is bad, and it is sandwiched between the fire country and the earth country. The slightest disturbance will attract the attention of the other 2 major countries. After repeated consideration, Shikato set his sights on the Land of Water, which has been in turmoil for many years and has implemented a policy of isolation. That place is isolated overseas, news is blocked, and there are rebellions from time to time in the country. In addition, the Land of Water is also full of talents. Of course, the most crucial point is that Uchiha Obito will appear there in a few years. Shikato can't find Black Zetsu, but he can go there and wait for Obito to fall into the trap. Although Obito's main Gekkai Sharingan is a bit troublesome, and there is still no sign of space-time ninjutsu. But Shikato is confident that a few years will be enough for him to prepare everything. Shikato and Tsunade both have their own considerations, and both have stubborn personalities. It's not that Shikato can't force Tsunade to be persuaded, anyway, she has bowed her head more than once or twice. But on such a principled issue, Shikato doesn't want to force her. However, the two of them were really enjoying the taste of life, and they were reluctant to be apart for a while, not to mention that they suddenly had to go their separate ways. If they were separated for a long time, Tsunade would feel empty in her heart when she thought of that scene. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade thought again and again, and began to search through boxes and cabinets for things. After searching for a long time, she found 2 scrolls and a set of ninja tool bags. one large and one small. They handed them to Shikato. What is this? Shikato was a little confused. Tsunade first unfolded the large scroll, which had rows of names on it, and Tsunade's name was written in the last row. Shikato looked up and said, "The contract scroll of the summoning technique." Tsunade nodded. "This is the summoning beast I signed a contract with. It is the summoning contract of the Slug Sage of the Wetbone Forest, one of the 3 holy places in the ninja world. As long as you sign a contract with a slug, if you get hurt again, even if I'm not around, the slug will help you." Then she handed the small scroll to Shikato. "This is the S-level ninjutsu scroll left by my second grandfather. If you can learn it." She spoke more and more quietly, her cheeks flushed. Shikato took the small scroll and then noticed the name marked on it, Flying Thunder God Technique. His eyes lit up. It turned out to be this time-space ninjutsu. He thought that the Flying Thunder God Technique was an absolute secret treasure of Konoha and would never be passed on. But he obviously forgot that it was the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama who developed the Flying Thunder God Technique, and he was Tsunade's second grandfather. After losing Hashirama, he once led the patriarch of the Senju clan. Now Tsunade inherited the Senju clan, and of course many things were left behind, including some ninjutsu developed by Senju Tobirama. Moreover, although the Flying Thunder God Technique is the specialty of Senju Tobirama, strictly speaking, the Flying Thunder God Technique is not a forbidden technique, and it is normal to pass it on to the successor of the family. Moreover, the reason why there are only a few people who have mastered the essence of the Flying Thunder God Technique is that there are only 2 people, the 2nd and 4th generations, but strictly speaking, the Flying Thunder God Technique is not a highly confidential secret technique. Including the 3 ninjas, Konoha's high-level people, etc., have all come into contact with the Flying Thunder God Technique. The reason why few people have mastered it is because the threshold for learning this move is too high. To master it proficiently, you need to have extremely high balance, extremely exaggerated dynamic vision, and excellent adaptability. Otherwise, you can't adapt to the Flying Thunder God Technique. Then even if you leave the Flying Thunder God seal, you won't even be able to fly over. Before the Deer Man was promoted to the Armament Haki, even if he got the scroll of the Flying Thunder God Technique, it was just a piece of waste paper, and he couldn't learn it, and it was basically useless. But after his Armament Haki was promoted, his physique had undergone a great transformation, and his body's stability had achieved a qualitative leap. He was now qualified to learn the Flying Thunder God Technique. Chapter 102 Necklace and Magic. Tsunade gave the Flying Thunder God Technique to Shikato out of selfishness. As long as Shikato mastered the Flying Thunder God Technique, the 2 of them could meet every night even if they were far apart. However, the learning conditions of Flying Thunder God Technique are indeed a bit harsh. There are also a group of people in Konoha who have been exposed to the Flying Thunder God Technique. Many of them are widely praised as genius ninjas. But most of them failed under the hands of Flying Thunder God Technique. The only successful one, apart from Tobirama Senju who developed this time-space ninjutsu, is Minato Namake's. In addition, there is another move that is simplified from Flying Thunder God Technique. The difficulty of learning this move is not high, but this move is really a bit useless. It can only be used as a fixed-point teleportation technique, and it requires the cooperation of Shirinu Genma and the other 3 to perform it. It completely loses the flexibility and elegance of Flying Thunder God. Basically, the name of the technique is slightly the same. When Shikato masters the Flying Thunder God Technique, he can make up for an important puzzle in terms of speed. Combined with the extraordinary level of Armament Haki, or used in conjunction with the top-level shadow manipulation technique, the effect is terrifying just thinking about it. Now, there is a more effective way to deal with Uchiha Obito's main Gekkai Sharingan's space-time ninjutsu. This made him hug Tsunade and said excitedly, "I love you so much." Tsunade's cheeks flushed instantly. "Stupid, idiot. What nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight?" The 2 of them were in a good mood and couldn't help but be affectionate again. Tsunade's cheeks flushed as she adjusted her collar, then glared at Shikato. "You only have 1 arm, but you still don't behave." After that, she took off the crystal necklace she had worn for many years from her fair neck, and her tone became serious. "Shikato, I want to give you something." Shikato naturally saw Tsunade's actions, and hesitated for a moment. "This is not good. The crystal necklace that Tsunade has been wearing for many years is priceless. Rather than being a crystal, it is more accurate to say that it is the chakra crystal of the 1st generation Senju Hashirama, which has the special effect of suppressing Jinchuuriki. Shikato's hesitation is of course not because of the preciousness of the necklace, but because the necklace is poisonous. Not to mention the first generation, as the first man to wear it, he died young. After that, all the men who wore it basically did not have a good ending. Tsunade first gave it to her younger brother Naoki, but Naoki died on the battlefield a few days later. His body was incomplete and his death was extremely tragic. Then Tsunade gave it to her first love Kato-dan, but Kato-dan also couldn't resist it and died soon after. His internal organs were dug out. In the original work, this necklace was also given to the protagonist of the Naruto world, Uzumaki Naruto. Although Uzumaki Naruto lived to the end, this necklace did not. In Shippuden, it was crushed by Uzumaki Naruto. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the protagonist's halo could not protect him. So, this necklace is like poisonous, as if it is a cursed necklace. Tsunade and Shikato have been together for these days, and she is too familiar with his every move. Just a simple hesitation from him. Tsunade immediately reacted and said angrily, "Hey, do you want it or not? If not, I will give it to someone else." In fact, she also knew that this necklace was unlucky. But on the one hand, she has worn this necklace for so many years and regarded it as the most precious treasure. If it accompanies Shikato, it is as if she is always with him. On the one hand, this is also the most important relic left to her by her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, and it is a recognition of her. She wanted to give this recognition from the elders to the person who was most important to her in the future. Of course, the most crucial point was Shikato's current strength. Even Tsunade didn't know who could hurt him. It was because of this confidence that she gave this crystal necklace to Shikato. Shikato would certainly not be stupid enough to refuse. He was not afraid of a necklace. Tsunade put it on him personally, and then lowered her head to give Shikato a gentle kiss on the forehead. But in the end, she kissed Shikato's palm. Shikato pushed Tsunade's face away. "If you kiss the forehead, the ceremony will be complete. Rope Tree and Duin both die this way." Tsunade was stunned, bit her lip, and said unhappily, "Huh, what else do you want?" Shikato lowered his head. Tsunade didn't react for a while, and it took her several seconds to come back to her senses. Her face, which was originally slightly red, instantly became hot, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Dream on, you bastard, don't even think about it, maybe, go to hell, die." Shikato successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique in just 2 days. As long as you reach the threshold of learning, it is not difficult to master a ninjutsu. However, if you master it, you will not be as flexible and elegant as Minato Namikaze or Tobirama Senju when using it. However, after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, a small line of ink like small words appeared on the personal panel as expected. Space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, elementary, 2%, with a panel display. The improvement of the Flying Thunder God technique is much simpler. Shikato directly used the health points accumulated during this period to force the Flying Thunder God technique to intermediate, 59%, in one breath. The use and mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique in his mind suddenly became much clearer. The biggest difference between the intermediate and primary stages is that the range is wider. You should know that the Flying Thunder God technique is not invincible. To move the Flying Thunder God technique, you need to leave the Flying Thunder God technique on the target in advance. And if you want to use the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly move to the Flying Thunder God technique, you can't just fly around without paying attention to the distance. Otherwise, the second generation Senju Tobirama would not have been ambushed and killed. The more skilled the Flying Thunder God is, the wider the range of instant shuttle will be. After exceeding a certain limit distance, even if you can sense the direction of the technique, it is basically impossible to fly directly over. With the intermediate top Flying Thunder God technique, Shikato can already use this move like a swipe of his arm. It is not much different from the 4th generation Namikaze Minato and the 2nd generation Senju Tobirama. This led to the fact that when Tsunade met him in the morning, Shikato had not yet entered the Flying Thunder God technique, but only got some tips. As a result, after returning at noon, Shikato suddenly told her that he wanted to leave a mark of his on her body. Tsunade had some bad thoughts at first, and after pulling Shikato into the inner room, she said timidly, "Shikato, be gentle later." Shikato was stunned. "What do you mean by gentle? It's just a Flying Thunder God technique, it won't even hurt. And why did you pull me into the bedroom in broad daylight?" After Shikato easily left his special Flying Thunder God hexagram mark under Tsunade's collarbone, he clapped his hands. It's done. Tsunade opened her eyes. This seemed a little different from what she thought. It was faster than she could imagine. When did Shikato get so fast? She looked in the mirror and found that there was a hexagram Flying Thunder God mark under her collarbone. She was immediately surprised. You have learned it. Shikato was also surprised. You don't know. I don't know. Why did you look like that just now, closing your eyes and waiting for me to leave a mark on you? Wait, isn't this the mark you are waiting for? Shikato looked at Tsunade with ill intentions. Tsunade's originally fair cheeks began to heat up and turn redder. Of course I know. I'm just waiting for your Flying Thunder God mark. Really? Shikato gradually approached her. The door slammed shut from the inside. In addition to the Flying Thunder God technique, the other summoning technique Tsunade taught him was relatively much simpler. Although the Wetbone Forest is one of the 3 holy places in the ninja world, Slug Sage is surprisingly easy to talk to, with a gentle and easygoing personality. Except for his somewhat unflattering appearance, he is very easygoing in other aspects. As for Shikato becoming the new contractor of the Wetbone Forest, Slug Sage did not make things difficult for him. Instead, he agreed after a simple meeting. Even before the Deer Man left, he had specifically told him, Lord Deer Man, if you have time, you can come to the Wetbone Forest again. I saw the light of immortal arts from you. You seem to be the second person who can practice my Wetbone Forest immortal arts. The first person who successfully practiced a Wetbone Forest immortal arts is called Senju Hashirama. The Deer Man was a little surprised. Senju Hashirama's immortal mode came from the Wetbone Forest. Could it be that his characteristics are very similar to those of the Slug Immortals in the Wetbone Forest? That's it. Normal update. Currently maintaining at least 5,000 words per day, divided into 2 chapters, at least 2,500 words per chapter. I will slowly increase my speed. But the speed has not caught up yet. It takes more than 2 hours to write a chapter, and it is basically late at night to finish 2 chapters. However, I think I should be able to speed up after getting used to it. If I can write more, I will definitely write more. The current subscription is enough to eat full attendance. Although it is not much, it can support me to keep writing normally. Thanks to all the friends who subscribed. Chapter 103 Kakuzu Who Values Money Over Life. Since Shikato completed the training of Flying Thunder God technique, Tsunade has realized that it is almost time for them to part ways. Just like Shikato could not persuade Tsunade to leave with him, Tsunade could not persuade Shikato to follow his own path. Fortunately, with the Flying Thunder God technique, if they want to meet again in the future, even if Shikato cannot come back instantly, he can leave a few more marks on the way. At most he just needs to fly a few more times. The only thing that makes her regretful is that she can't learn the Flying Thunder God technique. So when she really misses him in the future, she can only wait for Shikato to come to her on her own initiative. If Shikato gets busy, or even loses his initial freshness to her, or is entangled by wildflowers outside, Tsunade will have no way to deal with it. It's not that she has no confidence in Shikato, but she knows Shikato's charm too well. This man is simply poisonous, making people want to indulge in him. Even she can't stand it, let alone those coquettish bitches outside. Fortunately, she still had some confidence in herself. With a yin seal and the 100 healing technique, she could adjust her body state at will, jumping back and forth between maturity and immaturity. This high-end gameplay fascinated Shikato. However, the closer they were to parting, the more Tsunade could not suppress the restlessness in her heart. Sometimes, Tsunade wanted to leave with him, but in the end she suppressed this urgent mood, and she also had her own way to go. The day before the separation, Tsunade went completely crazy. So much so that the next morning, when Shikato left, Tsunade was still sleeping soundly like a maggot baby with her head covered. These days, the Shadow Clone, with Shikato's 2 minds, took Yikang, Samu, Mabu and the Red Sand Scorpion to play around in Tensho Castle. Shikato spent more than half of the money he had saved in the past year. They had a lot of fun, but Yikang and the others found that the Shadow Clone had been inexplicably stunned for a long time these days, and then suddenly acted extremely calm and wise the next moment, just like a sage, which was quite inexplicable. Moreover, during this period, they occasionally encountered the original body of Deer Man twice, but he was always accompanied by a large Samu. Blonde with twin ponytails, mature style, top-notch appearance, and explosive figure, even Yikang felt a little autistic when he saw her. The eyes of several people suddenly changed when they looked at Dear Man. No wonder they parted ways with him and wanted to act alone. This was the reason. This also led to a big change in the attitude of the 4 people towards Dear Man after he came back and set off again, except for the shadow clone. Yikang, Samu, Mabu Ai, Z, what's the matter? The scorpion of the red sand glanced at the fist raised by the shadow clone without a sound, and snorted coldly. But I felt wronged in my heart. The 3 of them ignored you, why didn't you hit them? You just wanted to bully me, right? You wait, when I develop my ultimate art, I will let you know what cruelty is. Humph. At that time, I will make myself a human puppet, completely shielding the pain, and I won't feel anything when you hit me. Let you completely lose the joy of hitting me, just ask if you are afraid. Dear Man finally learned a little about the reason from Scorpion, smiled, and didn't take the little emotions of several people to heart. The group continued on the road, aiming at the land of waves, and then took a boat from a port there to the land of water. The land of water is surrounded by the sea. Basically, if you want to go there, you must take a boat or rely on a flying summoning beast. Scorpion does have a flying puppet, but it is not very convenient. However, before going to the land of waves, they began to encounter batches of bounty hunters halfway. In this regard, it is mainly because Dear Man and his group acted a little too flamboyantly. Scorpion of the Red Sand, an S-level rebel ninja from the Hidden Sands village. Burning release Yikang, the S-class rebel ninja that Sands village just announced to be wanted. Nara Shikato, the S-class wanted order issued by Konoha ninja village 2 days ago. 3 S-class bounty heads left Tancho Castle openly without any cover. It is no exaggeration to say that they are skilled and daring. But it did attract a group of desperate people who came for the bounty. It was not dangerous, but it delayed time. Fortunately, after slaughtering several groups of desperate people in succession, the bounty hunters gradually realized the horror of this group of people, and most of them began to retreat. It was much quieter along the way. Although there were intelligence agents following and tracking, Shikato was too lazy to pay attention. These people are endless, and they can't be killed one by one. There are always some idiots who are hot-headed and have money in their eyes. For example, the 2 uninvited guests who appeared not far in front of them and intercepted Shikato's way openly. A familiar windbreaker with a black background and red clouds, and a bamboo hat with bells. The 2 stood on the empty Lois plain, the breeze blew by, and they stopped the Dear Man and his group head-on with great momentum. Kakuzu stood silently at the other end of the road, next to his current partner, an A-level rebel ninja from the grass country. The grass ninja looked a little worried. Kakuzu, the leader has given us a limited time, and the other party is 3 S-level rebel ninjas. Shut up, I will kill you if you keep talking nonsense. Kakuzu hated it most when someone blocked him from making money. If it weren't for this guy's intelligence skills, he would have killed him directly like he did to his previous partner. As a partner, this guy is completely unqualified. After Kakuzu was invited to become the financial manager of the Akatsuki organization and took charge of Akatsuki's finances, he became more and more worried about money, always feeling that the small amount of money was not enough. Therefore, every time he went out on a mission, he always liked to take some high-value bounty missions and make some extra money on the way. Kakuzu didn't get much from this trip, but luckily, he got a piece of news full of money. With his eyes shining, he took all 3 S-level bounties in one go. Following the intelligence that his useless partner got, he blocked the other party's way in advance. Kakuzu was a little conceited, especially after he had the Earth Grudge. He had never encountered a decent opponent in these years. Except for the leaders of Akatsuki who came to recruit him last time, Kakuzu never met anyone who posed a threat to him. Even an S-level rebel ninja was nothing more than that in Kakuzu's eyes. What's more, for him who loves money like his life, 3 S-level bounties gathered together, it was no longer a question of whether it was dangerous or not, it was a mountain of gold, and he had to get it even if he died. However, after the Dear Man and his group lined up and stood in a row to confront them, Kakuzu was silent for a while, and suddenly felt a little regretful. His rash interception was indeed a little irrational. At a glance, first he saw Mabu, well, a weakling. Then he scanned Samu, well, a slightly better weakling. Then he scanned the main body of the Dear Man with one arm hanging, which made him frown slightly. He felt that he seemed to be a big threat, but he was just a cripple. Kakuzu thought that he must have thought too much, well, he should also be classified as a weakling. Then he looked past him and looked at Yikang. Yikang, the former heroine of the Sand Village, who was a little tricky, but it shouldn't be a big problem, a weakling. The next one was the red-haired and handsome scorpion of the Red Sand. Kakuzu envied the boy's young age. At first glance, he was an S-class rebel ninja who was exaggerated by the rumors, and a strong weakling. Up to this point, Kakuzu didn't care too much. But his last gaze fell on the shadow clone, the child who looked the youngest and the cutest. Kakuzu felt an unprecedented pressure. Among this group of people, the most dangerous one is not the 3 S-class rebel ninjas, but this child? Strange. Kakuzu reached out and took off his bamboo hat and threw it aside. Although he regretted not setting a trap to attack, Kakuzu was not afraid and was full of fighting spirit. The carriage stopped in the wild, and Shikato and his group looked at the 2 brave bounty hunters. Scorpion and Yakura had to admire each other's courage and began to mourn for them. Shikato had not contacted Yohiko, Nagato, and Konan since the last time he met them. He didn't expect to meet Akatsuki on the road here. Looking at the dark nail polish on his hands outside his sleeves and the familiar ring on the middle finger of his left hand, they were obviously 2 Akatsuki cutters. Yakura was more knowledgeable and recognized Kakuzu's identity. It's Kakuzu, the S-rank rebel ninja from Takegakure village. Then he looked at the other person. The Kusagakure rebel ninja straightened his collar and his expression became more serious. Yakura, the other one is a rebel ninja from Kusagakure village. Kusagakure rebel ninja, what's the name? Don't I deserve a name? I think it's great to be an S-rank rebel ninja, asshole. Chapter 104 Konan Yohiko and Nagato. The Kusagakure renegade had reason to be angry, because the words Yukang introduced him to were complete nonsense. As a tradition of the Cotters of the Akatsuki organization, the Kusagakure forehead protector scratched off on his forehead can be seen with the naked eye. If you don't know me, don't mention me. The Kusagakure renegade could only hold his breath and introduce himself loudly. I am the #1 strong man in the Kusagakure village, the famous Wallgrass. The dear man in his group gave enough respect and did not laugh. Kakuzu's forehead veins jumped, and he suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Shut up." The Kusagakure renegade was dissatisfied. "But they humiliated me," I said. "Shut up, they humiliated me. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you. You are too polite, please humiliate me." Kakuzu's pair of green pupils, full of killing glance at his partner, really scared the Kusagakure renegade, but in the end Kakuzu let him go. In the face of a powerful enemy, even a useless person can still provide a little help. Kakuzu said coldly, "The 3 weaklings are left to you." The Kusanagi was timid, but he had to ask, which 3 are weaklings? He felt that all the people on the opposite side were elite, especially the 3S level rebels, who were very scary. Kakuzu said impatiently, 2 little girls and a disabled person. The Kusanagi mustered up his courage. "Can we change to 2 little girls and a child?" He felt that the 3 little ones should be the weakest. Even if the S-level rebel from Konoha had 1 arm hanging, it still felt very dangerous. The dangerous ones should of course be handed over to Kakuzu, who is also dangerous. Kakuzu glared. The Kusanagi nodded immediately. "No problem, they are just 3 weaklings. I will not let them disturb you. Leave them to me." On the other side, the red sand scorpion moved his fingers, and was a little eager to move. "Do you want to kill them?" He likes to hunt powerful ninjas. The human puppets made by such ninjas are the top works of art. There is no doubt that Kakuzu from Takegakure village gave him a very dangerous feeling. However, the more this happened, the more excited he was. There was no other benefit to following Shikato, except that he was not afraid of not being able to beat the opponent. Yukang was a little wary. With her and Sasori's strength, there was still a certain amount of room for improvement. It would still be a bit difficult to face Kakuzu, who is always at his peak. However, as Sasori said, they didn't have to consider whether they could beat Kakuzu who was following Shikato. They only had to consider whether they could kill the opponent. Shikato took out the ring that Yohiko gave him at the beginning, a first edition cadre ring that belonged to Konan, like a magic trick. Then, he looked up and smiled kindly. "You guys play with him first, I need to contact someone first. We are all rebel ninjas after all, why should rebel ninjas make things difficult for rebel ninjas? Let them live, just beat one half to death, strip them naked and tie them together, and let them photosynthesize in the wild. Are you a devil?" Scorpion could not help but shudder, and felt that this sentence was also meant for him. If he failed to escape and was caught by him in the future, the consequences would make his scalp numb. Especially this time when he was on the road. An indelible flying thunder god seal was placed on Scorpion's right shoulder, and he felt that his future was even more bleak. It was also a ghost. He had only been gone for a few days, and the other party was obviously in a gentle nest, but after returning, he actually mastered the flying thunder god technique that resounded throughout the battlefield during the 3 wars. This is too outrageous. Scorpion and Ye Kang took the initiative to meet Kakuzu. Since Shikato had already explained it, they would play with this Tokigakure village rebel first. As for the Kusagakure rebel, the two did not care too much, and just let Samu and Mabu, the 2 girls, practice their hands. Shikato input a ray of chakra into the ring, and then made a seal with one hand. A ray of his own spiritual will was instantly pulled into the ring, and the shadow clone guarded him by his side. In a dark and huge air raid shelter, Dearman opened his eyes and found himself in a camouflage-like chakra form, standing on the shoulder bone spine of an extremely huge outer path demon statue. "Who are you?" A stern rebuke suddenly came from the empty air raid shelter. When Dearman was looking at the outer path demon statue, 3 figures appeared on the 10 fingers of the outer path demon statue. Yohiko, who is wearing a black windbreaker with red clouds and a striking orange hedgehog head, Konan with paper flowers, and Nagato with red hair. The 3 people sensed the chakra coming from the outer path demon statue and rushed over immediately. This thing is one of the important secrets of the Akatsuki organization. Looking at the chakra color shadow standing on the spine, the 3 people were very alert. Except for the 3 rings originally formulated, the cadre rings in the organization cannot enter the outer path demon statue on their own, and they need to get the consent of Nagato. And the color shadow standing on the spine obviously entered here on its own. Konan was the first to react and said in surprise, "You are." Before he finished speaking, Shikato waved to the 3 of them. "Hey, long time no see, Konan, Nagato," and the last hedgehog head. Konan and Nagato looked at their friends with some concern. The last hedgehog head, Yohiko, with his eyes wide open, said angrily, "Such a bad and terrible tone, it's really you, a stinky brat, stinky brat?" Shikato deliberately prolonged the tone, and then looked down at Yohiko from a high position. Comparing the heights of the 2 now, Yohiko is more than half a head shorter than him, and it is obvious who is the brat. What Yohiko can't stand the most is this guy's contemptuous look, but he can't refute it, so he can only grit his teeth in anger. Nagato was a little helpless. This guy still likes to tease Yohiko as always, but this atmosphere is quite interesting. "Konan, it's really you, Shadow Ghost." When they first met, this guy looked like a child and deceived them too much. At this time, the mimicry that entered here with chakra finally revealed its true form. He's quite tall. Zion gestured curiously in his mind and felt that this guy was about a head taller than him. Yohiko glared and said, "Why did you suddenly come here?" Without even saying hello, Nagato reminded him, "Yohiko, Nan's ring doesn't have the ability to say hello." After that, he stared at Shikato and got straight to the point. "Why did you suddenly visit us? Is there something going on?" Shikato didn't waste any words. Because he felt that this ring, which served as a medium, seemed to be not stable enough and could not last for a few minutes. It might be because it was a first edition. With Nagato's ability at that time, this first edition cadre ring may have many defects. He said directly and quickly, "Is there a traitor from Tokigakure named Kakuzu in your Akatsuki?" His partner is a traitor from Kusagakure. Yohiko was as straightforward as ever and immediately asked, "How do you know?" "These 2 are right in front of me now. I'm thinking about how to deal with these 2. Do you want some advice?" Nagato simply ignored the possibility that Shikato was lying, and immediately said, "If possible, please spare their lives." "Okay, for Konan's sake." Yohiko showed dead fish eyes again. "You bastard really have bad intentions towards Konan." Konan blushed, but thought to herself, "This guy is lying again, I don't believe you." Dearman reported a more detailed address to them, and finally reached out and touched the outer path golem and said, "You'd better come early, otherwise I'm worried that they won't be able to hold on." Yohiko suddenly became nervous and wanted to jump over to ask about the situation, but was stopped by Konan. He could only shout from a distance, "Hey, what do you want to do?" Dearman glanced at him and said, "Hedgehog head, you are in the way, blocking me from enjoying the beautiful scenery." Yohiko opened his mouth with a look of disdain. "Damn the beautiful scenery, there is only one outer path golem in this air raid shelter, you are kidding." But Konan, who was not beside him, had a touch of red on her pretty face half covered by red clouds on a black background. "This guy is really bad, and he likes to tease himself every time." Nagato stood on the other side, feeling a little helpless. Yohiko is good at everything, but he is too stupid. Finally, Dearman waved to the three people. This ring seems to be unstable. If we are destined, see you next time. After saying that, without waiting for the three people to respond, the camouflage chakra figure had shattered into powder and disappeared there. The three of them had a brief discussion and decided to let Konan, who is good at flying, go over and take a look. In the Kokuzu duel, the Kusagakure ninja was not important. But Kokuzu's skills and other talents were worthy of the attention of the three of them. Especially their relationship with Mr. Kokuzu was not bad, at least it was much better than that guy who liked to tease Konan and Yohiko. Chapter 105, Earthly Resentment. Dearman was passively separated from the medium of the South Ring, revealing a slightly disappointed expression. Before leaving, he tried to leave a flying thunder god mark on the outer path demon statue in that special state. Unfortunately, it failed. In that state, except for being able to speak a word and transfer chakra, he could not do anything else. Back to the present, in the open field, Scorpion, Yikang, Kokuzu and his masked monster were still fighting fiercely, and the battle scene was also very intense. Scorpion even summoned the human puppet of the third Kazakage again. However, Scorpion's more skilled poison did not seem to have much effect on Kokuzu, whose body had been transformed by the Earth Grudge, which also caused the scene to be a bit stalemate for a while. Yikang's scorch-release fireballs were flying all over the sky. Shikato watched for a while and felt that Yikang's use of scorch-release was somewhat off track. Moreover, she lacked close-range means and weapons, and she always relied on short-handled weapons such as Tsunade during the battle, which was still a bit passive. Maybe when we get to the Land of Water, we can find her a ninja sword to use, and then use scorch-release, which may have some unexpected effects. On the other side, Samu and Mabu cooperated with each other and fought against the Kusagakure ninja. Although the Kusagakure ninja was cowardly and funny, he was also an A-level ninja after all, and was originally a Jonin of the Kusagakure village. At this age, Samu and Mabu can hold up together, and even slightly suppress the Kusagakure ninja, which is already quite good. Since Shikato had promised Nagato and the others, he was not going to kill them. He waved to Samu and the others, "Come back." Samu and Mabu evacuated the front battlefield and jumped to Shikato's side. The two knew that Shikato was going to do it himself. The Kusagakure ninja was a little unhappy. He had been fighting with the two little girls for a long time, and the fight was always difficult to resolve. It was inevitable that he got a little angry. "Hey, bastards. Don't interfere with other people's fights." Shikato raised his head and stared at him with dark pupils. The Kusagakure ninja broke out in a cold sweat. What was going on with this huge pressure? It was too scary. Even Mr. Kokuzu didn't have such a scary pressure. He immediately said quickly, "If you like to interfere, just do it, as long as you are happy. Don't even mention your hands, you can interfere wherever you like." Dearman frowned. "Hey, from the Hidden Grass Village, I suspect you are teasing me." The Kusagakure ninja shook his head in fear. "Of course not. How dare I tease you? Even if I tease Mr. Kokuzu, I dare not offend you." In the distance, Kokuzu, who was already really angry, caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, and his anger became even stronger. This useless fence-sitter, the one with the advantage, should lean towards the other side. It happened that one of his hearts had been broken by Scorpion and Yikang, so he simply stretched out his hand from a distance, and the joints of his arm were broken one by one. The black tentacles of the Earth Grudge seemed to have life and suddenly attacked his useless partner. "Waste should be used, lend me your useless heart first." Kokuzu's eyes were full of ruthlessness, and he didn't care about the identity of his partner at all. The Kusanagi rebel had his back to Kokuzu. And as a companion, he did not sense the coming of the crisis. Instead, the dear man stepped on the ground and it collapsed. He instantly swooped down in front of the dense black lines and blocked the Kusanagi rebel's side. The black lines flew in all directions, like countless black worms, and the closer they were to the tips of the black lines, the sharper they became. Kokuzu narrowed his eyes, not expecting the dear man to block this sneak attack for that loser. But since you are looking for death, you can't blame others. Kokuzu was worried that the difficulty of the several targets this time was beyond his expectations, and then someone appeared on the opposite side who was willing to die. The black lines of the Earth Resentment U immediately swarmed in, with the tips like needles, fiercely stabbing at the dear man. The dear man was covered with armed color all over his body, stretched out his left hand and directly picked up a handful of the black lines of the Earth Resentment U, clenched it tightly, and firmly grasped the tentacles of the Earth Resentment U. The rest of the black tentacles were clanging and hitting the deer man all over his body. Especially the heart, which was constantly pierced by the tentacles of the Earth Resentment U, as if to break through there and grab a heart. However, these tentacles did not work at all and could not break the defense at all. Instead, after some of the tentacles of the Earth Resentment U were grabbed, the deer man suddenly pulled them back with force. Jiraiya stumbled and flew towards him. In mid-air, his face changed, and cracks appeared on his back. A monster formed entirely of black Earth Resentment U flew out, with a monster face mask embedded on its head. It was huge, like a large group of pitch-black tentacles. The moment the deer man pulled it over, the mouth on the mask opened, and a trace of lightning began to gather. Thunder escape, pseudo-darkness. The azure lightning spear shot out in an instant, at an extremely fast speed, sweeping from near to far. The lightning was curved, and when it brushed the ground, it immediately plowed the earth into pieces. Wherever it swept, even the hard rocks were destroyed. As huge as a thunder dragon, it rushed straight to the deer man. The Tsunade rebel ninja not far from the deer man was stunned, and Mr. Kikuzu was angry. What a terrifying thunder escape ninjutsu! Because of the direction problem, he was also wrapped in the attack range of the thunder dragon. Facing the huge lightning, he suddenly felt desperate. The roaring terrifying thunder dragon rushed towards the deer man like a divine punishment. The deer man hung with his right hand and grabbed the tentacles of the ground resentment with his left hand. He simply didn't dodge or evade, but opened his mouth and ate the terrifying long dragon of lightning with his face. The splashing thunder instantly submerged the area where the deer man was standing, and the ground exploded at the moment of the bombardment, and the ground flew like boiling water. The Tsunade rebel ninja covered his head and screamed, and he was so scared that he closed his eyes in advance and waited for death. Kikuzu had been paying attention to this place out of the corner of his eye. His face was very embarrassed, because the place where the lightning annihilated, the earth grudge tentacle that was pulled was always stretched straight. This is not a good sign. The lightning and dust soon dissipated. The deer man stood there intact, opened his mouth and spit out a trace of residual lightning arc, grinning, tisk, this lightning escape is really powerful. Kikuzu's eyes widened instantly. Although he had a premonition that the lightning escape would not work, he did not expect that he would be unscathed. Using his face to block the S-level lightning escape? What kind of monster is this? The Tsunade rebel waited for death for a long time, but did not feel any pain. He opened his eyes and touched his body, which was intact. Huh? I'm not dead. He took the opportunity to look at the back of the deer man in front of him, but saw that the deer man pulled back again, and Mr. Kikuzu's Earth Grudge clone flew over at a high speed. The dark and dense tentacles were flying, like a vast ocean, wrapping around the deer man's body, as if to swallow him whole. Bang! With a muffled sound, an arm broke out from the dense mass of tentacles, holding a white mask in the palm of his hand, and behind the mask were the massive tentacles that wrapped around the deer man. The fingertips pinched hard, and with a click, the fingertips faintly sank into the broken mask. The arm pulled down hard, and the dense tentacles of the earth resentment followed the mask, quickly separated from the deer man's body, and were thrown to the ground. The broken mask was firmly grasped by the deer man's palm. The mask's mouth opened again with a great effort, and the arc of lightning began to condense. The deer man pinched his 5 fingers fiercely, and the fingertips of the 5 fingers completely sank into the mask. He pulled back and cut out half of the mask's face. At the same time, he also domineeringly extinguished the condensed lightning. Following the broken crack, there was a bright red heart wrapped in pitch-black tentacles. The deer man raised his right leg and kicked the pitch-black Earth Resentment clone away. The Earth Resentment clone was kicked into a ball and rushed towards the Shadow clone at a high speed. The Shadow clone opened his eyes. Good shot. He jumped into the air and performed a volley on the spot. Bang! The Earth Resentment clone was kicked back again at high speed. The Kusagakure ninjas on the side were all dumbfounded. Mr. Kikuzu's terrifying and horrifying Earth Resentment clone was actually kicked like a ball? Is this something a normal person can do? After several rounds of back and forth, the deer man had enough fun. When the Earth Resentment clone flew over again, he raised his left hand directly and made a knife with his hands. His fingertips instantly penetrated the body of the Earth Resentment and deeply penetrated into the Earth Resentment. When he pulled his hand back, he was holding a scarlet heart in his palm, which was still beating slightly. The 5 fingers only exerted a little force, and with a bang, the heart broke into blood-red fragments. At the same time, the Earth Resentment U clone also lost its vitality and fell to the ground, motionless. Chapter 106 Solution. At this time, Kakuzu was still being entangled by Yikang and Sasori. The strength shown by these 2 young S-level rebels was stronger than he expected. Especially the puppeteer. If it weren't for the Earth Grudge who could easily remove the poison, he would probably have been kneeling now. The situation was becoming more and more passive. Kakuzu had lost 2 of the 5 hearts of each attribute. The S-level rebel ninja with 1 arm hanging showed a suppressive power that made Kakuzu a little frightened. A monster who kicked his own Earth Grudge clone as a ball and destroyed 1 of his hearts without any injury. Who on earth is this guy? While he was fighting with Sasori and Yikang, he was always on guard against Dearman here. At this moment, seeing Dearman finish dealing with the Earth Grudge clone, he turned his head and looked over. Kakuzu immediately frowned, and his figure quickly retreated backwards, temporarily leaving the battle group. At the same time, after the remaining 2 Earth Grudge clones withdrew a distance, the 2 black tentacle monsters also merged with each other. Kakuzu made hand seals. Wind style, suppress harm. Fire style, head hard work. Composite ninjutsu, strange face explosion. The 2 masks opened their mouths and spit out a flame and a breeze at the same time, and then mixed together. In the next second, an overwhelming explosion sea of fire was formed, which kept rolling and sweeping away. The range was so large that it was just like a surging sea wave, completely covering the field of vision, with no end in sight. Facing this terrifying combination of ninjutsu, the people below were like a small boat on the sea. Scorpion and Yikang retreated backwards and retreated to the side of Dearman in tacit understanding. The shadow clone took the initiative to jump to the front, slap the ground with both hands, and a dark shadow instantly propped up. Armament color poured into it, forming an extremely hard shadow wall. At the same time, the ground under Dearman's feet had sunk. He bent his knees and stepped forward, and the whole person passed through the black shadow wall, directly facing the raging sea of fire explosion, swimming like a dragon in the sea, and plunged into it. Kakuzu, who used this move, obviously wanted to take the opportunity to escape. However, he could still hold on against the 2 S-rank rebels from Sand Village, but the guy from Konoha was a bit scary. Money is the most important thing, but you have to be alive to get it. With only 3 hearts left, it was not enough for him to cause trouble. Kakuzu no longer hesitated and turned to leave. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed a black shadow, which seemed to have taken the initiative to jump into the sea of fire. The flames shot up to the sky and the explosions continued. The next second, in the blazing explosion light, a black shadow became clearer and clearer, and finally broke through the raging sea of fire and jumped out of it. The speed was extremely fast, pulling out a long black line, and it came in an instant. When Kakuzu was stunned, he only had time to avoid his body a little, and his face changed slightly. Earth escape, earth spear. Half of his body turned completely black and became extremely hard. The black shadow also hit at the same time. Kakuzu's entire heart and arm disappeared, but there was no blood at the crack, but countless black tentacles flew from the broken end. The deer man held Kakuzu's broken arm and looked back at him. You can't run away. Kakuzu's face was gloomy. Run, humph, go to hell. As soon as the voice fell, the arm held by the deer man suddenly broke into pieces, and countless black tentacles twisted into black sharp knives, stabbing the deer man's heart and head fiercely. Kakuzu didn't think anyone could block this sudden close-range attack. Unfortunately, the black tentacle knife stopped outside the deer man's heart and couldn't go in an inch. And the one that stabbed the deer man's head was bitten by his teeth when he opened his mouth. The deer man grinned, but at this moment, because he was biting the tentacles of the ground resentment, his smile made him look a little ferocious. Kakuzu suddenly had the urge to curse. After he possessed the Earth's resentment, he had become a monster in other people's mouths. But now facing the deer man, he saw what a real monster was. It seemed that no matter what kind of attack method, it was ineffective against him. Kakuzu stared at him with great vigilance. But in the next moment, the deer man's figure disappeared from his sight out of thin air, and the entire broken arm lost its support and fell from the air. Kakuzu's face changed drastically, because he suddenly found that a shadow appeared beside him at some point. The deer man was standing quietly beside him. This made Kakuzu a little shocked. It was too fast. I couldn't see it at all. How could it be so fast? It's like time and space. Huh? Time and space ninjutsu? Could it be the legendary flying thunder god? Kakuzu's face changed again and again, and he glanced at the broken part of his right shoulder from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, there was a trace of a six-pointed star, which looked very much like the special mark of flying thunder god. As a ninja of the same era as Hashirama Senjo and Tobirama, he was deeply impressed by the name of flying thunder god. Is there another ninja who has mastered super speed in the ninja world? Are you kidding me? How could I encounter such a monster? A lot of complicated thoughts jumped out of his mind, but Shikato didn't give him time to react at all. His left arm had already pierced straight through Kakuzu's heart. He easily took out his original heart and held it in his palm. During the whole process, there was not even a drop of blood on his palm. It was faster than he could imagine. Without his heart, Kakuzu fell to the ground weakly. The two clones of the Earth Grudge on the side immediately penetrated into the ground, quickly penetrated into Kakuzu's body from underground, and helped him to make up for the missing heart. With a pacemaker of the heart, Kakuzu can be resurrected in full condition again. Shikato looked down at this scene. This Earth Grudge is indeed a bit weird, just like playing magic in the ninja world. It is similar to the immortality of Hiden in the future, both of which cannot be explained by ninjutsu. Seeing that Kakuzu was about to recover, the deer man raised his hand, and a black shadow instantly condensed into a 3-meter-long spear. Before Kakuzu could recover his mobility, he threw out the dark shadow spear. Boom! The earth trembled. Kakuzu was just about to get up when he was ruthlessly nailed to the ground again, and one of the hearts that had just merged was also forcibly pierced. In just a few blinks of an eye, Kakuzu, who originally had 3 hearts, now only had the last one. And his condition was also very bad. He was nailed to the ground by the black shadow spear and could not move at all. Stand, can't stand up, crawl, can't crawl. Kakuzu's face was grayer than ever. Since he realized that the deer man was a monster, it was too late. After being marked with the flying thunder god mark, it was wishful thinking to escape. He has lived for decades, is he going to die? In the distance, the shadow clone has also removed the shadow wall. The red sand scorpion stared at Kakuzu, who was easily controlled, with a serious look, and he was even more cautious when he looked at Shikato. The S-rank rebel ninja who had fought with Yukang Sr. for so long alone was beaten like a child by Shikato without any ability to fight back. This was not a good thing for the red sand scorpion either, which meant that his escape plan was even more hopeless. In fact, he could completely give up the idea of running away. Because like Kakuzu, he also had the flying thunder god mark left by Shikato on his body. Escape? How to escape? The flying thunder god mark is something like a special coordinate. Even if you remove that piece of meat, the flying thunder god mark will not disappear, as if it is a thorn in the bone. This means that even if he made himself a human puppet, flying thunder god will still tie him up to death. After dealing with Kakuzu, the remaining Kusagakure rebel ninja is no longer a problem. He is also very self-aware, with an expression on his face that says you can do whatever you want, as long as you don't kill me, everything can be discussed. Dearman glanced at the others, but didn't make things difficult for him. He just did as he said before. After imprisoning him and Kakuzu, they tied them together. They didn't have to be stripped naked, as each of them left one piece of underwear, so they didn't have to be exposed. But he still looked at Kakuzu with a bit of a weird look. If I remember correctly, Kakuzu should be around 80 years old now, and he was usually quite cool. I didn't expect that he was wearing a pair of red kawaii cat shorts. Was it his zodiac year? This style is a bit eye-catching. When it was getting dark, Zianin finally found Kakuzu and the other person according to the address left by Dearman. At this time, Kakuzu was still crawling on the ground nailed by the shadow gun, and the Kusanagi rebel was sitting on his waist with his hands tied to the shadow gun. The two were thinly dressed, with only the last piece of underwear left. Zianin didn't see clearly when she was flying in the sky, and only noticed the abnormality of the two people after she fell. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and that guy was still so evil. Kakuzu had just been freed, and without saying a word, he killed the Kusanagi rebel with a heart-piercing claw and filled his heart into the Earth Grudge. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Chapter 107, Storm. The Kingdom of Waves is located between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Water. It is an offshore island nation. Rather than calling it a country, it is actually a slightly larger island city. It just occupies the name of a country. There is almost no oil for ninjas to survive on this land. The economy is poor and life is difficult. Most people on the island make a living by fishing. It has always been like this, living off the mountains and the sea. This kind of impoverished place can't support ninjas, who are tools that burn money, so there is no ninja village in the Kingdom of Waves. Shikato and his party arrived at the Kingdom of Waves by boat, and then prepared to take a large ship from the estuary of the Kingdom of Waves and head straight to the Kingdom of Water. However, when Shikato and his party arrived at the Kingdom of Waves, a sea ban was suddenly issued in the Kingdom of Waves. From now on, except for medium and small-scale fishing boats, the Kingdom of Waves will strictly prohibit residents from trading privately, and all coastal residents will move inland. A designated trading market will be opened on the island, which will be exclusively operated by the Cardo Shipping Company. The issuance of the sea ban caused an uproar on the same day. For an island country like the Wave Country, the sea ban was almost like putting another yoke on the already poor economy. Moreover, the trade market was operated exclusively, which also meant that the company would directly lock the Wave Country. Any circulation of materials would be traded at the market price given by the Cardo Shipping Company, and the residents on the island lost the rest of the options. Fortunately, the Cardo Shipping Company issued a compensation price for daily supplies and fish on the same day, which kept the prices of materials needed on the island very low, almost selling them to the islanders at a bargain price, and gave fishermen a certain amount of compensation for the purchase of fish. This was completely a loss-making business. The practice of the Cardo Shipping Company led to the fact that the sea ban not only did not encounter strong resistance from the island for a period of time, but also received unanimous praise. However, the actions of the Cardo Shipping Company damaged the interests of many original merchants on the island. Originally, everyone was doing well, but as soon as the Cardo Shipping Company came, it suddenly overturned everyone's rice bowl and directly took over all the channels of maritime trade. Moreover, they used their own strong financial resources to suppress the short-term price so low. The malicious competition was too obvious. They didn't give other merchants a way to survive. They wanted to catch all the big guys in one fell swoop. Shikato didn't care about the disputes in the small place of Wave Country, but the cross-sea ships he needed were affected by this, and some of them couldn't be found for a while. In the coastal areas, there were large numbers of wandering samurai or ninjas fighting for the control of some docks every few days, and it was a bloody battle. Cardo Shipping Company was relying on its strong financial resources and armed groups to wipe out the local merchant forces in Wave Country bit by bit. Only then would he start to frantically promote the interests of the island. Shikato decided to stay for 3 days. If these fights could not be resolved, he could only help them solve it himself. However, he didn't wait for the storm to subside, but waited for 2 old people. Jiraiya and Ebizo also landed in Wave Country by boat, and solved a group of aggressive armed groups on the dock. Jiraiya complained, "What's going on? How come there are so many wandering ninjas in such a small island country?" Ebizo had obviously received the intelligence a long time ago. "Sister, stop complaining. The Land of Waves is currently in a situation where a group of businessmen are trying to make profits and fight to the death. We just happened to come here. Besides, maybe it's just right, otherwise the little scorpion and the others would have gone out to sea long ago." Jiraiya frowned. "Is the little scorpion really here, Ebizo?" "Well, someone saw it with their own eyes here, and based on the actions of the little scorpion and the others along the way, they really wanted to go out to sea in the Land of Waves. If it weren't for this group of businessmen suddenly making trouble, I'm afraid we would have come to nothing again. Humph, I must bring the little scorpion back this time, my dear grandson." "And what about you, Kang, sister? Don't forget the former heroine of the Sand Village. This is what we discussed before we came out." I know, you're too long-winded." "Ebizo, shut up, I'm going to see my dear grandson." "Well, there's really nothing I can do about you." At the same time, 2 groups of people landed at the other 2 docks at almost the same time. One group was hired by the Merchant Alliance on the island of Wave Country, and was an assassination force specially hired from the Land of Water. They vowed to eliminate the obstacle of Cardo Shipping Company in one go. There were 3 people in the group. The leader had gray-blue hair and a single pupil. His right eye was covered by a black eye mask. From the end of the corner of his eye to the temple, there were protruding meridians, like an open white eye. There were 2 seals hanging on his ears. He was about 30 years old. He was a Jonin from the Land of Water, Qing. Following him on both sides were 2 young men. One had a bandage wrapped around the lower half of his face, revealing only a pair of cold pupils without eyebrows. He wore a mist ninja forehead protector on his forehead. He was about 12 years old, but at a young age, he had become a mist ninja chunin, Mamachi's abuser. The last one was Madarumi, who was wearing a blue tube top dress, with long curly chrysanthemum-colored hair covering one of her green eyes, and a fair and delicate face. She was about 15 years old, and at a young age, she had already been promoted to a genius jonin of the Hidden Mist Village. Qing led the two of them while walking and talking, and said very easily, "What a coincidence, I didn't expect that this time it was our three generations, the old, the middle and the young, who had worked together to carry out this mission." A well-shaped figure appeared on Madarumi's forehead, and she turned back with a smile. "Qing, the middle of the old, the middle and the young you mentioned is not me, right? Ah. Is there something wrong? I'm only 15 years old, still a little girl." Madarumi corrected him with a smile, and then added with a smile, "If I hear you call me like this again, I'll kill you." Qing was startled. Is this the genius jonin Darumi Maya who is rumored in the village? So scary. Madarumi turned her head and looked at Zabuza. "I'm right, aren't I? Little Zabuza." Zabuza Mamachi was very cold at a young age. "Humph, if there's a flaw, I will kill you too." "Qing, are the juniors of Kirigakure so scary now?" Qing felt a lot of pressure. He thought that he should be the most imposing one as he was the oldest leading the team, but he turned out to be the weakest among the three. While the three were talking, they had each taken out the signature mask of the Kirigakure assassination team and put it on their faces. At the last dock, there was a ninja team that Cardo hired from the Konoha ninja village at a high price after hearing some information about the merchant alliance on the island. This time, Konoha only sent 2 people, both of whom were female ninjas. Kushina's long fiery red hair was flying, and the forehead protector was tied on her forehead, half covered by her hair. She was standing on the dock at this time. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the Konoha ninja village in the Land of Fire, she was not allowed to leave the village easily, especially during her pregnancy. She was under close surveillance. But Uzumaki Kushina is not a woman who can sit idle. And after experiencing the incident between Minato and Dearman, her feelings towards the Konoha ninja village became more and more complicated. If the land of Uzumaki had not been destroyed, she would even want to leave Konoha. But now it seems that Konoha is the only place that can take her in. Kushina sneaked out this time. Konoha is in a state of disrepair and lacks talent, so it is impossible to tie a lot of energy to Kushina. Danzo intended to directly and strictly imprison Kushina, and the third-generation Sarutobi Hirozen also had this idea, but he felt that he owed Kushina something, so he did not imprison her particularly strictly, so that she was caught by the opportunity and slipped out. By the way, he also kidnapped his best friend Uchiha Mikado, and the two ran out together. On the way, she also knocked out a team of Konoha ninjas who had originally accepted the task of protecting Gado, and stole the task commission. Mikado felt that she must be crazy. She actually agreed to go out with her because she felt sorry for her good sister. As a result, who knew that Kushina's so-called going out was so crazy? She was a few months earlier than Kushina, her belly was slightly bulging, and her figure was slightly fat. Both of them were in this state, but Kushina was not obvious yet. As a result, she actually sneaked out to perform the mission at this critical moment, under the pretext of earning milk powder money for the baby. This is too outrageous. She felt that Kushina had been a little bit of a slacker since she came back last time, and she did things a little recklessly. But she also sympathized with Kushina. The important people left one after another, but Konoha not only had few people to comfort her, but imprisoned her instead. Mikado deeply sympathized with this little sister. As a result, because of this, she was half-tricked and coaxed out by her. Fortunately, Mikado was more rational and secretly sent the news back to Konoha on the way. This also made the anxious Sarutobi Hirozen breathe a sigh of relief. Now that we know the approximate location, everything is fine. We just need to send someone to contact Kushina and bring her back. The ninja world is not peaceful now. If that Uchiha Obito shows up again, who can protect the Jinchuriki outside? Mikado kept persuading this good sister along the way. But Kushina waved her hand. Oh, you are so nagging now, Mikado. Don't worry, we were careless last time. As long as Kurama is here, no one can hurt us. I will protect you. As an accomplice who instigated Kushina to come out to play, Kurama also cooperated. Don't worry, this time I will open the malicious perception in advance. No matter who it is, They can't escape the sharp eyes of the nine-tailed master. Mikado was still a little worried. She could only hope that the people in the village would come soon. She really couldn't stop Kushina. Chapter 108 Orochimaru. In the land of waves, in the hotel where Dearman and his group were staying temporarily. It was getting dark, and Dearman followed his usual schedule and was ready to go to rest. He pushed open the door of the room and was about to step into the house when he suddenly stopped. The sudden pause made Mabuai, who was following closely behind him, bump into his back. Lord Dearman. Dearman ignored her, but frowned and looked towards the corner of the corridor. Samu followed behind, followed Dearman's gaze, and said in surprise, "Hey, Snake. How could a snake run in here in this season, Snake?" The next second, there was a slightly higher scream. In an instant, Yikang, as if he had performed a teleportation technique, had already jumped onto Dearman's back and hugged his neck tightly. Dearman was still in deep thought, but now he had to turn his head. "Yikang, what are you doing?" Yikang reacted and blushed. "I am naturally afraid of mollusks, Dearman." "Then can you go down now?" Yikang was reluctant. "Okay," Mabuai whispered. "So cunning." Samu also looked at Yikang strangely. This woman is really not simple. Scorpion, who was following at the back, raised his hand and threw a 1,000-leaf snake, directly nailing a small green snake that had somehow slipped in from the corner to the wooden board. After doing this, he said coldly, "Snake soup is a great tonic, but it's a pity that there's only one. It's too small." Dearman was thoughtful. At this time, he was no longer going to rest, and turned to a few people and said, "I have something to do. I have to go out." Samu and the others were all curious about what he was going to do. It was rare for him to go out instead of resting on time. It was rare to see Lord Dearman so serious. Dearman did not explain to them. He left the hotel and turned into a dark alley along the street. Standing in the shadow, he closed his eyes and sensed the mark of Flying Thunder God. As expected, in the entire small area of Wave Country, there were two clear coordinates of Flying Thunder God. One of them was located in the direction of the hotel. It was obviously the mark of Flying Thunder God that he left on Scorpion. The other was located on the coast in the southwest. Dearman was very sure that he had never been there. In theory, his Flying Thunder God mark should not appear there. But now a coordinate of Flying Thunder God suddenly appeared. It was obvious that a Flying Thunder God coordinate left by Dearman before had moved there. Thinking of the little snake he saw in the hotel, Dearman raised his eyebrows and his mind moved. The whole person disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already standing in a seaside jungle in the southwest. Tisk-tisk, it's really fast, it's worthy of the Flying Thunder God technique, a cold and hoarse voice sounded. Shikato turned his head and looked at Orochimaru, who was leaning against a tree not far away, then glanced back at a small green snake with a mark of Flying Thunder God under his feet, and finally frowned and greeted, "Orochimaru, Shikato-kun, we meet again." Long black hair, pale face that was so white that there was no trace of blood, and a pair of vertical pupils in the golden eyes that looked like snake pupils. Purple eyeshadow curved the bridge of the nose, and a blue Magatama earring hung on the ear. Orochimaru looked even more sinister. Shikato frowned. "Just say whatever you want to say, Orochimaru." Orochimaru smiled grimly and said hoarsely, "Shikato-kun is still the same as always. The last time they met was in Tansho Castle." At that time, Shikato happened to be practicing the Flying Thunder God technique in a place, and Orochimaru took the initiative to find him and told him a very special news. There was a man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and he seemed to have some thoughts about Shikato. When Shikato heard this name, he subconsciously thought of Uchiha Obito, who had never shown his face. Instead of the real Uchiha Madara, because Uchiha Madara was either dead and waiting to be resurrected, or hanging underground and getting old, so he shouldn't be too active. According to Orochimaru, a man wearing a vortex mask and claiming to be Uchiha Madara found him and threatened to make a deal with Orochimaru. He only needed to use a certain forbidden technique mastered by Orochimaru, and the price was to give Orochimaru a precious material that he couldn't refuse. Orochimaru agreed to the other party, because that material was indeed what he was most eager for and what he wanted. It was very beneficial to his pursuit of immortality experiment. However, he also didn't like the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara. He was sneaky. How could this person be Uchiha Madara, who was as famous as the first-generation Senju Hashirama? So after agreeing to the deal, he turned around and told Shikato about this information. Because the other party's target was Shikato. However, because there was no follow-up action on this matter, Shikato only agreed to cooperate with Orochimaru during that meeting, and marked Flying Thunder God on one of Orochimaru's little snakes, so that they could contact each other later. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue, and said in a grim tone, "Shikato-kun, you have to be careful. That guy has come to this island, and he gave me several special things. The heroes of the past era are about to return. Even you, if you are not careful, you might die." Shikato raised his eyebrows. Impure world reincarnation? That move would be a bit tricky. Orochimaru, this guy, obviously chose to cooperate with him, but Uchiha Obito's actions against him did not restrain him at all, but cooperated with him quite well. It was just that he told him this information outside of the action, and it was really hard to figure out his true attitude. Shikato raised his eyebrows and looked at Orochimaru. "If it is convenient, can you reveal who they are?" Impure world reincarnation is also divided into people. If the impure world reincarnation is at the level of Senju Hashirama, it will be quite troublesome. But at the same time, with Orochimaru's strength, he may not be able to control the complete form of Hashirama Senju, but for the weakened version, there is no need to worry about it. Orochimaru shook his head. "No, Shikato-kun. Although I don't like that guy, he is my partner after all. There are some basic principles of cooperation, and I can't say too much. I can only remind you that it is very strong. Because the summoned bodies he prepared for me are a bit strange, those heroes can basically stay at their peak, and the impure world body is immortal, so you are in trouble, Shikato-kun." Shikato frowned, then looked at Orochimaru, thinking. Orochimaru seemed to know what he was thinking, and took the initiative to say, "It's useless, Shikato-kun, even if you kill me here, it's useless. If I really died so easily, there wouldn't be so many people coming to me, and they would have to choose to cooperate, right? You are really confident." Shikato smiled, but what Orochimaru said was indeed correct. Orochimaru's strength is just so-so, and he may not even be comparable to Kabuto Yakushi in the later period of the original work. But the terrifying thing about Orochimaru is that this guy seems to be immortal. No matter how many times he is killed, he can always come back to life in other places, as if the liquid he left behind is everywhere. This is very strange. Orochimaru came to his door this time to remind him that the other party seemed to be about to take action. Although he chose to cooperate with Shikato, he did not break up with the other party. He really had his cake and eat it too. Who to choose to help in the end depends on the cards of both parties. Orochimaru chose to stand on the side of the winner. Shikato did not care about Orochimaru's attitude. What he is looking forward to now is that Obito, the bastard, will finally show up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, The One Who Seeks Death Seeks Death. Back to the hotel where they camped, Dearman called all the others. It was still early, and everyone didn't follow the same regular schedule as Dearman, and they were all busy with their own things. After being gathered in a room, they all looked at Dearman with some curiosity. After going out for a while, it seemed that Master Dearman seemed to be excited, which gave people a strange feeling. It seemed that many emotions such as depression, excitement, and impatience were mixed together. Dearman lowered his head and didn't speak. After a long pause, he raised his head and said, "Next, everyone will act separately." Huh? This sentence made everyone else stunned. Dearman sat cross-legged on the table. "As you guessed, whether it's running away or leaving, do what you want. I won't pursue it," including Samu and others. They looked at each other, completely confused by what Dearman meant. Among them, except Yu Kang, who was picked up by Dearman, he took the initiative to follow him. The others were basically captured by force, but over time, Samu and Mabu have more or less gotten used to following Shikato. Everything was planned well, but Shikato went out and suddenly announced that he wanted to disband after returning. This was too weird. Shikato explained, "The plan has changed. Next, this place will most likely become the most tragic battlefield. By then, even I am afraid I can't handle it." After that, he looked at Samu and Mabu, "Especially you two, with your current strength, the survival rate of staying is about 0. Uchiha Obito cooperated with Orochimaru, and the object of the impure world reincarnation is likely to be the level of the 5 Kage, and it is the strongest of the 5 Kage, and it has the immortality of the impure world." Shikato does not have the seeking truth orb, and with his strength, he should be able to suppress the impure world body of the 5 Kage, but it is a bit unrealistic to take into account other aspects at the same time. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire wave country will probably be affected by this war. How many people can survive depends on fate. Samu and Mabu looked at each other, both at a loss. Even Scorpion of the Red Sand found it difficult to adapt. He had accepted the reality that he could never get rid of Dearman. But suddenly he announced that he was free again. Happiness came too suddenly. It was a bit unbelievable. Was this guy playing with me? He had been played before, but not on this way. Yukang raised his head seriously. With my strength, I can't help you. Dearman gave her a somewhat unacceptable answer. It's difficult. Yukang nodded and stopped talking. But in her heart, she had silently made up her mind. Unlike others, she no longer had a home. She was betrayed by the village and had very little left. Since she decided to follow Dearman, she was not going to give up halfway. She wanted to see with her own eyes how magnificent this battle was that made Dearman so serious. The Deer Man did not give the others much time to feel the impact. He used the Flying Thunder God technique to force Samu and Mabu out of the Kingdom of Waves. If they stayed here, they would basically die. He chose to let the two canaries fly away and let the chicks spread their wings to their heart's content. The next time they met, they might both be surprised. However, before leaving, Mabu stuffed him with a scroll. She knew the original purpose of Lord Dearman's arrest of her, but he had never forced her. The Deer Man glanced at it quickly, and there were 4 words written on it, the heaven-sending technique. There was no farewell between the few people, let alone crying. The Deer Man hated that, and Samu and Mabu were not the kind of coy and weak characters. After turning around, the Deer Man had already returned to the Kingdom of Waves. The next morning, the sky was just getting light, and the night was peaceful. The Deer Man had packed his things, and the only 3 people left in the hotel were ready to go their separate ways. Without the restraint of Shikato, Scorpion was ready to pursue his eternal art. Yukang chose to continue to follow Shikato, but in order not to cause trouble and hold Shikato back, she had to hide. It was just that the 3 of them had just left the hotel and had not left yet. 2 gray-haired old men came towards them. They were about 50 or 60 years old. They did not wear ninja form protectors, but judging from their footsteps and breath, they were very skilled. Scorpion had just regained his freedom, and his face was full of gloom again before he was happy. Old woman, you actually chased here. Grandma Chihio and Ibi hid at the end of the road and stopped the 3 people of Shikato. Little Scorpion, you have grown up. Grandma Chihio had not seen her good grandson for several years. She was very happy and completely ignored Shikato and Yukang. Beside her, Ebizo stared at Yekira with his old eyes. Yekira, come back with me. Yekira shook his head. Go back? Why, Ebizo, as a hero of the Sand Village, you shouldn't betray the Sand Village. Yekira, who is always mature and gentle, was a little annoyed when he heard this. Betray the Sand Village. Elder, are you serious? Ebizo added calmly. No matter what the reason is, it shouldn't be an excuse for you to betray. Tisk. Shikato couldn't help but sneered. These high-level figures always have a set of tricks. His laughter also attracted the attention of Chihio and her brother and sister, because judging from their positions, it was obvious that this guy was the core of the 3. Granny Chihio was a little confused. He seems to be. Well, it's the S-rank rebel ninja wanted by Konoha some time ago, Nara Shikato. Oh, is it the family that plays with shadows? I seem to have some impression of him. Yes, a member of the Nara clan. Then catch him as well. The little Scorpion might have been abducted by him. Damn Konoha ninja, if he resists, kill him. You can even use his head to exchange for some travel expenses. Sister, you think too much? This guy doesn't look simple, really? Don't you realize that someone who plays with shadows can play so well? Do you really think I'm ignorant, idiot Ebizo? The 2 asked and answered each other, completely ignoring the attitudes of Shikato and the others, as if it was not difficult to capture them. Shikato didn't have much energy to tangle with the 2 old people, and turned his head and said, Scorpion, if you can't do it, I can help you kill them. Just consider it as a reward for the driver during this period. Scorpion of the Red Sand had a gloomy face. He just got out of the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's den. The key point was that he really didn't want to fight with the old woman. And if Shikato took action, he knew very well that the old woman would definitely not survive. Scorpion of the Red Sand took a deep breath. No need, I can handle it. Grandma Jiraiya was still unaware, and still said as if joking, Ebizo, that kid said he wanted to kill us. Ebizo wanted to remind his sister, but he didn't say it out loud, because he also knew his sister's temper. Grandma Jiraiya grinned and showed a wrinkled smile. It's been too long since I was active in the ninja world, so have the young people now forgotten our names? She is Jiraiya, the puppeteer of the Sand Village, and the strongest puppeteer who has carried forward the puppetry of the Sand Village. Jiraiya turned to look at Yukang for the first time. Yukang, what do you think? Yukang first looked at Shikato cautiously, thinking, I think you'd better not provoke Shikato again, he is not in a good mood now. Shikato was just forced to send Samu and Mabu away, and he was already a little depressed. He was not expecting these two old men from the Sand Village. Being disgusted by her again and again, Shikato's face gradually darkened. His narrow and long phoenix eyes narrowed solemnly, staring at the gray-haired brother and sister in the distance with murderous intent. God didn't send you away, it seems that he wanted to fulfill my wish. Shikato's murderous intent gradually became full of, old woman, you are still immersed in the past and can't extricate yourself, wake up. As soon as the voice fell, the malice in his heart burst out, as if strangling the throat of fate, and the suffocating pressure suddenly hit. I'm looking for a state recently. Chapter 110, The Puppet Master's Final Song. The malice was as solid as substance, thick and suffocating. Granny Jiraiya was the first to be hit, and the robe covering her body fluttered slightly. The malice seemed to lock her throat, and the pressure on her body increased suddenly. The air around her seemed to exert heavy pressure, and it was very difficult to move. The deer man standing quietly across the street seemed to be overflowing with black water like thick substances all over his body, standing there like a human-shaped monster. Granny Jiraiya was frightened by this terrifying malice. It was the first time she saw it, and it was so horrifying just by a thought. She had only retired for a few years, and the ninja world had changed so much. The young man she met when she went out casually was so terrifying. Could it be that this level was everywhere? Ebizo was also a little troubled, and said that he shouldn't have provoked this young man. But he didn't have the time or the mood to complain. Since the other party is Yikang and Xiao Zizi's partner, then they are destined to be different people. The brother and sister are here to bring back Xiao Zizi and Yikang, so they are destined to confront each other. In the distance, 3 ninjas wearing masks of the Mist Ninja Assassination Force are quietly lurking in the corner at this moment. They noticed from a distance the figures fighting secretly at the end of the street, and they were all very curious. How could such a small country of waves suddenly have so many elites? Qing opened his white eyes and stared at the people in front of him, exclaiming, so amazing, are all these people monsters? Even the old woman and the old man have the chakra level of a Lechonin, so scary. Zabuza was silent for a while. If the target of this mission is protected by these two higher groups, just thinking about it, Zabuza, who is called a demon in the village, is already trembling all over. This group of people just looked at him from a distance, and he felt quite terrified. If he faced any of them, he might not even be able to maintain his basic fighting will. After all, he was only a rookie of 12 or 13 years old. Madarumi reached out from the deep depression of her collar and pulled out a color photo. That guy is Konoha's S-rank rebel ninja, Nara Shikato. He is indeed not an ordinary person. Qing came over to take a look. The color photo showed a top-notch man with blood all over his body and most of his body naked. The angle of the shot was also a slight turn of his head at a certain moment. Even in the eyes of an old man like Qing, that scene was simply stunning. He was full of surprise and said, "What is this?" Madarumi had already taken back the photo. "I cut it out from a wanted order related to him issued in the underground black market." Qing, I mean, why do you carry such a thing with you? Madarumi opened her red lips slightly and smiled charmingly. "Because, I want to give him a kiss that will melt." As a double bloodstain user of melting style and boiling style, Madarumi has already stood out at a young age, and her so-called melting kiss is mostly just a literal melting. But sometimes, she can also change to another level. Qing secretly glanced at her and couldn't help shuddering. Sure enough, monsters should be left to monsters. At the same time, Shikato also restrained his malice, and finally stared at Jiraiya and Ebizo and said, "For Scorpion's sake, I'll ask again, X to you two. Can you get out of my sight?" Jiraiya's face darkened. "Boy, you will get tongue-tied if you talk big." Scorpion wanted to say something to fight for it, but before he opened his mouth, Shikato looked at him unkindly. "Scorpion, some things can be fought for, and those who ask for death must die. After saying that, he suddenly lowered his body. Take these two old guys from the Sands village as appetizers before dinner. Boom. Dust flew up, and a large dent appeared on the ground. Shikato's whole body was hit by the powerful force and instantly attacked Jiraiya. So fast. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly widened. The deer man arrived almost instantly. The speed of the attack was rare even for her. Seeing that there was no time to dodge, Jiraiya immediately raised her right hand. Puppetry, mechanical light shield seal. Crack. Jiraiya's right arm broke open and supported itself in an umbrella shape. Chakra gushed out from the palm of her hand, forming a semicircular arc-shaped defense shield. The next second, the deer man slapped the defense shield. Bang! A huge shock sounded. The deer man half-covered the arc-shaped chakra shield and directly pushed Jiraiya to move quickly. After stepping on the road, he left deep pits one after another, and directly pushed Jiraiya to the uninhabited area in the southwest. Then, he suddenly twisted his waist, twisted the muscles in his waist and abdomen into a ball, and stretched his arms greatly. In the last blow, he put all his strength into his arm muscles, and at a very close distance, he slashed the palm of his hand that was pushing on the chakra shield with one palm. Boom! The terrifying palm strike was like thunder. But the chakra shield of Jiraiya did not explode. Instead, it barely held on after consuming a large amount of chakra. But her figure was still like a bow and arrow that had been released from the string, flying backwards to the rear at a rapid speed. Finally, it slammed into the ground mercilessly, stirring up dust all over the sky. The deer man stopped here, and only then did he look back at Ebizo, who was following closely. "Sister," Ebizo shouted, but his old body burst out with extraordinary sharpness. At the moment of diving, his fingertips flicked slightly. The corner of the deer man's eye swept over Ebizo, but he soon felt a subtle movement from the geology under his feet. His sight slid down. Under the soles of the deer man's feet, a huge shadow flashed out. Puppetry, whale fall. Boom. Along with a large piece of land, the deer man was swallowed alive by a huge shadow. The deer man could see clearly that it was a huge whale hiding under the sand. To be more precise, it was a puppet whale. Ebizo stopped his steps and stared at the sand whale puppet. He smiled and said jokingly, "Young man, I have eaten more rice than you have eaten salt. Be careful." Then he turned his head and looked into the distance. "Sister, how are you?" The dust gradually dissipated, and Jiraiya responded with a cough. "I'm okay. I can hold on." With the support of the three puppets, Jiraiya walked out. She looked a little embarrassed. Her white hair was messy, and blood was overflowing from the corners of her mouth, but her spirit was still full. She grinned and said, "Well done, Ebizo, you are still as good as ever." Ebizo smiled restrainedly and evaded. It was the young man who was careless. He had already noticed a little abnormality, but he didn't avoid it immediately. In the end, he was too conceited, however. He had decided that the guy named Nara Shikato had a truly amazing attention. The puppet sand whale passed through the ground, then jumped out and swallowed, the whole process of whale fall. With his attainments, the movement he could produce was almost negligible, and the speed of an instant was enough to make it impossible for people to react. But the other party still noticed the abnormality under his feet from the extremely subtle shaking of the ground. It was just that he was too conceited, and the young man had not been beaten by the ninja world. Grandma Jiraiya walked and said, "Ebizo, where's my good grandson? Little scorpion, he won't run away." Boom. Before he finished speaking, the huge puppet sand whale was suddenly smashed into pieces from the inside by a punch. With a huge sound, the puppet's debris exploded all over the ground. Ebizo looked over in shock. "You know, the sand whale is his strongest sealed puppet. The chakra of the creature swallowed by the sand whale will be strongly restricted. If you want to break free from the sand whale from the inside, you can only rely on your flesh. And the material made of the sand whale is extremely special, and its toughness is comparable to steel. As a result, with such toughness, it was smashed into pieces from the inside by a punch. How is this possible?" Ebizo looked over there in disbelief. The deer man was twisting his neck, and turned his head to look over at the same time, and said for the first time, "Not bad puppetry." Ebizo swallowed hard, and now he finally understood why the other party noticed the abnormality but did not dodge immediately. Because there was no need. Horrible guy. Jiraiya's reaction was faster, and she threw a fist-sized ball, which flew into the air and suddenly turned into a puppet lion head with a bloody mouth, and the beast's mouth was full of fangs. Seal, Lion's roar. The deer man just glanced at it, turned around and raised his hand to punch. At this time, scarlet shackles suddenly shot out from the huge lion head, catching the deer man in front of him tightly. The deer man's eyes lit up. He had some impression of the lion's roar in the original book, but he didn't expect there was such a high-end Tibetan move. The lion head suddenly bit the deer man, and took the deer man all the way and crashed into a huge tree. Grandma Jiraiya was slightly relieved. To be honest, when the other party smashed the sand whale puppet with a punch just now, even she felt incredible. Fortunately, the lion's roar seal was successful. However, Grandma Jiraiya's face not only did not relax, but became more solemn. Because she felt that the other party's momentum was rising instead of falling. Bang! The sound of the shackles breaking came. Grandma Jiraiya stared at the direction of the lion's roar, and her eyes widened immediately after hearing the sound. Then she witnessed with her own eyes that the deer man easily tore the lion's head with his hands under the suppression of sharp fangs, as if he was tearing a piece of shredded paper, so easy that it was unbelievable. His right arm injury was no longer a problem, and he grinned at the elderly siblings. Okay, it's my turn. Swish. The deer man disappeared directly into the shadows in the next second. Ebizo opened his mouth wide. Disappeared? How could he not even sense chakra? At this moment, the shadow behind Grandma Jiraiya was in the blind spot of her sight. The color of the shadow suddenly deepened. And the deer man got out of it directly, and reached out his hand as fast as lightning to pick off the back of Jiraiya's head. Sister, be careful. In a hurry, Ebizo flashed through the body flickering technique, flew over and threw Jiraiya to the ground. Then his face changed drastically. The whole right arm disappeared from the shoulder and elbow, and scarlet blood spurted out from the broken part. The severe pain made him grit his teeth. Jiraiya reacted. Ebizo used chakra thread to suture the wound briefly, but the pain was uncontrollable, but now was obviously not the time to be distracted. He gritted his teeth and said, Sister, be careful of the shadow on the ground. The darker the color is, the opponent's hiding place. Not far away, the deer man held a broken arm of Ebizo with one hand, and thought to himself, I missed it, I should have taken off a head. I have to praise these two puppet masters who are not young. Whether it is experience or vision, they are quite experienced. He turned back to look at the two people. Although the attack failed, he didn't care. Because at most it was just another attack. After all, the previous attack not only took off one of the opponent's arms, but also left the coordinates of a flying thunder god. So, the figure of the deer man disappeared in the next moment. Ebizo and Jiraiya were still on high alert, but they were also stunned. The deer man was standing behind Ebizo without knowing it. Ebizo stared at him with his eyes wide open. What a joke. This is flying thunder god. The idea of running away was just a flash. He didn't dare to have any luck in his heart, and pushed his sister Jiraiya away. Go. Then the 5 fingers of his left hand moved slightly. Puppet's secret art, mutual growth. The deer man had already raised his hand to grab Ebizo's neck, but a strange scene appeared. Ebizo's eyes rolled back, but the only remaining left hand suddenly twisted and wrapped around the deer man's arm like a puppet. Chakra lines shot out from his fingers, entangled the two of them. In just a moment, he wove a ball of chakra lines like a silkworm pupa, tightly wrapping himself and the deer man together. The deer man raised his eyebrows, exerted force with his 5 fingers, and directly twisted Ebizo's neck. But the chakra lines did not dissipate, even though the person was already dead. Puppet's secret technique, mutual death. Suddenly, Ebizo's body suddenly swelled up. Boom. The extremely violent explosion overturned everything around. Heat waves rolled up. Jiraiya, who was overturned to the ground, immediately realized that her brother was going to use his last secret technique and directly dragged the other party to die together. She was flustered and just about to rush over. She was overturned by the terrifying aftermath of the explosion. Wow. Jiraiya coughed up blood. The aftermath of the explosion severely injured her on the spot without dodging. But the corner of Jiraiya's eyes was fixed on the flames rising into the sky. A vague shadow loomed in the flames, and then waved his hand to disperse the aftermath of the explosion. Deer man appeared there unharmed, and even the corners of his clothes were not torn. Jiraiya looked at this scene in disbelief. The fatal secret technique of mutual life and death that had risked her brother's life could not even cause the slightest scar to the other party. This was totally unacceptable to her. Deer man patted the remaining blood and flesh on his body. And his heart was somewhat touched. The last puppet technique was indeed amazing to him. Even if the puppeteer was dead, the second puppet performance would definitely be triggered. It can be called the last masterpiece of a puppet master. Dear Man then looked at the severely injured Chihao. She had already climbed up from the ground and spread out 2 scrolls. White secret technique, Nirmatsu Tenjin, huh? Granny Chihao was not going to escape, or even live any longer, but was going to perform her puppet masterpiece. However, at the last step, she noticed something strange and looked up in surprise. In the distance, several powerful and frightening auras were approaching. Dear Man's eyes also moved away from Granny Chihao and looked around. 1, 2, 3. Dear Man slightly grinned and laughed silently. The big show is about to begin. Today's update is over at noon. Chapter 111 Shadow. In the distance, 3 coffins broke out of the ground and stood upright. The coffin lid slid down and disappeared, revealing 3 figures with extremely strong auras inside. Orochimaru removed the restraints on the 3 people, but did not completely wipe out their consciousness. The 3 people slowly opened their eyes. The dark eyes unique to the impure world reincarnation appeared. The burly body of the third Raikage looked around. Where is this? Shouldn't I be dead? The second Mizukage Hazuki Jinjutsu raised his hands and took a serious look. This state seems to be the impure world reincarnation developed by that bastard Tobirama Senju. So, I am dead too. The second Tsuchikage Wu was very calm. That's right, you are indeed dead a long time ago, and I killed you, Hazuki Jinjutsu. Oh, that time. Wait. That's not right, bastard. What are you arrogant about? You should be dead too. To be precise, you were beaten to death by me. Hazuki Jinjutsu pulled Wu's collar, very angry. They were clearly going to die together, but this bastard looked as if he had won. Wu, is that true? Veins on Hazuki Jinjutsu's forehead were throbbing. Huh? Do you want me to refresh your memory? The third Raikage, really? You two have been dead for so many years, but you two still like to quarrel so much? Hazuki Jinjutsu was full of energy and immediately turned around. Hey, little brat from the hidden cloud village. Don't think that you have the right to boss me around just because you're the Raikage. Woo, but he's right, you are really noisy. Hazuki Jinjutsu, huh? You want to fight, bastard? Be quiet. Orochimaru finally spoke. His voice was very hoarse. Hazuki Huanayu is like a fighting chicken, and he confronts everyone he sees. Who are you? Woo, this guy should be the despicable guy who summoned us. The third Raikage, you look familiar. Hey, I remember. You are Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha Ninja Village. The death of Bruby was caused by you, despicable guy. During the 3 wars, Bruby, the 8-tailed Jinchuriki of the hidden cloud village, suddenly ran away, and the 8-tailed Ashiki broke the seal and came out, causing extremely serious losses to the hidden cloud village. Afterwards, some clues were found, which basically pointed to the Konoha camp. At that time, it was Orochimaru who was in charge of the Konoha camp. Although there was no direct evidence, the incident was in line with Orochimaru's usual style of doing things. The third Raikage directly planted the matter on Orochimaru's head, but he did not wrongly accuse him. Orochimaru ignored them and said directly, your opponent is on the opposite side. The 3 of them looked over. Hey, it's the old lady Chihao from the Sand Village, an old one and a young one. Hey, you specially summoned the 3 of us here, but we are only such an opponent. Are you serious? At this time, a wave of space came, and Uchiha Obito wearing a vortex mask appeared mysteriously. To be precise, the opponent of you 3 is just that young man. Hazuki Huanayu was very unhappy. Who are you? Uchiha Obito was silent for a while, and then said with great momentum, I am Uchiha Madara. Tisk. Hazuki Huanayu laughed. Don't joke with me. Uchiha Madara is not a guy like you who hides his head and shows his tail. People who have not seen him in person will never be able to imitate Madara's momentum. Obito, he was a little skeptical. Isn't it called hiding the head and showing the tail for the old man who has been hanging on the straw underground for so long? Moreover, is Madara really as scary as this guy described? I don't think so. But Obito didn't plan to explain anything. He didn't care whether they believed it or not, he just said it anyway. After the third Raikage, the second Tsuchikage, and the second Mizukage appeared, they quickly walked towards Dear Man together under the control of the Impure World Regiment. As they walked, Hazuki Huanayu said, Hey, kid from the hidden cloud village, who is that young man? Which village is he from? The third Raikage, I don't know him. When I died, he didn't seem to have made a name for himself, otherwise I wouldn't have any impression of him. Have you been dead for a long time? Probably not. Judging from the appearance of Sans Ninja Chiyo, it should have been not long since I died, tisk, so that young man rose to prominence suddenly. Could he be from our Hidden Mist village? It seems like this place is not far from our Hidden Mist village. If he is from the Hidden Mist, then I have to give up. Although I would like to test the skills of my juniors, I don't want to kill the outstanding seeds in the village, Wu Wuking said sarcastically. Don't flatter yourself. If you can kill the other party, that despicable guy like a venomous snake would not have summoned the three of us. Do you think he thinks he has too much chakra? Hazuki Huanayu's face looked unhappy. Hey, at this time, the three people had appeared in the field of vision of Shikran. The surface of the third wreckage suddenly exploded with azure arcs of lightning. Please continue, both of you. It's rare for me to come back. Although I'm in such a shameful manner, I'm very interested in that young man. I want to meet him first. Lightning release chakra mode. Bang! The third wreckage jumped out and sprinted over at an extremely fast speed, and at the same time warned, hey, kid, I don't know, be careful next time. From far to near, a long azure arc of lightning was drawn, and it shuttled in an instant. The Chao grandmother lying on the ground was surprised and said, so fast, this lightning release mode is AI from the Hidden Cloud Village. No, that's not right. The voice just now seemed to be the previous generation of the wreckage of the Hidden Cloud Village, but isn't he dead? Dear man has been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Inhale and tighten the abdomen, step forward and squat, one hand forward, one hand clenched into a fist, both arms are like a huge bow opened, muscles bulging. Armament color wrapped around. The third wreckage arrived in an instant, with arcs of lightning wrapped around his body. His fist as big as a sandbag rushed straight towards the dear man, and at the same time he did not forget to kindly remind him, boy, don't fight me, my physique is the strongest. Boom. The dear man took a deep breath and punched out. He was the last to arrive, and hit the side of the third wreckage's face hard. The terrifying impact wave rolled up an arc-shaped wind wave. The third wreckage didn't even finish the last word, and the whole person flew back instantly. In mid-air, half of his mouth of broken teeth flew out, and the moment he broke away from the third wreckage, he turned in to find earthy soil, and chased the third wreckage back. Just after Gui Deng Huanayu and Wu Kei took a few steps, the sturdy body of the third wreckage stumbled and fell under their feet. Wu said, hey, thunder release kid, you came back a little too fast. Hazuki Huanayu got excited instead. He was a complete battle maniac. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he was. Since he couldn't break free from the control of the impure world reincarnation, he might as well enjoy the battle since he came back so rarely. The third wreckage got up from the ground. A small part of his face was broken, and most of his teeth flew out. At this time, he was flying back in the state of impure world reincarnation, and finally recovered as before. What a powerful fist. No one has ever hurt me with a fist in my life. He is the first. The third wreckage couldn't help but sigh. He has the title of the strongest shield and the strongest spear at the same time. With his strength, he is a muscle monster that can strangle the tailed beast naked. I wanted to remind the dear man kindly, but now it seems that I was overthinking it. That young man. Hey, why did he disappear? The third wreckage suddenly turned his head to the side. What greeted him was a fierce whip kick, without any pause. The moment he turned his head, it had already hit his side face. Boom. There was another thunderous crash. The third wreckage flew backwards instantly, his face half ulcerated, and the dirty soil flew up. While he was still flying in the air, the figure of the dear man chased him again, and the flying thunder god seal had already been hung on the third wreckage's face with the first punch. He clasped his fists and raised them high in the air. Like a big iron hammer, he smashed the chest of the third wreckage in the air with unparalleled ferocity. The moment the third wreckage flew backwards, he was directly stopped by the smash. His abdomen sank at a large angle, and his spine twisted and broke. His waist and abdomen were smashed through, and the whole person made a rumble. After falling to the ground, the recoil force smashed the ground with cracks. The dear man turned over and landed on the ground. Taking advantage of the gap between the third wreckage's dirty soil body being broken, he was about to seal it, but a water bullet suddenly shot from behind. Water iron cannon technique. The water bullet drew a long line and hit the dear man's right shoulder, but it didn't work. The deadly splashes of water turned into drops, and stained the corner of the dear man's clothes. Hazuki Huanayu rubbed his eyes, a little bit unbelievable. The water iron cannon could even penetrate steel. When did it become so weak? On the other side, a white energy column swept towards the deer man at the same time. The deer man jumped up and jumped to distance in an instant, without taking this bloodline elimination. Where the white energy column swept, there was a violent explosion wave. Then everything swept by the aftermath was instantly split into molecular states and turned into dust and disappeared. The deer man glanced at it. Is this the bloodline elimination? It doesn't look as terrible as imagined. It is within the range that can be understood and tolerated. Then there is no need to dodge next time. The third generation Raikage's impure earth body finally recovered, escaped from the deep pit, and jumped to Wu and Hazuki Huanayu. What was just now? The mark on your face is clearly, it's the flying thunder god technique of Tobirama Senju, I see. But this young man is indeed not simple. Even the tailed beast ball may not be able to hurt me with my physique. The strength of this body is not much different from when I was alive, but it couldn't withstand that kid's punch. You're already very good. If a punch like that hit the second Mizukage, he would have turned into a drop of liquid, huh? Yes, that's right. But if it hit the second Tsuchikage, he would have turned into a chromosome now. The group of three was silent again. HMPH, no wonder they summoned the three of us to deal with one person at the same time. Are all the young people nowadays so reckless? He is an all-rounder in attack and defense, and he also possesses the speed of flying thunder god. Even Senju Tobirama is not so exaggerated. Anyway, this kid is worth our joint efforts to deal with. It is worth it that I was summoned back in such an ugly manner. Even if I just saw such an amazing guy among the younger generation, it is enough. Thunder Escape Kid, come here. The third Raikage walked to Wu's side obediently, and Wu put one hand on him. Earth Escape, super light and heavy rock technique. In an instant, the third Raikage's body almost floated up, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his body became lighter than ever before. Then, Wu's body began to disappear little by little. In the end, the whole person completely disappeared, and even his breath disappeared. Ghost Lantern Huanayu also performed the summoning technique and summoned his summoning beast, the Big Clam. The Big Clam spewed out clumps of white mist from its mouth. Magic, steaming pavilion. Along with the Big Clam, Hazuki Jinjetsu also disappeared, leaving only a clone of Hazuki Jinjetsu in the original place. In addition, another clone of Hazuki Jinjetsu that looked like a child also appeared, but a long blade appeared on the right arm of this clone. Steaming danger and violent power. Hazuki Jinjetsu's specialty. Shikarin didn't rush to do it, but first took the time to upgrade his Armament Haki. Armament Haki, exceptional, 101%. One of the important reasons why he was looking forward to this hardy battle was that his Armament Haki was about to reach the critical point of upgrading again. Since the last exception, he has experienced many battles in succession. Especially the battle in Konoha, he almost filled the progress bar from level 100 to level 101. The few punches he just gave to the third Raikage and the water cannon just reached the final critical point of upgrading. However, the level from 100 to 101 is not as exaggerated as the previous level from the previous level, but the quantity and quality of the domineering power are indeed more abnormal. In the distance, Chiao-san has already hidden far away. In a battle of this level, even if she uses the Tenkan Matsu people, she can only passively take a beating if she forces herself to get in. Even with her strength, she has no way to intervene. She can only stare at the deer man and grit her teeth to find his gap. And further away, the assassination team of the Hidden Mist Village was so shocked that they couldn't speak. What a horrifying battle. The previous fight between the Puppet Master and the Nara Deer Man was just like a fight between children. At the moment, they didn't even care about the assassination mission. That kind of trivial matter was not as exciting as watching such a horrifying battle. The third Raikage's lightning release armor became more and more intense. And the roots of his hair began to stand up. He raised his hand and used his fingers as a spear. Lightning release, one-pointed hand. This move is the strongest spear of the third Raikage. Boom. The third Raikage exploded and turned directly into a lightning arc. After the addition of the super light heavy rock technique, the speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. This time, he no longer distracted himself to make unnecessary reminders, and burst out with all his strength. A blue horizontal line was wiped out in the air, and it passed straight through the front and back. Deer Man had to marvel that at this moment, the third Raikage was faster than his son who specialized in speed. The chakra mode of the fourth Raikage pursued extreme speed, while the third Raikage pursued defense. But after the addition of the super light heavy rock technique, the third Hokage even surpassed his son in speed, and cooperated with the strongest Ippon Kanjutsu. The strong turbulence at the fingertips of Ippon Kanjutsu was like a blade cutting. Dear Man did not dodge or evade, and his terrifying dynamic vision was enough for him to catch the trajectory of the third Hokage's extremely fast figure. Facing the strongest spear, he was extremely calm. He raised his hand and grabbed the tip of the spear in his palm. The armed color flowed and entangled, making his palm indestructible in an instant. But the powerful penetrating force still pierced the dear man's palm and pushed him to slide backwards on the ground. The little man with steaming danger and violence also waved the big knife in his right arm and chopped at the dear man at a rapid speed, but this attack was useless. But the size was getting bigger and bigger, and it was like a balloon in an inflated state in an instant. The dear man temporarily ignored the little man with steaming danger and violence, grabbed the finger of the strongest spear, and bent it upwards. Ka! The strongest spear was forcibly broken and torn from the palm. At the same time, the black shadow in the palm of the dear man wrapped around the finger, and the finger that was about to be transformed into the filthy world was directly sealed in a shadow. At the same time, the little man with steaming danger and violence also expanded to the limit. Boom! The violent steam explosion directly raised a large area with a very wide range to the ground. At the same time, Wu, who had been dormant in the air for a long time, also seized the opportunity and shot out a diamond-shaped beam of light from the dust escape. The beam of light immediately hit the looming shadow after the explosion, and then another very violent explosion occurred. Chapter 112 The Ultimate Bombardment. The strong explosion caused a terrifying shock wave. Especially the steaming danger and violent power. At the moment of the explosion, the intense high temperature instantly engulfed everything around. The heat rose up. But in the next second, small pieces of hail suddenly fell. The clone after the explosion shrank again and formed the steaming danger and violent power in the form of a villain again. This move is an almost unsolvable infinite explosion ninjutsu. Unfortunately, when he encountered the integrated defense and defense dear man, he couldn't break the defense at all, even the infinite explosion was useless. After the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, the dear man stood there intact. The high-temperature explosion of the steaming danger and violent power could not hurt him, and the blood inheritance elimination of the dust escape could not do anything to him. On the contrary, the third generation of Hokage, who served as a frontline meat shield, was a little embarrassed at this time, and the strongest spear had been forcibly broken. The ghost lantern Huanayu, who used the mirage of the summoned beast to hide, saw the result of this scene and jumped in the corner of his eyes. Now these young people are more outrageous than each other. It's okay that the third Hokage could withstand the violent power of the steam danger and the dust release of nothingness, but that young man was even more terrifying. He had seen the strongest spear of the Thunder Release Kid before, and it was indeed commendable, but the strongest spear was broken by someone's hand. This was too outrageous no matter how you looked at it. Dear man raised his head and looked at the third Hokage who was close at hand. Third generation, this state must be very painful. I will help you get rid of it, the third Hokage. It's really distressing, but now, I'm inexplicably excited. What a pity, you showed up too late. It's a lifelong regret that you can't compete with the same generation while you're still alive. After saying that, the third Hokage turned into a lightning arc again. The speed was incredibly fast, and it attacked Dear Man's side waist. It was still a one-handed attack. After all, he had 10 fingers, and even if one was lost, there were still 9. It's just that his speed was indeed fast, but Dear Man's Flying Thunder God was faster. In terms of speed, no move can compare to Flying Thunder God. Moreover, the third Hokage had already been branded with the Flying Thunder God mark in many places. Shikato flashed out of thin air and appeared beside the third Hokage, raising his hand to grab his throat. After the third Hokage suffered from Flying Thunder God, he had already paid attention to the Flying Thunder God marks on his body. The moment Shikato appeared, he once again transformed into a lightning arc with his speed beyond the limit. In just a short breath, the two show the rest of the people present a completely invisible battle. In the air, almost only a wisp of lightning arc could be seen jumping faintly. The afterimage flickered at a high frequency, which was extremely terrifying. But in the end, it was obvious that Shikato's Flying Thunder God was better. To be precise, Shikato's Armament Haki and Flying Thunder God were both better. Because he took a strong spear of the strongest spear that penetrated his hand, so he took advantage of the gap in the opponent's attack and knocked the third Hokage away with a knee. After the successful attack, Shikato's follow-up was completely coherent. Flying Thunder God. Swish. The third Hokage was knocked back and flew backwards. He caught a glimpse of the afterimage that flashed beside him. In this state, he could no longer dodge normally, but his body suddenly exploded with pitch-black lightning. Lightning release, black spot. The black lightning release that belonged to the third Hokage burst out from his body, shaped like a tiger and a leopard. However, in the next second, the deer man kicked him with a large amount of armed color, directly kicking the tiger and leopard-shaped black lightning to pieces, and took the opportunity to hang the second blow on the third Hokage. The third Hokage flew backwards in the air and had no chance to come down. The dirty soil between his waist and abdomen began to break gradually. Swish. The deer man chased him relentlessly, and his fists and feet were merciless, hitting people like hanging paintings. The third Hokage's strongest shield was also somewhat unable to withstand it. The only remaining black lightning secret technique could not cause an attack that the opponent was afraid of, so he could only passively take the beating. The deer man completely ignored the steaming danger of the ghost lantern Huanayu, and also ignored the dust release that was eliminated by the strongest bloodline of Wu. The fists were pulled open, like a big bow. With a blessing of armed color, a punch caused the third Hokage's chest to scatter dirty soil. The strong body continued to fly backwards, and the waist and spine were hit high and arched backwards. The deer man caught up at a great speed. His body was twisted into a knot, and a violent kick like a tiger kicked the third Hokage's upper and lower body almost folded together, and the man was knocked out at a high speed. Flying Thunder God did not stop and caught up again. The ferocious and violent deer man showed everyone the most shocking melee impact at this moment. Bang 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 bang, fists, palms, legs, elbows, knees. The deer man poured all of them on the third Hokage's so-called strongest shield. The third Hokage's dirty soil body had no power to resist, and was almost beaten to pieces. The dirty soil body was broken, and the flying dirty soil kept chasing the third Hokage who was flying backwards, automatically filling it back. Wu and Hazuki Huanayu, who were hiding, felt their scalps tingling, their Adam's apples throbbing, and their eyes widened. Fortunately, we are in pure earth forms. If we were still alive, it would be painful to be beaten by this kid. If this kid was born in the period of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, he could have formed a three-legged tripod with those two monsters, right? While the deer man was chasing him relentlessly, the steam dangerous power and dust release seized the gaps in his attacks more than once and bombarded the deer man. However, except for leaving behind the terrifying aftermath of the explosion, the deer man rushed out intact every time and continued to pursue the third Hokage inhumanely. And the last punch directly broke the third Hokage's strongest shield into two pieces, and the deer man completely smashed his impure earth form. The black shadow on the ground immediately jumped up, wrapped up the broken third Hokage, and directly pulled him into the shadows to seal him up. Far away, Orochimaru used the summoning beast to see this scene clearly, and couldn't help trembling all over. Lurinjun, you are really worthy of you. It will take some time to prepare to summon that person. Next, you will meet this old friend again. He slapped the ground with one hand. Summoning technique. Bang! A new coffin emerged, and after the coffin lid fell down, a rather tall figure was revealed inside. His white hair was tied up and braided, he wore wooden clogs, and there was a forward guard with oil words on it. There were two red marks under his eyes. Jiraiya opened his eyes in confusion. Where is this? Am I not dead? Turning to see Orochimaru, he was even more surprised. Orochimaru, you are dead too. No. This isn't pure world reincarnation. Jiraiya felt something strange and his face gradually darkened. Orochimaru, is it you? Orochimaru said sinisterly. Jiraiya, long time no see. Jiraiya's face was gloomy and he asked, Orochimaru, even you betrayed Konoha? Impure world reincarnation is a forbidden technique. Even the developer Tobirama Senju never used it to summon his own people during the war. Disturbing the sleeping dead is a big taboo for ninjas, not to mention disturbing their own dead. Jiraiya was summoned back by Orochimaru and immediately realized this scene. Waves of terrifying explosions were heard in the distance, and waves of aftermath swept past. Jiraiya turned his head to take a look. The distance was too far to see clearly, but after sensing a familiar chakra, he immediately frowned. Nara Shikato, Orochimaru is fighting with Nara Shikato? What's going on? What happened after I died? Orochimaru then took the initiative to speak. Betray Konoha. Jiraiya, you are still so naive. It is precisely because of your self-righteousness that Shikato-kun was pushed step by step in the opposite direction of Konoha. The fourth Hokage sacrificed himself for this. Sarutobi-sensei lost a leg, and 2 advisors died one after another. Jiraiya, look at what you have done. Jiraiya was stunned. Who did you say died? Minato died. Orochimaru sneered coldly. What else? As the fourth Hokage of the village, is it possible for him to stay out of it in that situation? What's more, his stupid teacher died at the hands of the other party under impulse. The result can only be a fight to the death with Nara Shikato. Tisk, I heard that Minato died tragically. Jiraiya lowered his head, his expression gloomy. Orochimaru, what exactly happened in that incident? This question accompanied him until his death and he could not solve it. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, but with obvious ridicule. It is said that a man named Uchiha Obito was behind this and framed Nara Shikato. Afterwards, he also attacked the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina and killed 2 senior advisors in the village. I even heard from gossip that the guy also beat up Hatake Kakashi and made him bleed profusely. Tisk, Uchiha people are indeed a bit strange, right, Jiraiya? At this time, Uchiha Obito, who was hiding in the different space, was stunned by what he heard. At this moment, his face was full of black question marks. When did I go to Konoha? How come I didn't know? And beat up Kakashi? Although I really don't want to let go of this bastard who killed Rin, I don't have this kind of hobby for men. Jiraiya shuddered after hearing this. So, I was wrong. Orochimaru, no, you are not wrong. Shikato-kun did betray Konoha, but it was after, not before. Jiraiya's face was full of gloom. If that was true, then his death was meaningless and even made the situation worse. Thinking carefully, when he just caught up, some of the actions of the root man were indeed a bit abnormal. It was just his first impression of Shikato and his subconscious hostility that prompted him to ignore many obvious clues and directly attribute everything he saw to the other party. And without saying anything, he directly launched a trial of Nara Shikato. It was his subconscious behavior that obviously aggravated the situation at that time. Jiraiya became more and more ashamed. But soon, he remembered the prophecy that the great Toad Sage had made. Judging from the current situation, one of the 2 people who would destroy Konoha in the future. The other one is almost undoubtedly Nara Shikato. This shows that no matter what, he will do something to harm Konoha in the future. Now, Jiraiya can only use this reason to comfort himself. Otherwise, even he can't accept that it was his stupidity that led to such a bad result. Orochimaru finally said, let's talk about this. I guess the 2 second generations can't hold on for much longer. You are really worthy of being called dear man. I still need some time to prepare, Jiraiya. I'll leave it to you. Jiraiya looked depressed. Can I say no? His body has already rushed out uncontrollably, but his consciousness has not been erased. Spirit summoning technique. Bang! White smoke rose, and the 2 toad sages of Myaboku Mountain appeared again. Hey, little Jiraiya? How is it possible? No, damn it, this isn't pure world reincarnation. Little Jiraiya was pulled back from the world of dead. That's too much. They don't even let the dead go. There are so many familiar auras around here, especially the guy over there who is beating up his opponent. He looks like the bastard who killed little Jiraiya. Not alike. That guy must be Nara Shikato. What the hell is going on? As soon as the sage Fukasaku and Shima Sage appeared on the scene, they were confused by the chaotic situation. Jiraiya could only say, Boss Fukasaku, Sister Shima, my body is out of control now. You guys go back, don't respond to my summoning. Next, let me handle the things here by myself. Shima Sage jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulder. No, it's rare to see little Jiraiya again, and that bastard is here too. How can I leave so easily? Fukasaku Sage also said, since the child's mother said so, let's play with her again. Jiraiya had no choice but to say, I really can't do anything about you. If you encounter danger, you guys go back immediately. Don't worry about me. I'm in the impure world body now, Shima Sage muttered. I know, little Jiraiya, you're starting to be nagging now. Orochimaru sensed Jiraiya's intention to actively seek a fight, so he returned Jiraiya's body control. Jiraiya and the 2 sages merged into the sage mode, and immediately felt the problem with his body. Jiraiya rarely recovered some of his past free and easy attitude, and quickly rushed towards the deer man. Standing on his shoulders, the 2 toad immortals puffed up their cheeks. Immortal law, magic, toad singing. Guagua the strange frog calls spread in an instant. Deerman, who had just smashed the third Raikage and sealed him into shadow, heard this familiar voice, and frowned from his original excited expression. Damn it, why did I hear this annoying toad call again? Wu and Hazuki Jinjetsu, who were still hiding, also realized that someone else had joined in. That venomous snake bastard has attracted new dead again. He is really a despicable guy through and through. Dearman has noticed Jiraiya and is somewhat stunned. But he quickly reacted and directly abandoned Wu and Hazuki Jinjetsu, who were hiding in the dark, and rushed towards the toad that kept calling. This time, Jiraiya did not choose to fight head-on. It was enough to have learned a lesson once. Moreover, while Dearman rushed towards Jiraiya, Wu's dust release and Hazuki Jinjetsu's steaming dangerous power were constantly hindering him. Without the third Raikage to act as a meat shield and attract hatred, Jiraiya would be the new meat shield, so he could not be easily defeated. Shikato was a little annoyed by the three people pulling him, and he did not even have the chance to brand the Flying Thunder God. The closer Jiraiya got, the more he frowned, as if he had seen something incredible. He suddenly asked, Nara Shikato, what's the matter with the necklace on your neck? What did you do to Tsunade? As Tsunade's teammate, Jiraiya naturally knew the significance of the necklace to Tsunade, and he did not believe that Tsunade would give it away easily. Shikato raised his eyebrows and suddenly grinned. Tsunade, she is very smooth. This was the truth. Shikato also liked this about Tsunade. Jiraiya was stunned, and then his face changed drastically. Obviously he had misunderstood something, and he said angrily, Nara Shikato, you dare. Shikato snorted coldly, it's none of your business. A dead person, let alone a dead person, even if you were still alive, you would only be jealous. Even if Kato-dan came back, it couldn't change this fact, let alone you. But Jiraiya's eyes were red. Tsunade was the most beautiful memory of his life and the woman he had always wanted but couldn't get. As a result, Shikato's words were very smooth, which really hit Jiraiya's heart. Chapter 113 Brutal. The two toad sages standing on Jiraiya's shoulders were a little anxious. The two toads were still performing their strongest illusion. The duet of the toads could not be interrupted before it was completely finished, otherwise all efforts would be wasted. They had no way to remind little Jiraiya to calm down, and at the same time they were somewhat resentful of Tsunade, the contractor of the wet bone forest. The other party had clearly killed the enemy of little Jiraiya, but he actually gave such an important thing to Nara Shikato. After Jiraiya became a sage, under the violent fluctuations of emotions, he took the initiative to attack Shikato in an irrational way. Wu and Hazuki Jinjetsu frowned. The new guy's brain was a little bad. Wouldn't it be suicide to go up like this? Although it was an impure world body, the two summoned beasts didn't seem to be. Shikato's eyes lit up when he saw Jiraiya, who seemed to be actively seeking death. He raised a fist, intending to send him and the two toad sages to the road. But at the moment when he was about to hide him, Jiraiya used the frog Kumite in the sage mode to increase the range of perception and attack of danger. At the last moment, he ducked to avoid the deer man's punch. At the moment of dodging, he used one hand to rub out the fairy technique Rasengan, hitting the deer man's elbow joint on the spot. The deer man was stunned by this blow. He was somewhat familiar with this scene, because in the original work, Uzumaki Naruto also made the same choice when facing the third-generation Raikage's impure earth body. The third-generation Raikage was known as the strongest shield and the strongest spear, and Naruto's spiral shuriken could not break the strongest shield. So he took advantage of this and hit the third-generation Raikage's elbow joint, causing the third-generation Raikage's strongest spear to suddenly turn. It directly pierced his own shield, and took the opportunity to successfully seal the third-generation Raikage. At the moment, the deer man's offense and defense are very similar to the third-generation Raikage's strongest shield and strongest spear. The deer man's fist is sharper than the strongest spear, and his defense is more exaggerated than the strongest shield. Therefore, Jiraiya seemed to be angry and rushed up regardless of everything, but in fact he still calmly calculated it. Attack and defense in one? Then use your own attack to break your own defense. Jiraiya was still calm and rational despite his anger. The Rasengan of the immortal technique hit the deer man's elbow joint, bending the deer man's forearm inward. Success. Jiraiya's face lit up, but the inward bent forearm didn't hit the deer man at all, but instead turned into a fierce elbow strike. The elbow directly knocked Jiraiya away, with such great force that his heels left the ground and flew off the ground. There was also shattered dirt on his face. The deer man succeeded in his attack, and rushed up like a dragon playing in the water. At this moment, the strongest illusion of the two Toad immortals finally ended the long prelude. Toad duet, illusion, unbreakable, buzz. The deer man's forward momentum stopped instantly, and he was placed in a square-shaped barrier. 4 huge Toad Kings stood tall in 4 directions, with huge palms facing the 4-sided barrier, forcibly imprisoning the deer man in place. The deer man's forward momentum stopped, but it was only suspended for a moment. Just a pause. The next second, he stepped hard with his heels, twisted his waist suddenly, and his fists were like a bow, with force in his waist and spine, and through his fingertips. He clenched his 5 fingers, and his finger bones turned blue. A fierce and unmatched fist immediately fell. The deer man had been quarreled for a long time, and his expression had long been impatient. A flash of hostility flashed in his eyes, and a murderous red light suddenly appeared. The fierce punch directly smashed all the illusions in front of him. The strongest sound illusion suddenly collapsed. The deer man did not stop, and jumped towards Jiraiya. At the same time, the steaming and violent clone attacked again. Deerman was harassed for several consecutive times, and the anger on his face became more and more obvious. While forcing Jiraiya back with one kick, he turned his head suddenly, changed his attack, and grabbed the oil water clone that was entangled. Even with the slippery appearance of oil attribute, Deerman still used the special characteristics of armed color and shadow to firmly grab the brown hair that was raised backwards. 5 fingers spread apart, and the hands became claws. The fingertips half-dunked into the greasy top of the clone's head. The arm was raised up hard, and it was pulled up violently like pulling out an onion. This scene was really violent and unbelievable. Bang! The infinitely explosive, steaming, dangerous, violent power clone was directly plucked out of its head by Deerman before it expanded and exploded. Large pieces of water splashed out from inside, the water splashed hot, and the oil and water separated. The scene was extremely brutal. Hiding behind the mirage, Hozuki Huanayu stared intently, completely unable to believe it. His clone, which was formed by a mixture of oil and water and was almost immune to physical attacks, was actually grabbed by the scalp and had his head pulled out? Is this reasonable? Before the clone completely expanded and exploded, it was destroyed. Is this something a human can do? Due to the special nature of steaming danger and violent power, every time the clone exploded, Gui Denghuanyu's body would enter a short period of weakness. Although there was no explosion this time, the clone of steaming danger and violent power had its head pulled out by a person, and the infinite explosion was ended in advance, which made Gui Denghuanyu fall into a weak state for a long time. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be not good at perception. As long as he hid in the mirage of the big clam, he should be able to get through this period. However, the next second after this thought just came up. He suddenly found that the boy who had been ignoring him and would before was suddenly staring at him. Huh? Gui Denghuanyu was surprised. Logically speaking, within the range of the steaming pavilion of the big clam, as long as the big clam's shell was not broken and this trick was cracked, the other party should not be able to see him directly, right? The next moment, the deer man suddenly turned the spearhead and stomped on the spot. Boom! Moved like a rabbit, swift like thunder. His body went straight through a line and pierced directly into the vast fog. He ignored the false clone of Ghost Lantern Magic Moon formed on the side and rushed to the real body behind it. The deer man lowered his body very low, almost flush with the ground, and stabbed straight in like a sharp knife. He was entangled with the Ghost Lantern Magic Moon and Wu for so long. On the one hand, he was too excited by the strongest shield of the third Raikage, and he always vented his fists and feet on the third Raikage, ignoring the 2 second generations. On the other hand, Ghost Lantern Magic Moon and Wu's concealment skills required him to devote some attention to find the other party. Wu was lucky, because every time he attacked, he exposed his position, but it was just in the sky. Ghost Lantern Magic Moon was not until he just pulled out the head of Zheng Wei Baowei that the deer man used the shadow on the ground to search for the real trace of Ghost Lantern Magic Moon. Ghost Lantern Huanai was surprised that the deer man was coming straight at him. His body was in a state of severe weakness. He could not even use the secret water transformation technique of the Ghost Lantern clan. He had no choice but to raise his hand to make a gun. Water escape technique, water iron cannon technique. The surging water flow passed through, but it hit the deer man without even a splash and disappeared completely. The deer man jumped high, slashed his right leg straight into the sky, and then slammed down. Boom! The big clam moved slowly and could not dodge. The extremely hard shell was like paper paste, and it collapsed into pieces in an instant. The flesh inside was kicked off and split into two, and the body fluids splashed everywhere. This summoned beast was obviously not an impure earth body. After being severely injured, it turned into smoke and returned to its home. Ghost Lantern Huanayu's figure also appeared, and the deer man decisively took up residence. At this time, the dust escape of nothingness fell again at the right time. The deer man didn't care and grabbed the weak neck of Hazuki Huanayu. His 5 fingers were like knives, and he used his wrist to forcefully cut off most of Hazuki Huanayu's neck. The dirty earth flew up. Hazuki Huanayu's eyes widened, and his body showed obvious dirty earth transformation, unable to move. The shadow on the ground immediately wrapped Hazuki Huanayu around, and instantly pulled him into the shadow and sealed him. Until this time, the deer man looked up again and grinned at Wu, who was floating in the sky. Second generation Tsuchikage, you are very satisfied with shooting cold guns, Wu. Wu's forehead seemed to be sweating. This kid is too evil. After being targeted by the deer man, he immediately began to fly higher. As long as he flew high enough, you can't do anything to me. The deer man took a deep breath, lowered his body, bent his knees and stomped hard. The ground cracked over a large area. The deer man pierced straight into the sky. Wu immediately dodged horizontally, raised his hand, and used dust escape to prepare to attack the falling deer man. The deer man suddenly looked up, and the shadow on his back suddenly spread out, and instantly condensed into a huge shadow wing. The shadow wing flapped gently. A hurricane roared down. The deer man rushed towards Wu at a very fast speed. Wu was extremely shocked. The shadow of the Nara clan can be played like this. Although he can use earth escape to fly into the sky, his speed in the sky is not fast, and he can't compare with the flying deer man. This is simply like cheating. In just one night, the deer man and Wu had already met face to face. The deer man pinched Wu's face with one hand. Wu was not in a hurry, but complained calmly, "Hey, Junior, give the senior some face and be gentle." Bang! The huge head was crushed into a sky full of filth. The shadow wings rolled gently, wrapping Wu's filthy body in the shadow and sealing it again. Shikato also turned over and landed on the ground, and finally set his eyes on Jiraiya, who was stunned. Jiraiya never expected that the 2 second-generation filthy bodies who had just cooperated well with him would both go to the underworld in just a few breaths. In addition to the 3rd-generation Raikage who was beaten up before. In a short period of time, Shikato has suppressed 3 peak-level shadows one after another. Jiraiya was angry and a little desperate. "Sister Shima, you go back first." Shima Sage was still unwilling to say, "One last try. This guy is the murderer who killed little Jiraiya. How can I be willing to let him run away like this?" Fukasaku Sage originally wanted to persuade the child's mother, but a trace of luck in his heart made him silent for a while. "Just try again, maybe that guy is almost exhausted. It can only comfort itself in this way." Fukasaku and Shima looked at each other, then both puffed up their jaws. Quack immortal technique, frog croak. However, this time, just as the 2 great immortals spoke, Shikaman suddenly appeared within a few feet. Before Jiraiya even had time to form a seal, a terrifying thought like thunder flashed through his mind. Flying Thunder God. The moment Shikaman elbowed Jiraiya, he had already used chakra to leave the mark of Flying Thunder God on his body. The purpose was to kill him with one blow. However, Shikaman's primary target was not Jiraiya. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Shima on Jiraiya's shoulder as fast as thunder. Fukasaku's reaction was even faster. He had always had an ominous feeling in his heart and remained extremely vigilant. At this time, this feeling came true, and he immediately flashed over and knocked away Shima, who was unable to dodge. Fukasaku was grabbed by Shikaman in his palm. Without any hesitation, just the next second after grabbing it, the fingers and palms immediately exerted force, covered with arm color. The small body of Fukasaku Sennin immediately exploded into a ball of blood mist. Only half of the toad head and 2 toad legs were left exposed, which was really a bit brutal. Shijin Sennin escaped, but witnessed a most cruel scene with his own eyes. The child's father, the heart-wrenching voice almost made Shijin Sennin lose his mind in an instant. Deer Man frowned and looked over. He originally wanted to kill this most annoying toad, but was saved by another toad. It didn't matter. He pinched the remaining half of the toad's head and 2 legs, and smiled softly. "I'm so sorry, it's a little too fragile, Shijin Shengren was extremely angry. Nara Shikato, you bastard, Shikato sneered. I thought the toads of your Meiboku mountain could only croak. You have been provoking me again and again, and you should realize that there will be such a moment. A summoned beast must have the awareness of a summoned beast. You want to die? Shijin Shengren's big eyes were completely red, and he completely forgot that it was the main reason for the death of Fukasaku Shengren that he had been entangled with again and again. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind, staring at Shijin Shengren. Nara Shikato, you are looking for death? When Shijin heard this threatening word, he was full of momentum in an instant. His hair was flying, staring at Shijin Shengren word by word. Fuck you. You are not qualified. Shijin Shengren looked at him deeply with red eyes, and disappeared into smoke with a bang. Jiraiya also reacted at this time, staring at Nara Shikato with red eyes. Nara Shikato failed to catch Shima Sennin, so he grabbed Jiraiya's throat with his backhand and looked down at him. Jiraiya, you who keep pestering me are the beginning of all this. How many more people do you want to die because of you? Boom. The last sentence was like a thunder, which directly blew Jiraiya, who was already furious, to pieces. How many people died because of me? Jiraiya's face changed from cloudy to bright. Thinking about it carefully. Just because of his bad first impression of Nara Shikato and Tsunade, a trace of jealousy in his heart played tricks, and the result was that he pushed the situation step by step into an abyss with no bottom in sight. Minato died, Sarutobi lost a leg, and Konoha suffered a heavy blow. In the end, all this was just a conspiracy trap of others. I foolishly became the other party's accomplice. And this time, even though I was dead, I was still unwilling to accept it, so I killed the boss Fukasaku again. In an instant, Jiraiya's heart seemed to be pierced with holes, and the pain was so severe that I could hardly breathe. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Shikato's eyes were cold, and he used his 5 fingers to twist the neck of Jiraiya's dazed and pure world body. A black shadow surged up and instantly wrapped around Jiraiya, who was completely unconscious, and sealed him up again. Until this point, all 4 in pure world body were sealed again. Chapter 114 Uchiha Madara. After cleaning up the battlefield, Shikato looked back. He found that the severely injured Chihao was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know whether she was affected by the aftermath of the explosion and was destroyed, or whether she took the opportunity to slip away. Shikato just had a flash of thought and didn't take it to heart. On the contrary, the long-awaited Uchiha Obito had not appeared until now, which made him somewhat disappointed. It was no wonder that Uchiha Obito could live to the end after he had survived to this point. Just thinking about it, Shikato suddenly raised his head. Because a terrifying chakra was approaching at a rapid speed. Boom. The ground was smashed into a sky full of dust, and the dirt flew up. Before the dust had dispersed, a majestic and arrogant voice was heard. You actually let me revive in this posture. Is this the compromise you forced Obito to make? The breeze blew and blew away the dust in an instant. Behind the black combat uniform was a striking round fan, red layered armor, hands folded in front of the chest, and long black hair hanging down to the waist. The hair covered one eye, and the other eye was still exposed. The bottom of the eye was still the dark black of the impure world body, but the pupil was red, and the 3 Mogatama were filled with a heavy sense of oppression. Answer me. Junior, the pupils condensed, and the hair was slightly flying. A pair of scarlet 3 Mogatama Sharingan looked directly at the deer man in front of him, and a huge pressure suddenly hit. The deer man stood straight in place. Facing the legendary ninja, he did not feel the slightest fear, but was extremely excited. A pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes gradually half-closed, and the corners of his mouth rose. Well, let me first see the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. The dark malice was like a ferocious lone wolf, and it spread from the deer man in just a moment. It directly pushed back a huge pressure given by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows. You have such a powerful aura. No wonder Obito is so afraid of you. Youngster, do you want to dance too? As soon as the words fell, he began to slowly walk towards the deer man, and walked faster and faster. In the end, he even lowered his body and swooped down to the deer man. The 3 scarlet Mogatama looked directly at the deer man and activated the illusion. But what responded to him was the deer man's unimpeded punch. With his extremely sharp reaction speed and rich combat experience, Uchiha Madara forcibly twisted his body to avoid the deer man's fist, and at the same time slapped the deer man's armpit. Under the deer man's sharp pupils, he changed his fist into a claw and backhanded it to Madara's ribs. He wanted to exchange a palm for a claw with him. Swish. However, the final claw grabbed nothing. At the last moment, Uchiha suddenly broke away from the instant body technique and gave up the exchange of blows with a Deerman. Deerman waved his hand in disappointment. I missed it. Uchiha raised his eyebrows and burst into extremely great malice in an instant. What nonsense are you talking about? You clearly caught it. The red armor on the side of his abdomen had been broken into 2 pieces, and there was even a 6-pointed star mark of Flying Thunder God on it. After Uchiha noticed it, he became more serious. He even used the Flying Thunder God of Senju Tobirama so exquisitely. Although he has always looked down on Senju Tobirama, the several techniques developed by that guy are indeed worthy of praise. Uchiha simply took off the armor. After noticing it, Deerman chuckled. In my opinion, I failed to cut off your kidney directly. Uchiha was stunned when he heard it, and then laughed wildly. Interesting, you are really different, although Obito had already told him some information about Nara Deerman before coming here. But after all, he is Uchiha. However, after personally testing this arrogance, he only needed one move, and he immediately gave up fighting him in close combat. The strong sense of crisis at that moment was definitely correct. Uchiha had a premonition that the result of the 2 sides exchanging a move would most likely be that his impure world body would be directly scrapped, and he would even be hit by the indelible Flying Thunder God, and the opponent would probably be tickled by his palm at best. This thought became stronger at the last moment. Uchiha decisively chose the instant body technique and returned to his original position. The setback in physical skills did not cause him much of a blow. Like Hashirama Senju, he was best at ninjutsu and bloodline limits. Over the years, it is inevitable to encounter some people who are stronger than themselves in a certain field. But in the field of ninjutsu and bloodline limits, Uchiha has extremely strong self-confidence. Except for Hashirama Senju, he never regards anyone as an opponent. Because those ents are not qualified. After Uchiha laughed, he gradually put away his contempt and became more serious. You have excited me for a rare time. I hope you can let me play for a little longer. In this state, I am still a little far from my prime, but it should be enough to deal with you. Let's try this trick first. The 3 bloody jades merged together in an instant, and the huge skeleton around Madara suddenly emerged. Immediately afterwards, Azure Samurai armor began to emerge on the huge skeleton, and the body became larger and larger. In just 3 or 2 seconds, a complete Susanoo with a physique comparable to a magnificent and huge mountain appeared. The warrior posture of Crow Tengu, equipped with 2 swords and armor, the huge wings behind him shrank into the armor, transformed into the appearance of a second pair of arms, holding 2 scabbards. Susanoo stood up, like a giant Crow Tengu warrior standing upright with 2 swords in hand. Uchiha stood between the eyebrows of the perfect Susanoo, with his hands folded in front of his chest, looking down from the highest point, his scarlet pupils exuding extreme arrogance. Raise your head and look up at me. The deer man grinned and laughed heartily. Sure enough, only this kind of legendary figure can fight more vigorously. He stretched his muscles, bent his knees, and squatted down. The perfect Susanoo raised a huge blue samurai sword and slashed it with one knife, carrying a hurricane that was howling. Boom! The deer man was ejected, and the earth collapsed in pieces in an instant. His figure pierced straight into the sky, and the shadow behind him extended, turning into a pair of pitch-black shadow wings. The shadow wings flapped lightly, and the sprint speed became faster. He jumped to avoid the huge blade and flew over the head of the perfect Susanoo in an instant. Spread his wings and stop in the void. The right leg kicked high into the sky, and the armed color flowed a lot. The deer man stood on the commanding height, looking down from above, and murmured calmly, "Kneel down, Uchiha." The shadow wings flapped sideways, and the whole person dived down in an instant. The right leg raised high, and chopped down violently with the most violent battle axe style. The complete Susanoo was still reaching out to grab the deer man. The shadow wings behind the deer man just flapped, and his figure flickered slightly, and he had already avoided the huge hand, and the attack continued. It must be said that the complete Susanoo is huge and can destroy the world at any time. At first glance, it is indeed despairing. But in fact, when the body size reaches a certain point, it will face the problem of opening and closing. In contrast, the deer man is as small as an ant. In his large-scale attack, as long as the speed is fast enough, it is not easy to be captured. Uchiha has been standing on the top for too long. He dares to look down on the deer man in this way. It is indeed a bit too conceited. Let him wake up. Lower your head. The deer man's X-like kick was extremely violent, and he directly chopped the top of the head of the perfect Susanoo with his heel. Crack! A crisp cracking sound resounded, and the forehead of the perfect Susanoo was instantly covered with cracks. The huge Crow Tengu body could not bear the pressure under the extremely terrifying kick, and its body swayed. Finally, it knelt on one knee on the ground and lowered its head. Boom! Dust flew up. Uchiha Madara, who was on the forehead of Susanoo, frowned in an instant, and his long hair flew up in his violent anger. His scarlet pupils turned into circles of mosquito-repellent eyes in an instant. He raised one hand and faced the deer man. Shinra Tensei. The huge and invisible terrifying repulsive force spread out in an instant. The shadow wings closed and blocked the deer man, and the armed color flowed on the black wings. Boom! The repulsive force hit him, and he was instantly blown back into the sky. After being pushed far away, he spread his wings to brush off the remaining repulsive force. Standing high in the air, Deerman was still standing there unscathed. The complete Susanoo stood up from the ground, and the cracks on his forehead were also recovering quickly. Uchiha Madara's hair and beard were all raised, and his Samsara eye had turned back into the eternal Mangekyo, showing his sharp edge. How brave! Deerman also raised his eyebrows. The complete Susanoo was not completely useless. At least its defense was strong enough to withstand his almost full-strength kick, but it was only covered with cracks. In terms of defense, it was stronger than the strongest shield of the third Hokage. But it was not a big problem. If one kick was not enough, then try a few more times. Uchiha Madara was on the forehead of Susanoo, and his hands quickly formed seals. He took a deep breath and his chest bulged. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. Suddenly spitting forward, the raging fire as fierce as the sea engulfed everything within the field of vision. The deer man retracted his black wings and infused them with armed color. The next second before the raging sea of fire was about to hit, the black wings suddenly bounced forward. After spreading his wings, the hurricane roared away, turning into invisible giant blades that directly split the raging sea of fire in two. However, after the flames were broken, a huge blue samurai sword came into view and fell from the air. The deer man couldn't dodge in time, and he stood in the air, his arms stretched forward and backward to open his fists, and his armed color surged wildly. The huge samurai sword slashed down, and the deer man didn't dodge or avoid it, and punched it head-on. Boom! The sword and the fist collided. An extremely terrifying impact wave broke out at the intersection. Even in the sky, the terrifying impact wave still plowed the ground under his feet crazily, and the soil and rocks flew up. Uchiha Madara roared, and Susanoo was forcibly infused with more terrifying chakra, and its power surged. In the end, the deer man was slashed back with a knife. But Uchiha Madara's eyes were already twitching, and his original intention was not to slash the opponent back. This is a knife, not a blunt weapon. What kind of monster physique does this kid have? At the same time, the deer man who flew backwards suddenly threw out 3 special kunai. Uchiha Madara was stunned. Kunai? What use can such a thing be? He was even too lazy to knock down those kunai. Then in the next second, when the kunai was about to shoot at the body of the complete Susanoo, a residual image flashed out. Flying Thunder God. The deer man didn't have many of these special kunai. After all, he had just learned Flying Thunder God not long ago, and there was no need to use it before. But now, it's just right. Uchiha Madara, this old man, only had eyes for Hashirama Senju, who loved and killed each other. Even when facing the deer man, he was still too conceited. Deerman instantly appeared at the waist and abdomen of Susanoo, which made Uchiha Madara stunned for a moment. Did he use the Flying Thunder God of Senju to Birima on the kunai? The next second, the pouring fist slammed into Susanoo. Ka! Crisp cracks instantly spread. At the same time, Susanoo was suddenly hit off the ground. The huge Crow Tengu giant was knocked back. After the deerman punched, a special kunai was thrown upwards at the same time. His figure flashed, and he appeared at the position of another kunai close to Susanoo. He turned around and twisted his waist, and kicked Susanoo's side waist violently, and the cracks suddenly became denser. Susanoo's huge body was kicked in the opposite direction. The deerman flashed for the 3rd time, and the fists that had been opened long ago were directly fed with a punch. The 4th time, the 5th time, the 6th time. The punches and kicks were so fast that they were dazzling. Almost in an instant, the Susanoo in midair was knocked up and down.
Even Uchiha Madara's Sharingan could only keenly capture a trace of the deer man's swift movement, but could not make any counterattack. Boom! The complete Susanoo could not bear it after all, and was broken in half. The upper and lower body were covered with cracks. The next moment, the deer man suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already standing at the highest point of the complete Susanoo. There was a Tsunade just shot at this angle. Uchiha Madara stared at the deer man with his scarlet mane Gekyo, and the illusion was launched again. The deer man was still unmoved. Compared with the strongest auditory illusion of the two toads, even Uchiha Madara was much worse in this regard. Illusions are ineffective against him. The deer man clasped his fists together, raised them above his head, and smashed down on Susanoo's cracked forehead. Bang! Susanoo exploded instantly. But at the last second, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed coldly, fearless, and his arrogant voice rang out, "Ha ha ha ha, in the close range, I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest." He formed seals with both hands. Wood style, ranking technique. Boom. He clasped his fists and smashed down, but it hit the huge dark brown ghost face with a thunderous sound. The broken wood chips flew in the air. The ranking technique carried Uchiha Madara to the ground. The ground shook up rolling dust. The black wings spread, and the deer man swooped down, finally turning over and landing steadily on the ground, staring into the dust. The dust gradually dissipated bit by bit. Finally, a huge deep pit that was smashed on the ground and the broken wood-style ghost face in it were revealed. Crack, the ghost face at the bottom cracked, and Uchiha Madara stood in it unharmed. He turned his head and glanced at the ranking technique that was almost shattered by a single move. The wood release that could even block the tailed beast ball completely, almost failed to withstand your punch. Junior, you are worthy enough for me to take you seriously. Chapter 115 The Terrifying Heavenly Obstacle Star. Uchiha Madara walked out calmly, brushing off the dust on his clothes with the back of his hand. Since Hashirama, you are the second guy who makes me give my all and can be called my opponent. Unfortunately, this state is still a little far from my heyday. Humph, it's a bit disappointing. After Madara walked out of the deep pit, he spoke again. However, although this state is a bit ugly, it is corresponding. Under this endless chakra and absolute immortality, there is such a move that can be used recklessly at this time without any worries. Then, he suddenly jumped back a distance, formed seals with both hands, and his pupils turned into Samsara Eye again. At the same time, based on the Samsara Eye, a two-faced giant skeleton of Azure Susanoo suddenly emerged from his body. The skeleton was stained with blue flames everywhere, and two pairs of huge arms stood up, clapping their hands together, and at the same time, in coordination with Madara's impure world body, forming a hand seal respectively. In the Susanoo, Uchiha Madara was full of momentum, his long hair was flying, and his clothes were rustling. Youngster, open your eyes and watch carefully, don't blink, ninjutsu, heaven's shock star. In an instant, Shikarin seemed to realize something and looked up at the sky. A shadow that covered the sky and the sun first covered the sunlight on the horizon. Then the powerful air pressure continued to press down. The clouds on the horizon were finally broken. A huge meteorite that was big enough to cover the sky and the sun fell from the sky. Shikarin looked up at the meteorite falling from the sky. At this moment, he was silent. He remembered that in the original work, Uchiha Madara once used this move to summon two meteorites, almost wiping out the fourth unit of the Ninja World Alliance with one move. However, although the momentum was extremely huge, none of the protagonists died. Shikarin thought that this move should also be the kind of thunder and rain. It should be suitable for group battles, not suitable for one-on-one individual combat. He had read the original novel, but he had no intuitive feeling about the size of the meteorite. Another point is that the real horror of the meteorite should be its terrifying falling speed and the explosion shock wave formed at the end. In the original novel, Shine's Hunksing did not reflect this at all. On the contrary, it was ridiculously slow, and there was no explosion at all in the end. It was just like a ridiculously large stone was thrown from the sky. But when all this happened in front of the deer man, the scene was a little beyond his imagination. The sky blue behemoth broke through the clouds, and the surface of the stone had rubbed out dazzling flames, dragging a long tail flame, and it had begun to decompose in the atmosphere. The extremely terrifying atmospheric pressure crushed down directly in the next moment. The deer man's clothes fluttered, and his hair was flying randomly. At this moment, a pair of dark pupils showed disbelief for the first time. His forehead was throbbing with blue veins, his face turned black, and he murmured softly, Just kidding, the Shionese Hanxing in the original book is not so exaggerated. It turned out to be a huge meteorite over 100 meters long. The key is its falling speed, which is far from the slow and leisurely falling in the original work, giving the ninjas enough time to be shocked and escape. At this moment, the falling speed of the Shionese Hanxing is completely beyond imagination. Dragging a brilliant and gorgeous high-temperature tail flame, it falls rapidly. A meteorite of this size falls head-on, let alone two, even one is enough to easily sink the entire wave country to the bottom of the sea. With the equivalent of two, even the fire country can be bombed into ruins. Shikato really didn't expect that Uchiha Madara's Shionese Hanxing would be so terrifying. With this equivalent of meteorites, Shikato has no intention of pitying ordinary people in the wave country. Because he is here at the core of the meteorite's fall, and it is also the most dangerous place. Almost a second ago, when he looked up and saw the broken clouds and a meteorite covering the sky, the behemoth had already fallen in front of him in the next second. You can imagine how fast it is. In this situation, Dearman didn't even have time to anchor the flying thunder god mark in the distance. He didn't need to spend time anchoring the nearby flying thunder god marks, but they were too close and also within the center of the meteorite's attack range. For a moment, he couldn't avoid it. Dearman didn't have much time to react at all, and he gritted his teeth decisively. The shadow wings behind him suddenly folded, completely wrapping the whole person, and the shadows on the ground were also gathering rapidly. Armament Haki began to flow into the shadow wings frantically. Hardening, and hardening again. Time, it's up. At the last moment, the moment the sky blue meteorite landed, it had been rubbed and decomposed by ultra-high temperature to only a few dozen meters. But the unimaginable terrifying impact was still extremely terrifying. The entire country of waves, with Dearman as the core, was swept away by a monstrous wave of air. The earth rumbled and was completely shattered. The surface of the earth was scattered and exploded on a huge scale. At the same time, this huge shock wave rushed in all directions. At this moment, the rocks and rubble were all like paper-pasted windows. In just one night, the huge impact instantly swept the entire wave country. Looking down from a very high altitude, you can clearly see that the land of the wave country completely collapsed within a few seconds. The surging waves surged up, and in a blink of an eye, the entire island country had been submerged. With just one blow, the wave country completely disappeared from the map of the ninja continent. Even the people who were still living comfortably on the island, almost before they recovered from the horror of the last second, had already been buried forever in the sea. And those who were lucky enough to linger on, mostly died in pain, and the probability of survival was almost zero. The waves were surging, and one wave higher than the other, constantly washing the broken ruins of islands of different sizes. On one of the island blocks, which was more than 10 meters in size, a flickering shadow gradually disappeared. The deer man staggered to his feet, his whole body covered in blood. His abdomen was pierced by a small piece of super hot gravel. There were dozens of lacerations and penetrating wounds all over his body, and the one on his abdomen was the most serious, which was already bloody. At this time, he barely stood up, and his suppressed throat was like a bellows, panting heavily. The veins on his forehead jumped, his eyes kept looking around. And his anger was unprecedentedly hot. Uchiha Madara, a little further away, in the ruins of an island block, there were constantly fragments of dirty earth falling. The deer man's eyes condensed, and he stepped on the fragments of the ruins and the sea surface and rushed over directly. Under a ruin piled with rubble, there was only a mouth that the dirty earth had just pieced together. Uchiha Madara's voice was also a little weak. I was careless. This is the first time I used the heavenly shock star. I wanted to shock that junior, but it seems that I used too much force. The infinite chakra and immortality of the impure world body really made me too presumptuous. Moreover, this move can be so terrifying. I'm afraid it will take a long time for this body to recover completely. Uchiha Madara was stunned when he heard footsteps. In his current state, his impure world body has just pieced together a mouth and half an ear. Hearing the sound, he subconsciously thought that Obito was coming. After all, Obito's main Gekio is completely immune to this kind of physical attack. Under this move, only a few ninjas can be safe and sound, and they must be located outside the core where it is suitable to hide. In the core area, Uchiha Madara doesn't think anyone can survive. Even his complete form of Susanoo didn't last even a second under the meteorite. In his eyes, Shikato is already a dead man. Bang! At this time, Uchiha Madara's mouth was crushed by a kick. Dear Man frowned and rolled his foot hard, crushing the mouth that had just been pieced together into dirty earth bit by bit. Dear Man leaned down, and his angular face was constantly oozing blood. His eyes were narrow and long, his eyebrows were raised, and his mouth was grinning with a fierce look. Uchiha Madara, you should be glad that you are dead. Uchiha Madara, whose dirty earth body was still constantly closing, was silent at this moment. Not dead. This junior didn't die after that level of impact and explosion? And it seems that he can still take action independently. How is it possible? Dear Man didn't want to waste time talking to a dead person. Although he was annoyed by his move, he didn't feel any vent when dealing with a dirty earth body. He directly used the shadow to roll away the dirty earth around him, and sealed Uchiha Madara again, causing him to fall into deep sleep again. After doing this, he couldn't hold on any longer. After a moment of trance, he lay directly on the ground, breathing heavily and tiredly. But at this moment, there was a subtle tremor under the ruins. Wood style, cutting technique. A dark brown sharp wooden thorn suddenly pierced out from the ground. It pierced the exhausted Dear Man directly from the back, and a large amount of blood immediately gushed out of the huge wound. In the distance, a large piece of rubble was pushed away, and Uchiha Obito wearing a vortex mask finally appeared. He endured until the last moment, and then he was completely relieved. But even so, he still used the power of his right eye to hide first. It was not until the Dear Man couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, and he completely relaxed, that he decisively chose to make a move and give the final blow. The first move was a long-planned fatal blow. Nara Shikato, you lose. Uchiha Obito walked over step by step and stood behind Shikato. After he finished speaking from a high position, the kaleidoscope at his right eye had already condensed into shape. Kamui. Waves of spatial ripples appeared in the air. Uchiha Obito was ready to suck Shikato into the different space, and then he would have the final say on his opponent's life and death. However, at this moment, Shikato suddenly turned his head and smiled at Uchiha Obito. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Uchiha Obito was startled and his expression changed drastically. At some point, at the intersection of his and Shikato's shadows, a small and cute little boy was standing. Raising his arms, the armed color flowed and covered. The shadow clone made a series of movements without any pause. A punch was thrown at Uchiha Obito, who was caught off guard. Obito's Kamui did have some bugs, walking between reality and illusion. When he wanted to escape, even the six-path sage would find it difficult to catch him. But at the same time, when Obito launches an attack, his weakness will be exposed. Every time he absorbs, releases, and attacks his opponent, his body must remain in a physical state. Dear Man prepared for so long, and even forced himself to take a heavy blow from Uchiha Obito with his real body, just to relax his vigilance, seize the interval of his attack, and kill him with one blow. Dear Man succeeded in fishing, and Uchiha Obito, who had been hiding for so long, really took the bait. There is nothing to say about this. The shadow clone instantly took a body and punched Uchiha Obito, who was unable to react. Uchiha Obito was very vigilant, but the hard-won victory just now still made him relax. At this time, it was too late to dodge, and even too late to hollow himself. He could only protect his chest with one hand, dodge sideways, and at the same time, give up absorbing Dear Man and directly enter the hollow state. But all this is a bit late after all. The shadow clone's fist has hit Uchiha Obito. Boom. Blood foam exploded. Including the right arm in front of him, half of Uchiha Obito's body was directly beaten into a ball of blood mist. Uchiha Obito's face changed drastically, and the severe pain made his forehead sweat. He was extremely horrified. This guy, at this time, is still hiding his last trick. He has been waiting for me to take the initiative to deliver it to him. Uchiha Obito looked very strange at this moment. Only half of his body was left, but he was still able to move freely. Instead, he escaped into the hollow state. In the single eye state, his hollow state can only last for 5 minutes. This means that no matter what the state of the Dear Man is, Obito is not going to stay here any longer. After being hit by a punch, half of his body was smashed, and his right arm was blown into blood mist. With such a severe injury to his body, Obito did not dare to entangle at all. He directly hollowed and quickly retreated. The Dear Man did not move, but used the shadow clone to chase him. As long as he keeps chasing, Uchiha Obito will be at his mercy in 5 minutes. But just after rushing out more than 10 meters, the shadow clone was in a trance and almost fell to the ground. Dear Man's consciousness instantly returned to the main body.
his face pale. Damn. The main body was too seriously injured and could no longer distract himself to control the shadow clone. The last punch of the clone just now failed to kill Obito with one blow, which was somewhat disappointing to him. Obito's vigilance has never been completely relaxed. After all, he still escaped. Dearman twisted off the wooden thorns on his waist and abdomen, and stood up with his severely injured body. Psychic summoning technique. He slapped the ground with one hand, and with a bang, a white and fat slug appeared. Lord Dearman, you are injured. The slug was a little surprised. In its impression, Nara Dearman was its contractor, and it could vaguely sense his strength. Such a strong man could actually be injured like this. It took the initiative to climb onto Dearman's body, channeling its green chakra into Dearman's wounds, especially the severe wound on his abdomen. Dearman frowned, thinking that as long as Obito took action this time, he would definitely not let him escape, but he never expected to encounter a bug-level ninjutsu like Tenkei Shocking Star. In particular, the power of this move was far beyond the original, even more outrageous than Shibaku Tensei. Dearman was a little suspicious for a while, whether Uchiha Madara in the original work let him win during the Fourth Shinobi World War. Why was the difference in Tenkei Shocking Star so much? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Captive. With the slug's treatment, the dear man's horrific injuries have begun to heal rapidly. The shallower abrasions healed completely in just 3 or 2 seconds, and the larger wounds also began to heal bit by bit. Even the 2 penetrating wounds in the abdomen were quickly stopping bleeding. New granulations continued to grow on the festering wounds. Although the injury this time was more serious, the muscles and bones were not really injured, so too did not need too delicate treatment. With the slug's treatment, it was not a big problem. The dear man rested for a while and stood up. The slug was still lying on his shoulder, continuing to treat him. He looked around. The huge country of waves had completely disappeared. The islands and debris of earth and rubble floating on the sea surface, from time to time, bright red blood dyed a small area of seawater red, and then was washed away. Broken limbs, rubble and ruins, the sea in this area is like a purgatory on earth. Dearman retracted his shadow clone, wrapped his whole body with shadow, and changed his appearance while walking on the sea. The terrifying impact caused by the Tenkei's Hunksing will surely spread throughout the ninja world. It just so happens that Dearman can take this opportunity to make the name Nara Dearman a thing of the past in the ninja world. In the eyes of the outside world, the terrifying destructive power of the Tenkei's Hunksing, coupled with the name of the evil world Uchiha Madara. There is no doubt that Nara Dearman is destined to die under someone's conspiracy, and his body will sink to the bottom of the sea forever. This will save Dearman a lot of trouble. Walking through the sea and ruins all the way, Dearman has not seen a single living person. After a long time, he saw 3 people floating on the sea next to a ruin. Although all of them fell into coma, they still had some breath and were not dead. After the 3 were salvaged, they noticed that one of them actually had a Byakugan, and the one guarding his forehead was from the Hidden Mist village. So it was the Jounin of the Mist Ninja, Queen? The Byakugan could see through the shadow wrapped around the dear man, which would be a hindrance to his next move to the Hidden Mist village. But this guy was a bit unlucky, and a piece of flowing stone pierced his important organs, and he should not survive. This also saved the dear man from wasting his hands and feet. He could not let a guy who could see through his identity live, thus affecting the subsequent plans. Fortunately, Queen was a bit unlucky, and it saved the dear man from taking action. As for the other 2, it was not easy to recognize them. One was a child without eyebrows and delicate features, and the other was a beautiful girl with long wet hair down to her waist and half-naked clothes. The dear man helped her put on her clothes that had slipped off, but he keenly noticed a piece of paper. It seemed to be a sealed talisman paper of secret arts. But the hidden location was a bit awkward, located between the towering snow-capped mountains. Fortunately, Shikato didn't mind and directly used his fingers to pick it out. Madarumi opened her eyes in a daze. Her mind was still in a mess, and she saw a meteorite falling from the sky with her own eyes. The shock was absolutely unprecedented. Originally, she was shocked to see that Shikato Nara had sealed several shadows of the impure world body in the blink of an eye. As a result,
Uchiha Madara's impure world body released such a horrifying big move. Even though they had long been far away from the center of the battlefield, the three of them were almost buried in the sea. Sure enough, some excitement cannot be watched. There is no doubt that Shikato Nara is likely to have died under the meteorite. No one can survive in that situation, right? Madarumi felt a little regretful. After that guy left Konoha, she was quite optimistic about him. It's a pity for a very high-quality man. Madarumi opened her eyes with difficulty and saw a young man with a simple and honest look, who seemed to be looking at her. No, he was looking at the wrong place. The next second, the honest young man stretched out his claws seriously, without any shyness or embarrassment. Terumime's face changed drastically, and she slapped him immediately. But Shikaren raised his hand to grab her wrist, and took out a piece of paper with his other hand and took a look, then he exclaimed. It was not a seal paper, but a photo, and the person on it looked very familiar. Isn't this me? It seems to be a photo on a wanted poster with a bounty on the underground black market. It's not a secret technique. Shikaren felt a little sorry, hiding it in such a place, and thought it was something important. Seeing that Terumime woke up, he apologized very seriously. Sorry, I thought there was a murder weapon hidden here, and I checked it. I thought too much, I'll give it back to you. After that, he raised his hand and flicked it lightly, and the photo flew in and was sandwiched in the middle. Terumime never expected that this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes could say such shameless words so blatantly. Her face darkened immediately, and she wanted to make a seal to kill this audacious bastard. But in order to defend against the terrifying shock wave of the meteorite, she had consumed too much chakra and her body was very weak. Just as she was about to move, she felt her brain was in a trance and almost fainted again. Shikato ignored her and prepared to slip away. He still had to look for Yukang and had no time to stay here. Seeing that he was about to leave, Terumime gritted her teeth and climbed up. Stop right there. Shikato stopped, but spoke first. I should be considered to have saved you, so do you want to thank me? Thank you. The veins on Terumime's forehead were throbbing, but her body was weak and in the wrong state, so she could only grit her teeth and endure it, showing a forced smile with obvious gritting of teeth. Yes, so can you tell me your name? Name? Shikato was stunned for a moment, a name, and then said, my name is Kuroki Ren, a wandering ninja. Kuroki Ren, there is no such person under the shadow, so just call him by this name. Madarumi narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. Thank you. If I have a chance, I will come to thank you in person. It's up to you. I don't care anyway. Shikato waved his hand and left. In his heart, he felt that this man was quite interesting. He had a sense of evil. His strength should be good. After all, he could survive under the Tenkei's henshin. At the very least, he must be an elite. However, he did not take it to heart, but continued to look for Yukang. If he had known earlier, he should have left a flying thunder god on Yukang. Shikato searched for a long time, but still found nothing. Instead, he saw this tragic scene like hell on earth. He felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach after seeing it too much. The Tenkei's henshin, which was at the level of destroying a country, caused much more tragic damage than Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei. Along the way, except for the three mist ninjas, he never saw a corpse with intact limbs, let alone a living person. Until a certain moment, he suddenly felt a hot and evil chakra. Dearman immediately frowned. What the hell, how could Kushina be here? He rose and fell several times, and finally landed under a huge ruin. After pushing away the rubble covering the top, a rather bright space was revealed below. The space of about 100 cubic meters was filled with unconscious people, about 30 people. Uzumaki Kushina was protecting her stomach, kneeling on the ground, also in a coma. Next to her, there was her best friend Uchiha Mikado, also unconscious, lying on the ground. Dearman frowned. Is it to save people? Otherwise, with Kushina's perfect Jinchuriki strength, and not being under the core attack of the Tenkei's henshin, she would not have fainted. Nara Dearman, Kurama's voice sounded. It was always guarding the unconscious Kushina. After sensing the familiar smell of Dearman, although the other party had changed his appearance, Kurama still recognized him at a glance. Shikato noticed the Nine-Tails chakra emerging from Kushina's body, but he didn't care. He just jumped down. Kurama immediately bared his teeth and said, Asshole, what do you want to do? I will never let you hurt Kushina. In fact, there was not much Kurama could do at the moment, because Kushina was also in a coma. It was good enough that Kurama could guarantee Kushina's safety. He couldn't provoke Shikato at all. Shikato ignored it and picked up Uchiha Mikado, who was lying on the ground. Uchiha Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, one of the two children of the Six Paths sage. Since they happened to meet, there was no reason to leave the other party to Konoha. Shikato even wanted to kidnap Kushina, but looking at Kurama's posture, he obviously wouldn't let him succeed. Of course, if he really wanted to do it, even Kurama couldn't stop him, but Shikato gave up on himself. Shikato carried Uchiha Mikado, and then said to Kurama, "Hey, Ninetails, don't tell Kushina that I'm still alive, Tisk. Why should I listen to you, a bastard? I'm not discussing with you, damn brat, who do you think I am? You should have sensed it before. I can even deal with Uchiha Madara. Although it's just an impure world body, do you think you can beat me, stinky brat? What are you so arrogant about?" Shikato stretched out his hand to the unconscious Kushina. Kurama immediately went berserk. "Hey," Shikato said calmly, "don't be nervous, it's just a mark." In the end, he left a hexagram mark of Flying Thunder God on Kushina's back. Kurama recognized this and wanted to curse more and more. This monster even mastered Flying Thunder God. No wonder Uchiha Madara, that bastard, failed. After marking, Shikarin said, "In this way, you should not break your promise, otherwise you know the consequences." Kurama, being marked by Nara Shikarin with Flying Thunder God, it is too clear what it means. Kurama is not unwilling to resist, but he can't resist. This guy is completely another Uchiha Madara, or Senju Hashirama. In the hands of such a monster, Kurama is like dough, and can be manipulated at will. What's more, Kushina is still in a coma. Shikarin carried Uchiha Mikado away. He continued to wander around in the ruins on the sea, and finally found the unconscious Yikang after a long time. The woman was washed to a faraway island by the sea. Fortunately, she did not suffer a fatal injury. There were many wounds on her body from the broken stones, but they were not serious. The coma was also caused by excessive chakra consumption. Shikarin placed a split slug on Yikang's body. Then he put Uchiha Mikado on the ground, stretched out his hand to check her belly carefully, and after making sure that the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, the second pillar, was safe, he withdrew his hand. On the side, after the treatment of the slug, Yikang quickly opened his eyes, and then saw a completely unfamiliar face. Honest and simple, this was the first impression given to Yikang, but she soon noticed that the other party was stroking a woman's arched belly. This made her face change. "This guy Yikang, are you awake?" The familiar voice made Yikang suddenly stunned. "Hey, it was the voice of Lord Shikato? Can't recognize you in this look, Shikato. Are you okay?" I think I asked a nonsense question. Now my name is Kuroki Ren." Oh. The two exchanged a few words briefly, and then used the Flying Thunder God to instantly move to the other side of the coast. In the desolate border jungle, they built a shelter with earth escape, packed up, and prepared to rest here temporarily. Wait until the slug treatment is over before starting again. It was not until this time that Uchiha Mikado finally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she immediately asked anxiously, "Kushina, are you okay?" But after she finished speaking, she noticed that something was wrong with the surroundings. Seeing a man and a woman standing on her left and right, and a super large slug lying on the man's body, although he looked quite honest, Uchiha Mikado still changed her face a little, protecting her stomach, and said vigilantly, "Who are you?" Yikang deliberately scared, "Madam, you were unconscious in the sea, and it was Lord Kuroki who saved you." Uchiha Mikado was stunned. Before she fainted, she remembered that she cooperated with Kushina to support the shelter and protected some people nearby to the best of her ability. Could it be that she was washed into the sea by the shock wave of the explosion? She turned her head and glanced at the dear man. At this time, his face was honest and simple, and he was smiling at her foolishly, giving people a kind of honest feeling, which was very reassuring. Uchiha Mikado got up and expressed her gratitude politely, with an elegant manner, like a noble lady. Yikang said, "Is it just a thank you, Uchiha Mikado?" "Yikang, Lord Kuroki saved a life and never asked for anything in return. This man really makes people feel safe." Then Yikang continued, "You just need to pledge your love to me." Mikado opened her mouth in shock. Is it appropriate to say this to a woman with a bulging belly? Shikato also frowned and stopped Yikang's prank. Yikang immediately smiled gently at Uchiha Mikado and said, "Sorry, I was just joking with you." Mikado suddenly realized that this was the case. But soon, Shikato's words made her no longer optimistic. Uchiha Mikado, I have heard your name. From now on, you are captured. Mikado's eyes turned red when she heard this, and the double Magatama Sharingan appeared in her eyes. She took a step back and looked at Shikato with great vigilance. Shikato had a simple and honest face and said something very ruthless, for the sake of the baby in your belly, I suggest you don't resist. Mikado's face suddenly changed, and she changed to her usual gentleness and said coldly, are you threatening me? Shikato looked down at her. You can think so. Mikado instantly pulled out a kunai from behind, leaned over and quickly approached Shikato. Snap! Mikado's wrist was easily grasped by Yakira. Her strength was originally at the level of an elite chunin, and because of her pregnancy, her movements were greatly reduced. She was easily subdued by Yakira. Chapter 117 Pass. Being subdued so easily, Uchiha Mikado immediately realized that the two people in front of her were not simple. The situation was worse than she expected. Shikato just looked at her calmly. In order to prevent her from making some small moves, he warned her again, you probably don't want the child to have an accident before it is born, so, be quiet. Uchiha Mikado's face was pale, and she gritted her teeth and spat out two words, asshole. Shikato raised his eyebrows. This woman couldn't see the situation clearly. At this time, Uchiha Mikado's face kept changing. Finally, he simply closed his eyes, gritted his teeth and said coldly, as long as you let my child go, I will do whatever you want. Shikato, Yikang. Uchiha Mikado obviously misunderstood. Yikang's previous jokes, coupled with Shikato's repeated warnings, made her involuntarily connect them together and think of another direction. Yikang released the arm that was holding her and chuckled, hey, madam, even if we queue up, it's not your turn. You're dreaming. Uchiha Mikado was stunned for a moment. What does that mean? Shikato glared at Yikang, who was becoming more and more presumptuous. He said bluntly, Uchiha Mikado, I'm not interested in your body, I'm interested in the child in your belly. That child is destined to be with me. Uchiha Mikado's cheeks flushed when she heard this, but she soon covered her belly and stared at Shikato with great vigilance. It would be better to be targeted than to be targeted by her unborn child. Uchiha Mikado always felt that this man was a pervert and very dangerous. Shikato ignored her and leaned aside with his eyes closed to rest. Uchiha Mikado glanced at the exit and gritted her teeth secretly. Yikang reminded him at the right time, you'd better not run around. With your strength, you will never be able to escape. Instead of being caught and liquidated, it's better to be quiet. You should know this. Uchiha Mikado lowered her head in disappointment. She couldn't help rubbing her stomach and gave up her extra thoughts. After a night's rest, Shikato's originally serious injuries have almost healed miraculously. In the field of rough treatment, the slug's healing is indeed commendable. The three of them set off again, and Uchiha Mikado followed him in a daze. Where are we going? She didn't know where the purpose was, nor did she know what the future would be like. Shikato glanced at her, but still replied, go buy a wandering ninja pass for the Hidden Mist Village. The 5 major countries will issue some passes for a fee every year. On the one hand, it is to promote the flow of people and drive economic benefits within the country. On the other hand, unless the country is completely closed, it is impossible for the 5 major countries to completely prohibit outsiders from entering. Especially for wandering ninjas, instead of constantly causing disputes due to invasion issues, it is better to make some passes for a fee and put all the problems on the table. At the same time, wandering ninjas can also be hired to handle some special tasks that are not easy to solve by themselves. However, considering the complexity of wandering ninjas, the number of passes issued for a fee each year is limited, and most of them are circulated in the black market. The so-called black market is mostly set up in some small countries or border areas, usually in places such as taverns. There is just one nearby. However, this kind of place is full of people and is very chaotic. The 3 dear people each wore a wooden mask. But even so, they still attracted some miscellaneous people who whistled provocatively along the way. After all, Yikang's figure and Uchiha Mikado's belly are too conspicuous, and the exposed white skin of the arms and legs immediately attracted a playful or radical look. However, no one dared to come over for the time being. Yikang was used to this. There were basically few normal people in a place like the underground black market. When she came to the front desk, she knocked on the countertop. Where are the people? More and more people were quietly looking at this place, wearing all kinds of strange clothes. Some people were sitting in the corner drinking and having fun, Some were laughing and joking with others, and some were looking at this place blatantly, and even whistling at this place. Uchiha Mikado tightened her clothes and hid inside subconsciously. She was not afraid, but she was a little disgusted by the eyes of these people. At this time, the door of the back room opened, and a middle-aged man with scars on his face and circles of black bandages wrapped around his neck came out. He was tall and had a strong physique. A pair of brown eyes filled with violence looked at Yu Kang and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then his eyes fell on Uchiha Mikado. The snow-white skin and obvious pregnant belly made him even brighter, and he whistled habitually. When it finally landed on Dearman, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. This guy, what a sharp gaze. Even through the wooden mask, Scarface's heart skipped a beat when he was stared at by the dark pupils. As the face of the underground black market, he was used to seeing all kinds of wandering ninjas and bounty hunters. But almost everyone with such a fierce look like Dearman is a dangerous person. However, even though Yu Kang and Uchiha Mikado covered their faces, their enchanting figures and temperament seemed to be addictive to these guys who have been walking in the dark for a long time. Scarface's jealousy flashed in his eyes. It was his territory again, so he was not scared back by Dearman's eyes. He said coldly, "What's the matter?" Dearman took a step forward. Scarface subconsciously stepped back, and then reacted, and felt a little annoyed. The booing of some other old acquaintances also sounded around. Scarface turned around and cursed, "Drinking can't stop you from talking, right? You're looking for death?" Dearman then said, "We need a wandering ninja pass to the hidden mist village in the land of water." Scarface seemed to be still angry and embarrassed because of his previous behavior, and directly refused. "No, Dearman," Yu Kang said with some dissatisfaction, "what a joke. That kind of thing is not very precious. How can it be gone? It's not like we won't pay." Scarface said angrily, "I said no, then no. Get out." The laughter and booing around became louder and louder. Uchiha Mikado rarely experienced such occasions. Her eyes were full of disgust. This kind of place was extremely dirty, so she took the initiative to say, "I know there is another place where you can buy wandering ninja passes of the 5 great countries," but just as she finished speaking, Dearman had already walked to the front of the stage. Scarface was extremely alert, and instantly drew out a big knife and pointed it directly at Dearman. "I said get out. Are you deaf? Did you hear?" The words were not finished. Dearman was very agile. He grabbed Scarface's cheek with one hand and smashed his head onto the table. Boom. The dirty table was shattered in an instant, and blood splattered. Uchiha Mikado opened her mouth in surprise. This guy didn't seem as honest as he looked. Yu Kang was also stunned, but he was not surprised. This was the temper of Lord Dearman. However, at the moment when Dearman attacked Scarface, almost everyone in the huge and macy room stood up in an instant. The eyes that were originally teasing, playful, indifferent or numb, at this moment, all formed cold hostility, or even violent murderous intent. It was as if a pack of wolves had set their sights on the prey, and they all pointed their spears at Dearman. Dearman let go of his hand, but when Scarface was about to get up in anger, he stepped on him again. Boom. Scarface's head hit the broken wood chips again, and his entire side face was torn by the sharp spikes of the wood chips, and he was breathing heavily with anger. Dearman looked around, and his huge malice was like a tiger coming down the mountain, looking directly at the prey around him. His voice was calm and without any waves. "I need a pass to the hidden mist village, but I don't have to buy it. As long as you kill everyone here, I will definitely find one." After saying that, he stomped his feet suddenly amid Scarface's horrified wails. Bang! Blood foam exploded, hiss in the huge house. The malice that was originally filled with Dearman and his group disappeared in an instant. Scarface was subdued in an instant, and it could be said that he was careless, but he didn't get rid of it until his death, which was definitely not explained by carelessness. Scarface's strength was not the best among these black market regulars, but he was definitely one of the most outstanding ones. However, his death was meaningless. Especially the huge malice released by Dearman, as if he wanted to devour everyone present without mercy. Cold and dark. Finally, someone couldn't bear this oppressive atmosphere and took the initiative to attack Dearman. Throwing a kunai. Swish. Dearman disappeared in an instant, and when he appeared again, he was like a tiger into a flock of sheep, encompassing all the people in the direction of his attack. His body was agile and his moves were so fast that the others were dazzled. In just one breath, 6 or 7 wandering ninjas or bounty hunters in that direction were all beaten into blood mist or had their bodies torn apart. At the same time, Someone took the initiative to attack Yukang and Uchiha Mikoto on the side. But he was also easily repelled by Yukang. Dearman did not stop, turned around and stepped into the crowd in another direction. The blood mist exploded again. Brutal, bloody. In just a few breaths, everyone in the huge room was shocked by the dear man's methods. Wait, a painful scream rang out. The dear man threw away a bloody thigh in his hand and turned his head to look over. It was a wandering ninja in his 40s who stood up. He was kicked away by the dear man just now, and several ribs were broken. It hurt so much that his scalp was numb when he spoke. I have a pass here, free of charge, his free of charge for you, I only ask you to spare my life. He had just finished speaking when the others immediately rushed to express their opinions. It was just a pass. Now, let alone a pass. They wanted to give their mothers to the other party. They all nodded immediately. They were afraid that if they hesitated a little, they would be slaughtered again. It was too terrifying. This man was so violent that it frightened people. Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but cover her mouth. Is this really the man who looked honest and kind? After getting the pass, the three of them left here quickly. Only the broken limbs and arms were left, as well as the wailing sounds and the frightened bounty hunters or wandering ninjas. Those who survived by chance were basically useless. Even if they were physically intact, they were destined to not be able to cross this hurdle mentally. With a wandering ninja pass of the Hidden Mist Village, the three of them took a boat to the Hidden Mist Village again. The Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water is surrounded by the sea. Although it is a country with many islands, the main body is built on the largest island, which is very large. It is surrounded by mountains and is shrouded in fog all year round, so it is named the Hidden Mist Village. In all the Ninja World Wars, the Land of Water rarely participated in it in an all-round way because of its geographical location, but no one dared to underestimate this country. The Hidden Mist Village is most proud of the 7 ninja swordsmen, which can be regarded as the symbol of the Hidden Mist Village. It is a completely flat reputation. Unfortunately, during the Third Ninja World War, the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen was coldly destroyed by a Konoha Jinan. 4 of the 7 died on the spot. Of those who survived by chance, 1 has already given up on himself, and the remaining 2 have been somewhat depressed. The 7 ninja swordsmen were crippled at once. The current leader of the Hidden Mist Village is the 4th generation Yagura. Because of some of his personal preferences, the village is currently implementing a very cold and high-pressure policy. Yagura does not like the bloodline limit, and even hates it. Therefore, in the village, the bloodline ninja is not very popular. This is not because it has changed after being manipulated by a Bidoro, but it has always been like this, otherwise the Hidden Mist Village would not have been in civil strife for a long time. However, after this, Yagura was controlled by a Bidoro with illusions, which directly intensified this personality. He began to persecute bloodline ninjas on a large scale, and at the same time, the high pressure became more and more thorough. This led to the origin of the Blood Mist Village. A group of 3 people landed in the Hidden Mist Village. When they officially entered the village, they met the 3 mist ninjas they had seen in the ruins of the Wave Country before. However, the 3 people became 2 people. The senior ninja Ao died in the Wave Country. Only Zabuza Mamachi and Madarumi came back. Madarumi felt from a distance that these 3 wandering ninjas were a little strange, 2 women and 1 man. One of the women was even pregnant. Although they all wore wooden masks, they looked strange no matter how they looked at them. Although the Hidden Mist Village has always issued passes, the village is not very popular. On the one hand, it is located in a remote area and is shrouded in thick fog all year round. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the village has not been very good in recent years. The high-pressure policy has made most people in the village more violent and indifferent. Madarumi has no way to deal with this situation. The 4th generation is not an easy person to get along with. Especially when it comes to bloodline ninjas, even though her talent and appearance are outstanding, she is often targeted in the village. People like wandering ninjas are not very popular in this land. When the 3 people of Shikato came closer, Madarumi felt that the man in the front looked familiar. So, she ran straight towards Lu Ren, smiled and said, "Hello, are you wandering ninjas coming to the Hidden Mist Village, Yukang? Isn't this obvious? This woman is not right." Lu Ren raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance as soon as he arrived. But it seems that Queen really died in the Land of Waves. Chapter 118 Bounty. Madarumi stood in front of Shikato, staring at the dark pupils under the mask. "I think you look familiar," Yukang joked.
The female ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village are so bold? Don't you check the situation before chatting him up, or do you think he looks like he needs a woman? Hearing this, Madarumi looked at Yukang with her brown eyes, and then glanced at Uchiha Mikado, who was pregnant. She opened her mouth in surprise. Could it be that you are all his? At the end, she raised her hand and raised her little finger. Yukang smiled. You are surprised by what you have seen before. He has another one outside. Uchiha Mikado was innocently caught in the crossfire, and couldn't help but look at Yukang. If possible, please don't count me in next time. Madarumi was terribly disgusted, and her eyes looking at Shikato suddenly became disgusted, and she directly spat. Scum, Shikato. In fact, after seeing Madarumi again, he had basically recognized the other party's identity. Previously, she was soaked all over, and her most prominent hairstyle was somewhat covered. It was only then that it was discovered that this woman seemed to be the future 5th generation Mizukage Terumi Mei. And the eyebrowless kid who was acting with her also had half of his face wrapped in bandages. So this feature was very similar to Zabuza Mamachi, and coupled with this similarity in appearance, it was exactly what a demon looked like when he was a child. It turned out to be Terumi Mei and Zabuza. When Shikato and his 3 companions were registering at the main gate of the Hidden Mist Village, a 15 or 16-year-old shark-faced boy also came over from a distance. Oh, Zabuza kid, long time no see, dark blue hair, shark face, a mouth full of sharp teeth, round little eyes. When Shikato heard this low voice, he turned his head and took a look. It was the weirdo Hoshigaki Kisame from the Hidden Mist Village. However, at this stage, neither Kisame nor Zabuza has obtained his own ninja sword. The strength will be discounted. Zabuza stared at him coldly. Do we know each other well? Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. A demon and a weirdo, don't you think they are a perfect match? I am very interested in you. Hoshigaki Kisame is a subordinate of Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, one of the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. During the mission, he often carries a special mission. That is, when the mission is about to fail, all companions who may leak intelligence information will be killed. This cruel mission caused Hoshigaki Kisame to suffer a lot of pain. Therefore, he was very interested in the younger generation who could cold-bloodedly kill all the students of the same period in the cruel graduation exam of the Hidden Mist Village. Madarumi felt a little uncomfortable with Kisame's words. Hey, Kisame, you seem to like bullying little Zabuza. Zabuza turned his head and glared at Madarumi. Madarumi, don't add other nicknames after people's names, or I will kill you. Madarumi looked at him with a smile. Oh? What did you just say? Little Zabuza. Zabuza immediately shut up. Kisame, between the two of us, who is bullying Zabuza? Sure enough, women are trouble, especially women with outstanding strength and talent. Madarumi wanted to say something, but seeing that Shikato and his group were about to walk away, she immediately shouted, Hey, wait a minute. Hoshigaki Kisame took the opportunity to look over, and after noticing Shikato and his group of 3, he was slightly stunned. Are they wandering ninjas? Yukang looked back at Madarumi. You are really pestering me. Let me be frank. He doesn't like little girls. You have no chance. The veins on Madarumi's forehead jumped and her face darkened. Little girl? Bitch, who are you talking about? Yukang straightened his chest. What do you think? Madarumi has a good figure, but that is compared to people of the same age. Compared with Yukang, she is far behind. Shikato interrupted the tit-for-tat between the two. What's the matter? Madarumi took a breath. You are wandering ninjas, right? Shikato didn't say anything because it was obvious. Madarumi asked directly, do you accept private employment? Shikato nodded. It is common for wandering ninjas to take private jobs, but it is not absolute. Some wandering ninjas disdain to take private jobs because private jobs basically don't make much money. Most of them are floating between small or big countries, taking some high-standard higher tasks, which are the big money makers. However, Shikato was planning to stay in the Hidden Mist Village for a long time, so he had to make some deals. Madarumi didn't shy away from anything and said directly, I'm looking for a wandering ninja named Kuroki-jin, who should be about the same height as you. He looks honest and simple, and looks like he's easy to bully, but he's a despicable bastard behind the scenes. He's about 20 years old. If you can tell me the relevant intelligence information about him, I'll pay you the corresponding reward. The greater the value, the higher the reward. There's no upper limit. X3 Yukang bumped Shikato with his calf, and his eyes indicated that when did you provoke this bad fate? Judging from his gritting his teeth,
you seem to have done something extraordinary. Shikato ignored Yikang and asked Madarumi, what if I bring him to you directly? Madarumi bit her nails and thought for a while, how about 1 million ryo? The premise is to capture him alive. You must capture him alive. If he dies, it will be considered a failure. Her money was not blown by the wind. Although the guy looked very powerful, 1 million ryo was not a small amount for her. 1 million ryo, Shikato raised his eyebrows. Is the other party just a chunin? Well, it should be, maybe, probably a jonin. Madarumi was not sure, but the guy could move in a place that had just become a ruin. At the very least, he must be a jonin, otherwise he would have died on the sea. Shikato sneered, Jounin, you give me 1 million ryo? And you must capture him alive. How about I give you 1 million ryo and you help me capture a jonin alive? Madarumi's cheeks were slightly red, which seemed to be a little low. It was rare to meet a wandering ninja, and he seemed to be quite strong. Even if he heard that the other party was a jonin, he could not change his face. So she didn't want to miss this opportunity, and said with difficulty, 2 million taels. Lu Ren turned and left. Tirumi Mei hurriedly chased after him. Wait, 3, no, 4 million taels. How about 4 million taels? Lu Ren stopped, turned back and stretched out 5 fingers. One price, 5 million taels. I will definitely bring him to you alive. His 5 million taels. Even she was quite strenuous with this amount of money. This is to give away all the dowry money that she had worked hard to save. This bastard has a really big appetite, damn it. However, when she thought of being treated like that by someone before, Tirumi Mei gritted her teeth even more. Her face changed from cloudy to bright, and finally she said with difficulty, okay, 5 million taels is 5 million taels, but the premise is to capture him alive. Lu Ren nodded, and then stretched out his hand directly. Okay, then you can pay. Tirumi Mei was stunned. What does that mean? Shikato took off the mask on his face and pointed at himself. Is the person you are looking for this person? Madarumi immediately nodded excitedly. Yes, that's it. It's this hateful face. Huh? Wait, you guy. After the excitement of Madarumi, she immediately reacted, and her eyes were already full of anger. No wonder this guy looked familiar. It turned out to be you, the bastard, Kuroki-jin. Shikato, give me money. According to the verbal agreement just now, I have captured him alive and sent him to you. Give me the money. Madarumi was furious, but it was not easy to do it directly. After all, the other party saved her. And he was a wandering ninja with a pass. It seemed that he was planning to stay in the hidden mist village for a long time. He even brought a pregnant woman with him. It was estimated that he would not leave in the short term. Such a person should obviously not be treated as an enemy. If it was in private, it didn't matter how to solve it, but in public, she couldn't be rude. Madarumi left a sentence angrily, wait for me, then she turned and left. Shikato said, you haven't paid yet, you want to default on your debt, right? Madarumi stopped and threw a coin to him from her wallet. You bastard is worth this much for now, take it or not. Shikato raised his hand to catch it, and said with a click of the tongue, it's 100 taels. Yagura took a look and laughed, it's so cheap, why don't I support you? I will definitely give you more than her. Uchiha Mikoto on the side also smiled for the first time, 100 taels, it's really quite cheap. Shikato and his 3 companions rented a room in Kirigakure and settled down temporarily. The Kirigakure ANBU often monitors the surrounding area. But it's not a big problem. Shikato is not ready to take action against Kirigakure for the time being, at least he won't take action before there is a suitable opportunity. Although Kirigakure has been in civil strife for a long time, most of it is located on the surrounding islands, so it doesn't have a big impact on the whole. Moreover, it is currently in the recuperation period after the Third World War, and even the bloodline family that is dissatisfied with Yagura needs a buffer for a while. After living peacefully for more than 10 days, Madarumi suddenly came to visit again, accompanied by the shark-faced Hashigaki Kisame. When Madarumi came in, she saw someone sitting on a lounge chair in the yard, basking in the sun and drinking wine. Uchiha Mikoto poured him wine from time to time. Although she wanted to add something to it, she didn't dare to, and she didn't have to. She has now adapted to it a little. This man is not as bad as she expected. At least, he didn't behave too much towards her and always respected her. Of course, the premise is that she has always been very obedient and cooperated with him. However, in the eyes of Madarumi, this scene is already too much. He actually let a pregnant woman serve him while he sat aside and enjoyed it. This guy is really not as honest as he looks. He is simply a bastard. Madarumi couldn't help but sarcastically say, "You really know how to enjoy yourself," Shikato simply said. Proper exercise is good for her. At this moment, Yukang came out with a prepared lunch. Madarumi immediately responded, "Is it good for her too?" Yukang put the lunch on a stone table, raised his head and smiled. "I am happy to do so." Madarumi's face suddenly darkened. "Stinky woman, don't you have any self-esteem at all?" Yukang was also looking at her. "Stinky girl, you keep pestering me, right?" Hoshigaki Kisame always felt that there was a spark in the eyes of these two women. It gave him a headache, and he took the initiative to say, "Madarumi, we are here for something serious to do, right?" Madarumi took a deep breath, suppressed her irritation, and looked at Shikato again. "If it's convenient, how about asking irrelevant people to leave for a while?" Judging from the situation, it was obvious that there was a special hiring task in the Hidden Mist village, and wandering ninjas were needed to help execute it. Shikato nodded to Uchiha Mikado and Yukang. The two retreated temporarily. When leaving, Madarumi couldn't help but show a smug smile to Yukang. Yukang was not to be outdone. He straightened his body and mouthed back, "You stinky girl, you don't stand it." Madarumi's face darkened. Who would be interested in that bastard? But she couldn't stand being provoked by Yukang all the time, and she looked at Shikato with a bit of amusement. Why not try to hook this bastard, and then kick him away ruthlessly? Anyway, this guy is quite hateful. Just kill two birds with one stone, and take revenge on that arrogant stinky woman. It would be best if I could instigate him to kick that stinky woman. Thinking of this, Madarumi immediately smiled like a flower. Hoshigaki Kisame always felt that his companion beside him was emitting black air all over his body. So scary. Is this the genius Madarumi with double blood inheritance? This malice is so scary. Now that we are talking about business, Shikato's expression has become serious. Shikato sat up straight, poured himself another glass of wine, drank it all in one gulp, put down the glass and said directly, "What's the matter?" Ninja from the mist. At this moment, that plain, honest face had a pair of sharp pupils that were completely inconsistent with his temperament. Hoshigaki Kisame frowned. This wandering ninja was not simple. He took the initiative to say, "Mr. Kuroki has been in the Hidden Mist village for a few days. It just so happens that there is a special employment mission in the village. I wonder if you want to take it." "Shikato, how much is the bounty?" "Hoshigaki Kisame, don't you want to ask about the level?" "It doesn't matter, tisk, it doesn't matter, you are really generous. So, what is the bounty for the mission?" 10 million taels, 10 million taels. 10 million taels may seem like a lot, but in fact, this amount of money is not enough to spend in the world of Naruto. However, compared to the mission, a mission of 10 million level is basically a watershed of high level. Of course, if the village issues it themselves, the high-level tasks will not earn so much money. Only when hiring outsiders will the money be so high. There is no other way. Some tasks that cannot be seen in the light are not convenient for the village to come forward. They can only hire outsiders or carry them out in secret. Chapter 119, a little more cruel. The Snow Clan is also very impressive among the major families in the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water. Especially the bloodline limit ice escape in the family, and even has a variety of secret killing moves based on ice escape. The scale of the clan's ninjas is about 300 people, and if ordinary civilians are included, the number is nearly 1,000. Among them, there are more than 30 elite jonins, more than 100 shunins, and hundreds of genins. The clan still adheres to the elite system, so the proportion of elites is very high. The target of the mission entrusted by the Hidden Mist village this time is the Snow Clan. Most of the people in the Snow Clan hate war and love peace. During the Third Ninja World War, facing some orders from the fourth generation Yagura, there were many problems of negative treatment. At the same time, because of Yagura's malice towards the bloodline ninjas, the Snow Clan felt more and more excluded in the village. The villagers are hostile to the bloodline ninjas, and the atmosphere of public opinion is getting worse and worse. In addition, the fourth generation Yagura was very dissatisfied with the performance of the Snow Clan during the Third War, which indirectly led to the increasing pressure on the Snow Clan in the village. The Snow Clan seemed to be unable to bear it. There was intelligence that the Snow Clan was going to flee the Land of Water while the Hidden Mist village was recuperating. This was a complete betrayal in the eyes of the fourth Mizukage Yagura. The Snow Clan was the Snow Clan of the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water, and could only be the Snow Clan of the Hidden Mist Village. It was so when they were alive, and it was the same when they were dead. The task that Shikato received was to cooperate with the Hidden Mist Village to launch an operation to wipe out the Snow Clan. He was not the only wandering ninja traveling with him, but also 11 other wandering ninjas who were also hired. And it was obvious that everyone's level was very good. It should be said that except for Shikato, they were basically hired on purpose. In addition, there were also the elite of the Hidden Mist Village, the assassination team, and many people were dispatched. These people all wore standard Hidden Mist ninja suits and wore masks with watermark patterns. They were all meticulous, and their eyes were filled with indifference and coldness. Before setting off, as the commander-in-chief of this extermination operation, the elite Jounin of the Mist Ninja, Hozuki Kazuki, came to the Wave Ninja to give them some instructions. As agreed, each of you is only responsible for dealing with the area within the designated range. You don't need to meddle in other places. Within the designated area, you can deal with a mission target at will. But after exceeding the scope of the mission target, any unnecessary action will be regarded as a provocation to the Hidden Mist Village, and the consequences will be at your own risk. After saying this, Kazuki added, "If you have any questions, it's best to ask now. I don't have time to keep an eye on you." A wandering ninja carrying a huge scroll said, "Can we cooperate with each other when we take action? After all, it's a bloodline family. If it's one person, it's inevitable that it will be a little stretched." As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately echoed, "That's right. Although your Kurigakure assassination team has also sent people, it is obvious that the ones handed over to outsiders like us are the most difficult ones. If we can divide the work and cooperate, the risk should be reduced a lot." "I agree. Second, I don't mind. After all, cooperation also means that the scope of responsibility will be doubled." In fact, the difference is not that big, seeing that several wandering ninjas had not spoken. The first scroll ninja to speak asked, "What about you? What do you think?" The Rakshasa masked ninja said in a hoarse voice, "I don't care what you do," and similarly, "Don't care what I do." Another ninja wrapped in bandages also said, "Same, I won't cooperate with others on such matters. Hunting is a delicacy that belongs to me alone." Another ninja in a black windbreaker was even more direct, "Cooperation. That's something only rubbish would consider. On the contrary, I care more about the arbitrary disposal in a mission description. Is it really possible to dispose of it at will?" At the end, the windbreaker ninja was obviously a little excited. At the same time, his words also reminded the other ninjas. As wandering ninjas, most people have a low bottom line. If they really act recklessly, it will be a disaster for the mission target, especially for women. Finally, the deer man, wearing a wooden mask, saw that everyone else was looking at him, so he said calmly, "I'm used to being alone, and I'm fine being alone." After that, he turned his head and looked at the windbreaker ninja beside him. "Also, you'd better stay away from me." The windbreaker ninja looked at him with red eyes and said provocatively, "Huh, bastard, don't you have any advice?" The deer man said calmly, "I do have some ideas." "Enough." Ghost Lantern Eclipse Moon quickly interrupted the rising smell of gunpowder and said coldly, "It's up to you to cooperate or not, and it's just as you think. No matter what you do, as long as you solve the targets of the Snow Clan within the range, your mission will be accomplished. But the same thing, if you exceed the specified range, you will bear the consequences if you cross the line." Any questions? No one else spoke, and this time it was the deer man who spoke. "If I can solve the targets in 2 ranges, can I get the bounty for 2 tasks? Ghost Lantern Eclipse Moon raised his eyebrows. "Of course, but the premise is that no one else will share the other bounty with you." "Okay," deer man nodded. The next second, the whole person disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already standing in front of the windbreaker ninja, and stabbed the other's chest with his hands. So fast. This speed surprised everyone present. Although Deer Man's speed is not as good as those top speed ninjas, it depends on the level of the object of comparison. There are very few ordinary Jonins, even elite Jonins, who can match Deer Man in speed. Windbreaker Ninja was surprised, but he was very experienced and reacted quickly. He was not a pushover either. His fierce nature was exposed. He did not retreat but advanced, and suddenly stabbed out a third hand from the wide collar of his windbreaker. He shook his fist, and on his fist was a black and sharp brass knuckle, which was obviously poisoned, and hit Deer Man's hand knife directly. The Deer Man was fast, but his balance, dynamic vision, and reaction speed were even faster. He changed his moves and changed his hand knife into a claw, grabbing the wrist of his third hand with his backhand. The collar of the windbreaker took this opportunity to stab out the fourth hand again, and directly grabbed the right wrist of the deer man with his backhand. The deer man's eyes were very calm, and he staggered his steps and pushed the solid lower body of the windbreaker. With his right arm as the center of the circle, he took advantage of the situation and threw the whole person up. Then he clenched his left fist and punched the windbreaker's waist and abdomen. At the moment, the windbreaker fell to the ground. The windbreaker's face changed. Earth escape, earth spear. The whole body instantly turned black and hardened. The next second, a punch landed. Boom. The ground collapsed and collapsed like a spider web. The windbreaker's waist and abdomen were pierced, and more than half of his waist and abdomen were directly shattered into minced meat. The upper and lower parts of the whole person were only tightly connected by a small piece of skin. This picture was really horrifying. The other ninjas stared at the deer man with wide eyes, and felt their throats were so dry that they seemed to be stuck by something. They couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Until this moment, the windbreaker ninja was still panting like a bellows. But it was getting weaker and weaker, and the slightly red pupils were extremely wide, with bloodshot eyes. The huge wound continued to bleed, dyeing the broken earth red. The deer man broke open the fourth hand that was holding his wrist, and at the same time, the windbreaker ninja also stopped breathing completely. The deer man turned around and looked at the ghost light eclipse moon. In this way, no one will share the second bounty with me. The ghost light eclipse moon didn't say anything, but squinted his eyes. This guy is so powerful. Amazing speed, sharp skills, extremely fast reaction, and amazing strength. He had dealt with a windbreaker ninja before, and he was a very difficult ninja, but it only took a few seconds, and he was killed with a punch. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's really hard to believe. On the side, the bandaged ninja watched it intently and couldn't help but get excited. Haha, you and I are the same kind. Deer man glanced at him but didn't say anything. It was obvious that this guy was a ninja who enjoyed killing. He accepted the mission not just for the mission bounty. However, it's a bit narcissistic to say that we are the same kind. Don't be silly, you are not qualified. The ninja with the Rakshasa mask said hoarsely, what a scary physical skill, it made me excited. That waste of 4 hands, let him die. I have disliked him for a long time. The other ninjas were a little silent at this time. It was not until this moment that they realized that there were obviously some monsters among the ninjas who came together to carry out the mission. Compared with these 3 people, the other ninjas who have been advocating cooperation looked particularly pale. Kazuki didn't care about the death of the 4-handed ninja, and said directly, no other questions, let's get ready to set off. In the other direction in the distance, a group of more than 20 mist ninjas were gathering together, each wearing a mask with a watermark pattern unique to the assassination team. They could see the situation on the side of the ninja clearly, and they were also talking in a low voice. One of the mist ninjas with short black hair was sitting in the middle and spoke first. I have dealt with the other 11 wandering ninjas more than once, but who is that bastard wearing a wooden mask and behaving so arrogantly? Why don't I have any information about his past missions? A female mist ninja with long black hair on the side said lightly, it is said that the guy was recommended by Madarumi. He is a wandering ninja who has just arrived. I don't know if it is true or not, Madarumi. Tisk. The black-haired mist ninja snorted with a nasal sound, then narrowed his eyes and said, that woman will be mine sooner or later. Another companion on the side said, Madarumi, she is very powerful, she has double bloodline. The black-haired mist ninja's eyes flashed with a strong possessive desire, so what if she has double bloodline? The hidden mist village does not need a bloodline limiter. Just be a good wife and take care of your children. Sakuma, you are too obsessed with Madarumi. She is not an ordinary genius. Even you can't do anything wrong. Humph, come to think of it, I heard that Madarumi seemed to be very familiar with that wandering ninja, so she recommended him. That's normal, that guy's strength is really good. The wandering ninja 4-handed is a tricky guy, but he couldn't even survive a few breaths under that guy's hands. Someone else joined in. Indeed, even watching from a distance, it's pretty scary. Hey, what you said is a bit too much. You don't think he alone is enough to make all of us afraid? The group began to argue with each other, and the topic changed all the time. By the way, Lord Mizukage, why does he have to let these wandering ninja trash get involved? It's obviously the village's own business, idiot. The Snow Clan is not simple. Don't be fooled by their usually friendly appearance. If they are really angered, It will be very difficult to deal with them given the current situation in the village. Are the Snow Clans so powerful? Why don't I hear people talk about it so much? Keep a low profile. This clan is pacifist. They have been dragging Lord Mizukage's feet during the Third World War. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been beaten back by a half-crippled Konoha so quickly, so, these wandering ninjas can only laugh now. What they will face later are not ordinary ninjas, they will die. Do you really think that 10 million Ryo is so easy to take? Don't be silly. Besides, even if the mission is really completed, if there are too many people, we may have to send them off. There's no way. The village doesn't have so much spare money to pay for this high mission bounty. If there are too many people, we can only help them passively reduce the number of people. Tisk. Isn't that a bit cruel? It is a bit cruel. Then be more cruel. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, in the outer area of the Snow Clan's residence, Madarumi is one of the mist ninjas responsible for monitoring the Snow Clan, and is also responsible for preventing the Snow Clan from slipping through the net during tonight's operation. The Snow Clan's escape from the hidden mist village made the Mizukage Agura completely furious. At this point in time, the Snow Clan is actually dragging him down again, which really makes him angry. In fact, Madarumi sometimes sympathizes with the Snow Clan. Most of the people in this clan are quite good. They didn't contribute during the Third War and instead dragged their feet. They were forced to do so. On the one hand, this clan itself doesn't like to participate in wars. On the other hand, the Fourth Hokage is full of malice towards the bloodline ninjas, and always consumes the bloodline ninjas in the most intense battlefields, which has long made many bloodline families in the village very dissatisfied. But the Fourth Hokage's superb skills are that while he rejects the bloodline families, he constantly accepts the secret families, including Yagura's own Jiraiya clan, which is also one of the biggest beneficiaries. It was hard to say whether the Snow Clan could survive tonight. If they could, they would have the qualifications to start a new argument with the Fourth Hokage. If not, then everything would be over. Chapter 120 The Submission. The Snow Clan's base is located outside the main island of the Kirigakure village, on another larger island in the southwest. It is the core of the village that was driven out step by step by the Fourth Mizukage Agura. But the influence of the clan is still there, so it occupies a large outer island. The group arrived by boat. According to the mission requirements, the area that Shikato is responsible for is located in the southern corner of the Snow Clan. Looking around, light gray columnar buildings, large areas of curved walls, and the fog that always lingers around, all add some mystery to this area. Shikato looked around for a few times, then turned over and jumped in with agility. There are 7 families in this corner, with nearly 30 people. More than half of them are active ninjas, and the remaining half are either retired or very young children. According to the information provided by the Kirigakure village, the most difficult one should be a middle-aged elite ninja, Yurikimino, who has the ice-release bloodline Gen K of the Snow Clan. However, after Shikato sneaked in, he found that the atmosphere here was not right. Quiet, too quiet, the night was shrouded in thick fog, and there was a gloomy feeling around. The deer man raised his eyebrows. Hey, where are the people? He sneaked into 3 buildings in a row, but didn't find a single figure. It was not until he crossed a wall again that he sensed the sound of talking and laughing in the fog in front of him. The Snow Clan in this corner seemed to be holding a family dinner. The shadows were vaguely visible under the fog, and the noise was heard from time to time. The deer man raised his eyebrows. Gathering together to eat and drink in the middle of the night? After realizing that something was wrong, he simply stopped hiding his figure and walked over step by step. The shadow on the ground was getting longer and longer. At night, the moonlight was bright and the fog was lingering. In the center of the courtyard, a group of 4 people were sitting on both sides of a wine table and drinking. When the deer man walked out of the shadow, the group of 4 stood up at the same time. They raised their glasses together, and the wine in the glasses swayed and spilled a little. The leader was a middle-aged mist ninja, with black hair and black eyes, black hair tied behind his back, wearing a blue robe, and a resolute and tough face. He said softly and loudly, "It's time for the Hidden Mist Village to get to know the Snow Clan again." Another mist ninja next to him had black pupils and gray eyes, with obvious red eyeshadow on both sides of his eyes, diagonal braids on both sides of his ears, and wore a loose white long gown. The more eye-catching thing was the 2 red dots between his eyebrows. At this moment, he was grinning and said excitedly, "Ha, let that bastard Yagura pay the price." Blood debts must be paid with blood, and let the hidden mist village be shrouded in the bloodline terror of the Kaguya clan. After drinking the glass of wine, he raised the glass high and suddenly smashed it to the ground. The four people turned around at the same time and stared at the uninvited guest in the distance. A targeted malice instantly dispersed the fog and firmly locked onto the dear man. Wandering ninjas? The village has obviously withered to this point, but the Mizukage still wants to make trouble. Is there anything wrong with bloodline limits? The elder of the Snow Clan, Yukimino, looked at Shikato with a gloomy face. Shikato was a little surprised. Tonight's mission was supposed to be an assassination hunting operation. But the Snow Clan obviously received the news in advance. If it was just that, it would be fine. Even the Uchiha clan couldn't resist a village with the power of a clan. But the Snow Clan joined forces with others in advance, and they formed an alliance with their old rival, the Kaguya clan. A bloodline clan that advocates peace, and a bloodline clan that desires war, but under the step-by-step oppression of the fourth Mizukage, they actually came together. It seems that where there is a battle, there must be Kaguya's figure. Did she come here just because she smelled the blood? 4 people, all joinin, can be said to be all elite. Interesting. Shikato didn't want to carry out this mission honestly. In his opinion, it is not too difficult to destroy the hidden mist village, but doing so will easily lead to encirclement and targeting by other major countries. To overthrow the hidden mist village, it is necessary to rely on the power of the bloodline family. The 2 most famous bloodline families in the hidden mist village are the peace-loving Snow Clan and the fighting madman Kaguya clan. The action of the Snow Clan this time is a rare opportunity. I just didn't expect that I could meet the Kaguya clan here. The 2 bloodline families are mixed together. That's good, it's convenient for him to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As for how to subdue the 2 bloodline families, Shikarin chose to prove it with actual actions and walked straight towards the other side's 4 elite Jonin. Power is supreme. There is nothing that can't be solved by a fight. If there is, then beat them again. Shikarin knows this very well. Kaguya Izumo stared excitedly, with bloodshot eyes. I can fight recklessly again. My Kaguya clan was born to fight. Let me deal with him. He raised his hands, and the skin on the fingertips of both hands broke open, and white bone buds emerged. Then he swung his hands violently, and 10 pale finger bones shot out like bullets. 10 fingers penetrated the bullets. The finger bones flew into the air. They hit the deer man's body with a clang, but there was no wave, as if they had hit the hardest steel. A pile of white debris fell on the ground. Kaguya Izumo was not discouraged. At the same time, the whole person had already perched on it, and a pale bone knife spit out from the palm of his hand. Corpse bone vein, chibi dance. In an instant, Kaguya Izumo danced the bone knife with multiple afterimages. Multiple sections and fancy chops were made on the deer man's body without any dead angle. The speed was extremely fast and the force was very strong. However, Kaguya Izumo stopped by herself while chopping. Originally, under the strong desire to fight, the extremely excited expression had become somewhat unbelievable at this moment. In the last few breaths, at least several hundred chops were made. As a result, the opponent did not dodge or evade, and let him slash in all kinds of ways. It has been almost a minute, but he didn't even tear the corner of his clothes. What a joke, when did my sharpest bone knife become so blunt? Facing such a battle maniac from the Kaguya clan. If you want to subdue these monsters whose minds are full of battles, you can only make them doubt their lives, and you can only do it by being stronger than a dimension. So, he never dodged and let the opponent attack. Of course, there is another point that he was really comfortable with the slash just now. The deer man looked up and said, "It seems that the people of your Kaguya clan are really good. The corpse bone vein is very rich for massage." Kaguya Izumo frowned, his face gloomy. "Massage? Huh, then you have to watch out next." He jumped back and reached out to touch the back of his neck. The muscles at the back of his neck were torn, and a section of the spine protruded out little by little. He held it with one hand and actually pulled out the entire spine. Corpse vein, dance of the wire flower. Vine. The spine swung violently and swept out. In the moment of the sweep, the bones suddenly stretched out and instantly entangled the deer man. Then the left hand stretched out. Flower. The pale bones wrapped around Kaguya Izumo's left arm in a huge cone. Turn the hardest bones into the sharpest weapon. Kaguya Izumo, leave your last words. The moment you were entangled by the vines, you had already lost. Nothing to say? Can't accept this cruel reality? Humph, Let me show you the strongest spear, the deer man said calmly. Stop talking nonsense, come on, I'm standing still. Kaguya Izumo was stunned, then his face turned pale, and he stood still. He leaned over and rushed over suddenly, and the huge white bone cone on his left hand suddenly pierced the deer man's pupil. Go to hell and repent. The sharp and strongest spear pierced the right eyelid of the deer man, and then the sharpest part stopped moving forward. Even if he tried hard, he still couldn't move forward at all. The deer man calmly looked at Kaguya Izumo, who was close at hand, and tilted his head. Hell? That's it. The others also realized that something was wrong. This wandering ninja was weird. Yukino chose to intervene forcefully and immediately shouted, Izumo, get out of the way. Kaguya Izumo retreated backwards with a dark face. Yukino completed the seal. Ice escape, wind blowing snow. He opened his mouth and spit out more bone-shelling cold wind. Snowflakes condensed on the deer man's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The snowflakes solidified into ice, and the ice flowers were linked together in an instant, and it took a while to completely form a human-shaped ice sculpture. Yukino's move succeeded, and the others were somewhat relieved. They were really surprised that Kaguya Izumo's attack was blocked without injury. The corpse veins of the Kaguya clan should never be underestimated, but when they hit the opponent, they didn't even leave a scratch. This is a bit outrageous. However, the next second, the ice sculpture cracked with a click, and then suddenly shattered into ice chips all over the sky, splashing all over the ground. The deer man raised his eyebrows. Anything else? I can still bear it. After saying that, he took the initiative to walk towards the other party. Yuki Jainai and Kaguya Izumo looked at each other, and then nodded. The next second, the two members of the Snow Clan jumped away immediately and turned around to evacuate temporarily. But the two members of the Kaguya clan, led by Kaguya Izumo, swooped down on the deer man with great excitement. Yuki Jainai was stunned for a moment. Did the eye contact just now mean that they evacuated first because the situation was not right? The Kaguya guys seemed to have misunderstood something. Yuki Jainai saw that their allies had launched an attack, and they had no way to abandon the other party, so they could only return and counterattack the deer man at the same time. Ding ding dang dang. Bone knives, ice escape, kunai, thousands of blades, and even detonating talismans. The two sides fought for quite a while. To be precise, Kaguya and the people of the Snow Clan fought for quite a while. After everyone was exhausted and panting, some of them stared with wide eyes, staring at the deer man who had stopped in place and had never fought back from beginning to end, and their Adam's apples could not help but surge up and down. What kind of monster is this? The intelligence did not say that there was such a monster. The deer man raised his head and smiled lightly. It seems that it's my turn. The next second, his figure disappeared in an instant. Bang! With a muffled sound, Kaguya Izumo flew backwards. A wisp of afterimage flashed by. Yuki was stunned for a moment, and then her face changed drastically. Absolute defense is fine, but the speed is so fast. The third-generation Raikage who died in the Land of Lightning before was not so exaggerated. It was like the strongest shield of the third Raikage and the speed of the fourth Raikage combined. What a joke. Are the wandering ninjas so outrageous? Zujainai's eyes were already bloodshot. He had made such a thorough preparation for a counterattack. Others didn't know what to do, but he was afraid that he would be in trouble. Go! He gritted his teeth and shouted, signaling everyone to disperse and evacuate. However, the people of the Kaguya clan were indeed a bit outrageous. In this case, the remaining Kaguya man still rushed forward. Unfortunately, he couldn't even stop the deer man. With just a horizontal charge, the Kaguya clan member flew out. At the same time, the two people of the Snow Clan had just retreated, and a residual shadow had already settled on them. Bang 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 bang, the mist was lingering, and the moonlight was like awash. After the dull sound of the beating, the place soon fell into peace again. The deer man stood in the center of the courtyard, and the four people lying on the ground beside him were still wailing. He first picked up the wine jug on the table beside him, took a sip, and then turned his head to face the moonlight and said, "Well, let's get back to the topic, submission, or death." Zujainai was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this wandering ninja arranged by the Mist Ninja to assassinate the Snow Clan? How could he say that? Instead, Kaguya Izumo, who was lying on the ground, was grinning, with blood all over his gums, and his pupils were filled with pain but excitement. "I choose death." Deer man walked over without saying a word and slapped him on the head. Snap! I'll give you another chance to choose. Kaguya Izumo's head was buzzing from the beating. After reacting, he stared and gritted his teeth again. Death, snap. I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. No need, my Kaguya clan is not afraid of death, snap. My Kaguya clan is fearless, snap. There is no word of submission in the dictionary of my Kaguya clan, snap. I want to die, snap. Kill me, snap. Don't be so arrogant, snap. Wafola, snap. Dufola haita. Dear man subconsciously raised his hand again, but he seemed to hear something wrong. He glanced at Kaguya Izumo, who had already turned into pig, and said, you surrender. Kaguya Izumo nodded with difficulty, and his eyes were full of bloodshot when he looked at Dear Man. The Kaguya clan is not afraid of death, but they are afraid of dying in vain. You monster. Dear Man raised his eyebrows. Didn't you say that there is no word surrender in the dictionary of your Kaguya clan? Kaguya Izumo, there are not many people in the Kaguya clan who can read. How do I know if there is such a word, Dear Man? The rest of the people lying on the ground had been swallowing their saliva before, watching Dear Man slapping Kaguya Izumo on the head mercilessly. Yukino was originally confused, but now he was too lazy to think so much and was a little panicked. Because Dear Man had already looked at him. Yukino was very sensible. With Kaguya Izumo's example, he immediately bowed his head and said, I, Yukino from the Snow Clan, am willing to follow you from now on. You are indeed the peace-loving Snow Clan. What does this have to do with peace-loving? I just don't want to follow in Kaguya Izumo's footsteps. Yukino felt his face hurt just by watching the beating just now. At the same time, he had to admire that the people of the Kaguya clan were really tough. It was amazing that they could hold on for so long. Chapter 121 The Damned Person. At night, the sea breeze was bleak and the fog covered the entire island. Huge roars continued to be heard, and raging flames of war had already ignited in the various family settlements of the Snow Clan. At that time, the sky suddenly began to drizzle. The Dear Man jumped onto a high tower and looked at the rest of the places. However, under the cover of fog, the field of vision was really limited. Beside him, followed by Yuki Jainai and Kaguya Izumo. The two of them served as elders of their respective families, and their strength was relatively outstanding. Yuki Jainai's expression was still a little anxious. The original plan was to go to other places to help each other immediately after solving the opponent here, but the result was, my lord, Yuki Jainai wanted to say something for the Snow Clan. Since the other party asked him and others to surrender, it would definitely not be limited to one or two people. Dearman took the initiative to speak at this time. I am going to rebuild this country. This is one of my small goals, whether it is to make the Hidden Mist village great again, or to save the Bloodline clan under heavy pressure. These are at best just one of the paths. I came to this land to conquer it and rebuild the entire country. There is only one goal, but there can be countless paths. At the end, Dearman took off the mask on his face, revealing the simple and honest shadow face. A pair of dark pupils flashed with a light that was particularly dissatisfied with the face. Zujainai took a breath and looked at the bruised Kaguya Izumo. At this moment, Kaguya Izumo, who had been extremely resistant before, showed extraordinary excitement and recognition at the moment. It doesn't matter what, whether it is the Land of Water or the Hidden Mist village. The Kaguya clan only thirsts for blood. Kaguya was born to fight. Not to mention rebuilding the entire country. Even if it was to rebuild the entire ninja world, they would not frown, but would become more excited. Because such a battle is more interesting. Shikato said calmly, let's go and call on your people. After tonight, this island will be renamed. After saying that, he jumped up and fell directly to the ground in the distance. Boom. Rain splashed up and the ground exploded. Shikato's whole person disappeared into the rainy night in an instant and rushed to other places. Yukino and Kaguya Izumo followed closely behind, but they could only barely keep up with his speed and were far behind. Halfway through the journey, Shikato suddenly turned his head. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the 1,000 blades flew over. The running Shikato shook slightly and dodged. More than a dozen thousand blades were nailed directly into the ground. 3 members of the Mist Ninja assassination team stopped Shikato and said coldly, you rubbish of the Wandering Ninja, Captain Eclipse Moon has already explained it. If you exceed the agreed scope, you will bear all the consequences yourself. The operations tonight were not going smoothly, which made the 3 assassination team members very angry. and their tone was also mixed with a strong sense of hostility. Shikato only paused for a moment, then immediately turned his spearhead and leaped over. Tsunade and thousands of bonspiels shot at him. At the same time, a mist ninja retreated to later position and quickly formed seals with both hands. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Shikato's eyes were cold. And the whole person had already jumped high into the sky, facing the raindrops all over the sky, raising his fist high. The domineering aura of armed color surged up. He punched down from the air, facing a huge water dragon and smashing it on the spot. The moment the fist fell, the huge fist pressure was like a god opening his eyes and starting to judge the world. The three mist ninjas looked extremely horrified. At that moment, facing a punch from the sky, the whole body trembled. It felt as if there was a huge fist between heaven and earth, and the face was pale. Under the towering dark clouds in the sky, it was obviously such a small figure, but when it swung its fist, it was like an endless mountain. Tsunade and Kyanbin were broken by the invisible fist pressure, and the huge water dragon was instantly shattered into water splashes all over the sky. The last punch fell with a bang. The three mist ninjas had no power to resist and were immediately beaten into the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the ground shook violently. The surface of the ground instantly sank into a huge fist mark. The three assassination troops fell into the fist mark with blood dripping, their bodies completely embedded in the ground, their bones shattered, and they were already cold. The deer man did not stop at all and shuttled through the rain again. Yukino and Kaguya Izumo had just caught up. Seeing from afar that deerman leaped up and punched in the air like an immortal, the shock was simply indescribable. The opponent's previous attack on several of them was obviously much lighter. In the rainy night, the traces of the battle were constantly washed away by the rain, but the huge fist mark could not be washed away, and gradually gathered into a large puddle. After a while, Deerman entered another corner of the Snow Clan. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, the battle in this corner was about to end. Several wandering ninjas acted together, but were surrounded by the Snow Clan and the Kaguya clan. At this moment, only 2 of the 8 wandering ninjas were still barely resisting. But they were completely trapped in the encirclement of the Snow Clan and the Kaguya clan, and their destruction was not far away. Boom! A thunder exploded in the sky. It illuminated the dark rainy night in an instant. The figure of Deerman, standing quietly on the wall, also attracted the attention of the rest of the people present. The 2 remaining ninjas who were struggling to hold on seemed to have found a life-saving straw and cried for help to the Deerman. After all, in their opinion, the 2 sides had the same goal and could barely be considered partners. As long as they could survive, it would be fine even if they gave up the bounty for this mission or even gave it to the other party. The faces of the people from the Snow Clan and the Kaguya clan changed slightly. The appearance of the ninjas here meant that the station in that corner might be in trouble. But soon after, Yuki Jainai and Kaguya Izumo followed again and stood on both sides of the deer man. The people from the Snow Clan were surprised and said, "Elder, the Kaguya clan was the same. How could the elder Izumo from the family suddenly stand next to the enemy?" And he looked a little miserable. To be precise, it was not like, but really miserable. The 2 lingering ninjas realized that something was wrong and immediately stopped asking for help. Yuki Jainai stepped forward to explain. However, it was obvious that the explanation in words could not gain the approval of the others, so Shikato repeated the steps he had taken on Kaguya Izumo on the others. Kaguya Izumo felt a toothache, as if these slaps were all slapped on his face again. He was so impressed. It felt like the slaps were still warm. Shikato did not stay for too long and quickly left this corner of the station. As for how to deal with the remaining 2 ninjas, it was up to them. At the 3rd corner of the Snow Clan station, the situation was not very good for the Snow Clan here. The bandaged ninja was torturing this ninja with a kunai. There were some broken limbs and arms around, and blood was splashed everywhere. Asshole! 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 Where are the people? Tell me, where are the people? How could there be only 3 or 2 of you? Where are the dozens of people? Where are the others? The bandaged ninja roared angrily while piercing the chest of a lingering ninja. So after a few hits, the Jonin was already dead, but the bandaged ninja was still making up for it. Until one moment, he felt a sudden breath not far away, and then he grinned and turned back, his eyes red. "Ha, another delicious prey has come, let me see which little bastard it is." Bang! Before he finished speaking, the fragile throat was ruthlessly grabbed by the hand that suddenly appeared like an iron clamp. The deer man pinched his throat with 5 fingers, and without saying a word, He swooped down and smashed him into the wall. With 5 fingers, he broke the bandaged ninja's neck on the spot. He turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at the sharp knife against his back, and then looked at the bandaged ninja who had escaped from the wall, and was slightly surprised. Not dead, the bandaged ninja twisted his neck and quickly pinched the dislocated throat, grinning and revealing a cruel smile. Lord Evil God will blast me, Evil God. Dear Man raised his eyebrows. Is it a thing like him? The bandaged ninja stabbed the tip of the knife fiercely, and an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Go to hell. The tip of the knife was against the position of Dear Man's vest, but the bandaged ninja stabbed for a long time, until the cracked corners of his mouth were stiff, and the tip of the knife did not move an inch. He couldn't help but swing the arc-shaped big knife, and slashed at Dear Man's waist, abdomen, left shoulder, and neck. Go to hell. Die, die. After a long while, the bandaged ninja's arms were numb from slashing, and the edge of the curved sword was broken into jagged shapes, but he widened his eyes even more. Lord Evil God, what the hell is this thing? The Dear Man looked at him indifferently, raised his hand and grabbed his throat again. Immortality. With one hand, the bandaged ninja was lifted up. The fragile neck was broken again with just a slight twist, and the whole head was tilted on the shoulder without support. But the bandaged ninja grinned. Lord Evil God will blast me. No one can kill me. Just after he finished speaking, he was thrown up by the Dear Man. In mid-air, the Dear Man raised his hand and bent his fingers, and in the bandaged ninja's wanton laughter, he bent his fingers against his forehead. You can't kill me. Lord Evil God always blesses me. You can't kill. Bang. The voice stopped abruptly. Half of the head exploded into blood foam, and it exploded backwards. The bandaged body of the ninja fell to the ground, lifeless. Dear Man watched for a moment, but there was still no sign of regrowth. It was completely dead. Obviously, this guy's immortality was still a little short of the level of Phaeton. After a brief observation, Dear Man did not stop and went to the next Snow Clan station again. At this time, it was pouring rain, completely covering up too much of the breath. After Dear Man entered this corner of the station, the last ninja in the ninja with the Rakshasa mask, had solved the mission target in the area he was responsible for, but he himself was also seriously injured. At this moment, the seriously injured body was surrounded by 5 members of the assassination team of the Mist Ninja. However, most of the assassination team members were also injured, and even many colleagues had been sacrificed. This action made the group very angry. Where did the people of the Snow Clan go? Many of the bases are empty. Did they hide? And the crazy people of the Kaguya clan have also gotten involved. It's so unlucky that someone betrayed the Mizukage. The bloodline ninja deserves death. Could the people of the Snow Clan have already escaped? Impossible. There are still people from the pursuit team guarding the periphery. That woman, Maid Arumi, is not a decoration. The people of the Snow Clan must still be hiding somewhere on the island. Then what should we do with this person? Kill him. Since the Snow Clan has made preparations in advance, these wandering ninjas are of no use. Besides, this guy is seriously injured and has little use. That's true. It can also save the Mizukage some money, haha, but this guy is pretty powerful. The means that the Snow Clan specially prepared to deal with us were defeated by him, and he actually won. Tisk tisk, swish. At this time, another 4 people from the Mist Ninja assassination team came here. Sakuma, you're too slow. Humph, the lunatic from the Kaguya clan got involved. Damn it, we lost several colleagues here. Same to us. Speaking of the victims, the mood of the group became even more depressed. The assassination operation that they thought was a sure win ended up falling into various encirclements or traps. If it weren't for the dozen or so wandering ninjas who stepped on the most severe mines, I'm afraid they would all have died here. Thinking of their dead colleagues, several Mist ninjas became very angry. Someone kicked the Rakshasa-faced wandering ninja who was already seriously injured and unable to move. The wandering ninja gritted his teeth and choked, his forehead throbbing with veins and pain, and he grinned to reveal his gums covered in blood. Mist Ninja, you bastards, you really deserve to die? Upon hearing this, Sakuma stepped on his head and said, you wandering ninja trash who only cares about money, be quiet. The others didn't care about this, but asked, Sakuma, where is Captain Eclipse? Sakuma's face became more and more gloomy. Sacrificed? What? Captain Eclipse is dead. You must be kidding. Captain Eclipse is a genius of the Kazuna clan. We were ambushed, 2 teams of people from the Snow Clan and the Kaguya clan, more than a dozen elite Jonin. Captain Eclipse fought hard to replace 9 of them, But he was too seriously injured and didn't make it. Damn it, bang. The seriously injured and dying Rakshasa-faced wandering ninja on the ground was immediately in trouble. The group of people had no place to vent their anger, so they could only vent it on him temporarily. The wandering ninjas have always been looked down upon by the ninjas of the major ninja villages. The wandering ninja with a Rakshasa face twitched in pain, and was furious. The heavy rain in the sky seemed to be silent tears, washing away their anger. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in the sky. The figure of the deer man appeared on the high tower, looking down from above, looking at the group of incompetent and furious mist ninja assassination troops, and said calmly, "It's really ugly." The light voice seemed to have magic, passing through the pouring rain, and startled the group of people who were venting their anger below and suddenly raised their heads. A pair of pupils filled with malice stared at the deer man above. "It's the wandering ninja recommended by Madarumi. Is he still alive?" But he exceeded the agreed scope mentioned by Captain Eclipse. Humph, the trash of the wandering ninjas should also die. Chapter 122, The Law of the Jungle. The deer man stood on the high tower, his dark pupils looking down coldly at the people below. Ha, a group of powerless and furious hyenas. Venting their anger on the bodies of the weak who could not resist was just a way to cover up their fragile self-esteem. Tisk tisk, these mist ninjas were really ugly. Below, Sakuma looked up at the deer man on the high tower. He was particularly disgusted by the look that seemed like pity. Damn bastard. He reached out and grasped the handles of the oval double swords on his back. There were circles of white bandages wrapped around the fish-shaped blades. As the heavy rain continued to pour, Sakuma suddenly leaned over and quickly swung the double swords. An azure chakra arc blade instantly bloomed, drawing a huge arc. It directly split the pouring rain curtain, extended to an astonishing length, and slashed directly at the deer man's left shoulder. The night and the rain seemed to be shattered by this azure blade. This blade was really amazing. If it could cut off the figure on the tower, it would be even more shocking. Unfortunately, when the sharp chakra blade slashed at the deer man, he just casually waved his hand and easily shattered the shocking huge blade. The curved chakra blade only shattered a piece of rain curtain and dissipated in the night sky. Deer man took a look at the fathead fish-like knife. It was one of the 7 ninja swords of the hidden mist village, the double-bladed flounder. Sakuma raised his head at this time. He looked at this scene in disbelief. How could this be? The double-bladed flounder, which was injected with his full strength and was enough to cut through rocks, was actually broken by a single hand. The rest of the people were already on the verge of a fight, and they all formed seals with their hands. Water escape, water dragon bullet. The power of water escape in the rainy night is much higher. 4 water dragons quickly formed in the air, baring their fangs and claws and roaring to the sky, rushing towards the deer man from 4 angles, east, south, west, north. The deer man leaped up and jumped straight down from the high tower, crashing head-on into the inevitable impact of one of the water dragons. But there was no chance for the Mist Ninja assassination team to be happy. Just the next second, the whole person came out of it again. It was as if the water dragon was torn in half, passing through it from top to bottom. However, the attack that followed was hit in an instant. Water style, water whip. The raindrops fell in lines, and 3 blue water streams condensed into long whips in an instant, cutting through the sky and rolling towards the deer man. In mid-air, the deer man waved his hand sharply and completely grasped the 3 slender water whips in his palm. Among the mist ninjas, someone had already anticipated this scene and immediately formed a seal to counter it. Lightning style, gratitude wave. The lightning burst, attached to the water whip, and transmitted to the deer man's hand at an extremely fast speed. The deer man's arm was slightly numb, but he didn't care. Instead, he swung his arm hard and pulled it back. The 3 mist ninjas flew up involuntarily. The deer man raised his right arm high and punched it in the air. In an instant, the pouring rain curtain was dispersed by the pressure of the fist. There was a popping sound in the air. The 3 mist ninjas exploded into a ball of blood mist in the air, mixed with rain and falling down. Drip, drip. The blood rain poured down. At the same time, Yukino and Kaguya Izumo each led a group of family ninjas and rushed over. From a distance, they had seen the punch that blew people up in the air. Even though Yukino and Kaguya Izumo were already mentally prepared, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva again. Seeing such a terrifying fist again, the two still felt unbelievable. What's more, the rest of the people behind him, even the Kaguya clan, whose lifelong mission is to fight, felt a little awed by such a fist. Dear Man rolled over and fell to the ground. At this moment, there were only 6 people left in the group of 9 mist ninjas headed by Sakuma. Originally, they could have a numerical advantage against Dear Man, but now they were surrounded by the Kaguya clan and the Snow clan, and they were really forced into a desperate situation. There were fighting madmen from the Kaguya clan who could no longer hold back and stood out and pounced on him. Sakuma's eyes flashed with strong malice, and he suddenly swung his double swords. The huge chakra blade gushed out from the blade again. It spit out a huge azure hammer form, instantly smashing several people from the Kaguya clan who flew over, and rushed straight to Dear Man. Dear Man still just raised his hand and spread his palm. Boom! The huge hammer form chakra hit the palm of Dear Man's hand, and the violent shock wave bypassed Dear Man, forming a strong airflow impact on both sides. The huge rain curtain was blown off. Some people on the side of the strong wind could not open their eyes, and their wet clothes were still rustling. However, no matter how gorgeous and shocking the moves were, the final result was the same as before. The hammer form dissipated, and the Dear Man stood there without moving. The double-bladed flounder is in the hands of a waste like you. It is really a pearl covered in dust. After the Dear Man said this, he jumped up. Sakuma's malicious pupils were immediately filled with bloodshot. He hated it most that someone dared to look down on him. He always claimed to be the only man in the entire Mist Village who was worthy of the double-blood inheritance of Terumi Mei, and he was trusted by the 4th Mizukage. It has been a long time, and Sakuma's name as a genius has never been despised so much. So that the situation has become so bad, he still locked the first target on the Dear Man. The wielding double-bladed flounder slashed straight over. Dear Man leaped up nimbly, his toes almost stepping on the back of the fast-slashing flounder blade. He turned in the air and jumped over Sakuma's head. When he landed, he was still holding a bloody head in his hand. With eyes wide open. On Sakuma's head, a pair of dark gray pupils were wide open, as if he had seen something unbelievable. There was silence all around for a while. There was only the sound of the heavy rain hitting the ground. Whether it was the remaining Mist Ninja, or the people of the Snow Clan and the Kaguya clan, no one would have thought that Sakuma, a genius who was well known in the village, and even he who had inherited the double-bladed flounder not long ago, would be strangled so easily here. In the blink of an eye, it was like taking something out of a bag. Horrifying. Dear Man stood in the rain, bringing everyone in unimaginable pressure. Snap, snap. Stepping on the rain. Shikato walked to the body of Sakuma who had fallen to the ground, bent down and returned his head to him. He also picked up the double-bladed flounder on the ground. As soon as he got hold of this fathead fish-like double-bladed sword, a surge of chakra immediately counterattacked him. He held the sword in his right hand, stroked the blade with his left hand, and smiled for the first time. This kid seems to like me very much. The double-bladed flounder has the characteristic of becoming stronger with each battle. The more enemies it kills, the greater its power. Even among the 7 swords of the Mist Ninja, it is one of the best ninja swords. At this moment, its hilt is actually actively counterattacking Shikato himself, obviously very much agreeing with the sword holder at this moment. It is a pity that Shikato himself does not often use a sword, and it can even be said that he has never used a sword. Moreover, this kind of strange and bizarre sword is not within Shikato's appreciation range, not to mention that the armament color is very incompatible with its characteristics. It is true that the armament color can wrap around weapons, but it cannot wrap around chakra without a form. The double-bladed flounder obviously chose the wrong master this time. However, Shikato didn't mind being unbridled for once, just as a response to Flounder's recognition. He turned around with a knife in his hand and looked at the remaining 5 Mist Ninjas. The 5 Mist Ninjas were immediately extremely alert, staring at this dangerous person, and each of them was horrified in their hearts. Where did Madarumi find such a monster ninja? The next moment, Flounder was released. With a strong swing, a large amount of chakra gushed out of the holes in the blade like fireworks. A touch of blue light shone in the rainy night. The knife came out. In an instant, the edge of the rain curtain was shattered by a moment of horizontal screen. It was so fast that the blade cut off everything on the parallel line. The tower broke into 2 pieces and slid down with a bang. 4 of the 5 Mist Ninjas were unable to react in time and were directly cut in half. The only one left just jumped up. A blow of the azure hammer hit the man's head, smashing him into the ground, squeezing his flesh and blood, and exploding into a ball. A huge hammer mark sank into the ground. The 9 members of the Mist Ninja assassination team who were present just now officially declared that all of them had died here. Dearman made a knife flower, and then stuck the flounder into the ground. Then he turned back to look at the Snow Clan and the Kaguya clan under the rain curtain, who had not been able to intervene from beginning to end. Yukino immediately bowed his head. My lord. Kaguya Izumo also bowed his head. He no longer cared about miscellaneous things. He only wanted to reshape the entire Water Kingdom. Originally, it was impossible with the power of the Kaguya clan, but he saw a chance of success in Dearman. The strong prey on the weak. Following the strong is also the survival law of the jungle, and the Kaguya clan is no exception. With Yukino and Kaguya Izumo taking the lead, dozens of elite ninjas bowed their heads to Dearman on a rainy night. Shikato's eyes swept over everyone, and finally he said calmly, "Go and call on your people. This island will be renamed. This will be the starting point for the reconstruction of the Land of Water." Shikato continued. "Among the Kirigakure's pursuit troops lurking outside, leave the woman with double blood to me, and you can deal with the rest." After Shikato explained these, he did not rush to catch Terumi Mei. Instead, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer Yikang and Uchiha Mikato from the main island of Kirigakure village first. Otherwise, if time was delayed for too long, it would be hard to guarantee that the news would leak out, causing some unnecessary troubles for the two. Yikang was fine, as he had already seen Shikato's Flying Thunder God, and this time the transfer was to shuttle back and forth using the Flying Thunder God mark buried in her body. But Uchiha Mikato was a little shocked. The Godspeed ninjutsu the Konoha ninja village was once most proud of, the famous skill of the 4th generation Namokaze Minato, actually appeared in the hands of a wandering ninja, and it can be performed so handy. How is this possible? At the same time, Mikado's heart became more and more silent. Because this time, not only did the dear man leave a 6-pointed star mark of the Flying Thunder God on her body, and after noticing this information, she always felt that she could never escape from his clutches again, and she was afraid that she would never see the light outside again in the future. Touching her bulging belly, Uchiha Mikato became more and more worried. In addition, Zio Itachi was still so young, she missed the child a little. Outside the island, Meidarumi's uneasiness became more and more intense. For some reason, she always had the urge to escape from here immediately. Not far away, a member of the Mist Ninja team said, "Meidarumi, the situation is not right. The contacts of those people in the assassination team are gradually disconnected one by one. I'm afraid there is a problem on the island." Meidarumi had expected it, biting her lip and hesitant. At this moment, on the sea level in the distance, 2 large ships gradually broke through the thick fog and drove quickly. On one of the boats, standing on the bow was the master of the great sword Samehoda, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the Mist Ninja troop of more than 30 people led by him. As the number 1 general of Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, Hashigaki Kisame was also on the list. Terumi Mei frowned. "Puffish, why are you here?" Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish stood on the bow with a tall and fat body, as if it was a huge rudder, but in the next second, it jumped ashore very nimbly. He looked around calmly, and then said in a cold voice, "Terumi Mei, next time, add the word senior after my name." Terumi Mei snorted and ignored it. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish was indeed very strong, but his style of doing things and his temperament were too different from Terumi Mei, so she always disliked him. "Ha ha ha, Meidarumi, we meet again. Do you need me to give you a grand lightning funeral?" Another large ship arrived late, but before it docked, a mad voice came. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the user of the Thunder Blade Fang, Kuroki Reiga, and more than 30 of Kuroki Reiga's Mist Ninja subordinates. Among them, there's even a child about 8 years old with 2 vertical braids and long brown red hair. His name is Ringo Ayuri, the 2nd user of the Thunder Blade in the original work, and a genius of thunder release who can truly use the Thunder Blade to the fullest. Unfortunately, this child will die young in the future. He died early due to serious illness and failed to fully realize his potential. At this moment, the 2 7 ninja swordsmen who survived the 3rd Ninja World War, all wore their own ninja swords and rushed to the island of the Snow Clan. Meidarumi turned her head to look at Kuroki Reiga, and in the face of his provocation, she snorted, "Do you need me to loosen your bones, Reiga?" Kuroki Reiga was not to be outdone. "You are really a rose with thorns, Meidarumi. You will never get married with this kind of temper, Meidarumi. Why don't you mind my business? Why did you two suddenly come here?" Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost and Kuroki Reiga didn't explain, So Hoshigaki Kisame had to stand up. The affairs of the Snow Clan are very likely to involve the Kaguya clan. Lord Mizukage is worried, so he made this arrangement. Kyuubiya clan. Madarumi was shocked. Those fighting maniacs with bones in their heads are also involved? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Darumi May. The Kaguya clan. Madarumi was still immersed in the shock brought by this news, when she suddenly realized something. She suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction in the rainy night. There, it seemed that something was approaching rapidly. Zigguration Puffer Ghost also realized something was wrong. He picked up the big sword Samehoda behind him, put it on his shoulder, grinned and showed his sharp teeth. Is there a good show just after arriving? Let me see if you are worthy of Samehoda's slashing. The other mist ninjas also pulled away a little, and appeared in a semi-encirclement to welcome the upcoming uninvited guest. In the rain curtain, a black shadow flashed by. From far to near, it pulled out a long line at a very fast speed, penetrating the front and back of the rain curtain. In an instant, it appeared in front of everyone. Boom! The black shadow fell to the ground, splashing a lot of rain. Kuracho Rega held up the Thunder Blade Fang, and just as he was about to give the opponent a thunder funeral feast, he suddenly paused. Hey, is it someone from the assassination unit? The person who landed was covered in blood, and there was an extremely obvious sunken footprint on his chest. Half of the skeleton of his chest had completely collapsed, and the important organs in his body were probably already broken. His face turned purple, and he stopped breathing in a moment. Immediately afterwards, a violent tremor came from the ground in the distance. The next second, a black shadow suddenly jumped over and slammed into the middle, causing a large dent in the ground. Dear Man stood there, looked around, and finally set his eyes on Madarumi. Well, it seems I'm in the right place. After saying that, his eyes swept over the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and the others. Another group of new guests have come. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Wandering Ninja. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't say anything, but he always felt that something was wrong. Madarumi was surprised and said, "It's you. What are you doing? According to the mission, shouldn't the Wave Ninja cooperate with the assassination team? Why did they attack the Mist Ninja of the assassination team?" Shikato grinned slightly. Sorry, from this moment on, I take over this island. Everything here belongs to me, including you. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Kuracho Rega grinned and raised the Thunder Blade high, and swung it down suddenly. Lightning release, Feast of Thunder. The exploding thunder rushed along the Thunder Blade and hit Shikato's body. The ricocheting lightning arcs blew away the rain. However, Shikatani stood still without dodging. He was in the thunder, but his tone was still calm. Nonsense. Were the so-called 7 ninja swordsmen fooled by a Konoha Jinan? It's okay that you can't see the situation, but even the weak attack methods are beyond imagination. Can you be proud of this level of ninjutsu? Are you serious? Hearing this, Kuraho Rega's face suddenly darkened. That time with Might I made him truly realize the horror of Konoha Jinan. The haze brought by the escape from death has not dissipated yet. So much so that he had the illusion that the Jonin of Konoha were easier to deal with than the Jinan. That battle also became a shame for the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kuraho Rega raised his thunder sword high, and a large amount of chakra poured into it. Lightning style, Thunder Dragon Thunder Scroll. The huge Thunder Dragon roared and rushed towards Shikatani in an instant. The power was so great that the other mist ninjas around jumped away one after another. The lightning was raging, and it opened its bloody mouth and bit down with a devastating gesture. Tisk, it's a bit dazzling. The dear man raised his hand to cover his eyes, allowing the Thunder Dragon to swallow half of his body in one gulp. Kuracho Rega was so excited that his pupils were wide open, full of violent emotions. The banquet begins. Boom. The lightning exploded in an instant, destroying a large area of the ground into pieces. The broken soil, mixed with spots of rain splashing, was everywhere. Hoshigaki Kisame also grinned, as expected of Senior Rega. It's really cruel. Madarumi frowned a little. What the hell is this bastard doing? At this time, the voice of the dear man suddenly came from the place where the thunder exploded. You call this a banquet? The lightning gradually dissipated, and the ground under the deer man's feet was already a little tattered, but he himself was unharmed and even a little excited. Kneeling his legs, lowering his body. Boom! The broken ground exploded again, and mud and water scattered everywhere. The deer man's figure was like an arrow piercing the clouds. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiraiya. He was lying in the air, twisting his body, and spun around with a fierce kick. He kicked directly at Jiraiya's head. So fast. Jiraiya had no time to dodge, and could only use the thunder sword to support his side. Lightning escape, thunder armor. Lightning light bloomed around Jiraiya's body. The deer man raised his eyebrows. This ninja sword is not bad. It would be a pity if it broke. So at the last moment, he supported himself with a single pull and twisted his body forcibly. He avoided the thunder sword with one foot, and the whole person spun 360 degrees backwards, kicking Jiraiya's side waist with his left heel. The attack and defense integrated thunder armor failed to bring him any effective defensive effect. Just at the moment when the heel touched the waist and abdomen, the muscles began to collapse and the bones shattered. Crack! Jiraiya's face changed drastically. He was kicked almost sideways in an instant. His kidneys could not bear the pressure and exploded directly. He flew out like a cannonball. In an instant, the huge place fell into a brief silence. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned. Hey, what's wrong with this guy? It's okay to be immune to lightning escape, but is his physical skills so exaggerated? Zigwashin Puffer Ghost's face became solemn. Get out of the way. Then he formed seals with both hands. Water escape, big exploding water wave. He opened his mouth and spit out a huge amount of water in an instant. In just a moment, the surging waves had covered the sky and the sun. The extremely amazing amount of chakra made the range of this water escape so large that it was beyond imagination. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost stood at the top of the waves, picked up Tsunade, and looked down at the deer man from a high position. You kid are not worth my slashing. The deer man turned around and twisted his body. Without pausing, he suddenly swung a fist in the air, and the armament haki flowed rapidly. Then he faced the surging waves and punched straight down with an indomitable fist. A sharp cold light flashed in his dark pupils. Fatty. Lower your head and talk. The black light of the armament haki bounced out of the fist. Even though they were separated by a distance, the moment this punch fell, the rain curtain in the sky seemed to stop. The terrifying fist pressure crushed everything in front with a crushing momentum. The falling raindrops flew horizontally with a pop, followed by the surging waves. Bang! The flood that covered the sky and the sun like a tide exploded towards the back in just a moment. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost subconsciously held Tsunade across his body. However, under the force of the fist, Tsunade made a painful popping sound, and almost instantly hit the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, and violently knocked it out. The flood that was enough to submerge the entire jungle was blown up like fireworks by a punch, and instantly submerged a group of mist ninjas who were unable to dodge in the back. After just one move, the ground was full of potholes and uneven swamps. Madarumi opened her mouth and looked at this scene in surprise. She thought she had overestimated this guy enough, but she didn't expect that she still underestimated him. One punch could make the big explosion water wave look like this. Are you kidding? She turned her head and glanced at the watermelon mountain puffer ghost who had climbed up from the ground. The corners of his mouth were bleeding. Obviously, even he himself was injured by the terrifying punch. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost supported Tsunade to climb up. Madarumi, where did you find this monster? It hurts. The abdominal muscles were broken by the recoil of Tsunade. If it weren't for Tsunade's chakra stimulating the regeneration of cells in the body, it would be difficult for him to stand up with this injury. Terumi made it in reply, but took the initiative to stand up and stared at Shikato. I brought this trouble, so I'll solve it. Terumi stared and said, I can use the 3 attributes of fire, earth and water, so I have 2 bloodline limits, Shikato. This woman is a bit mortal. Terumi's pair of azure blue eyes drooped slightly, and the corners of her bright red lips curled up. I've wanted to try it on you for a long time, you bastard. Let me give you a kiss that will melt. Shikato, 2 bloodline limits. It just so happens that I also have 3 attributes, and I'm very interested in the development of your body. 3 attributes can develop 2 bloodline limits. I want it too. Why not? Come and be my dog. Terumi's face darkened. The first sentence made her quite proud, but what the hell is the second dog? This bastard with a kind face and a black heart.
Melt into slag for me. Boiling escape, the art of mist. The red lips slightly opened, but a super high temperature deadly acid mist was spit out. In an instant, the other mist ninjas around immediately retreated. Terumi Mei's melting kiss was a real melting kiss. If they got too close, even they would be in trouble. Dear Man bent his knees and jumped, rushing directly to face the acid mist. Terumi Mei was stunned. But soon the Dear Man had broken through the strong acid mist and rushed to Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei was shocked. Even the art of mist was useless? The flesh can withstand such a terrifying strong acid? Impossible. Dear Man reached out to grab Terumi Mei. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a Sumedhoda sword, which was already swinging from the side. Dear Man turned over and jumped, using the inertia of the Sumedhoda sword to support himself with one hand, and stood in the air. Terumi Mei took this opportunity to make a seal and spit again. Dissolving escape, the art of dissolving monsters. The orange-yellow corrosive acid instantly enveloped the Dear Man in the air, completely wrapping him up in a sticky ball. But before she could show a look of joy, a big hand had already forcefully broken through the acid wrapping and grabbed Terumi Mei's slender white neck with one hand. The feeling of suffocation instantly came over her. Terumi Mei's face immediately turned red. Armament Haki was released. The Dear Man bounced off all the sticky acid on his body. At the same time, facing the other mist ninjas who were besieging him from all sides, he completely ignored them. Instead, he formed a seal with one hand. Water style, water avatar technique. The two water clones were only 1/10 of the original body's level, but it was almost enough to deal with these people. He grabbed Meidarumi's throat and leaned closer, with a strong sense of oppression. Submit, Meidarumi. Meidarumi's face flushed, her blue eyes stared at him, and her red lips lifted up a little with effort. Although I like men who don't melt, let's forget about you. I misjudged you. You are really an out-and-out bastard. You want me to surrender? Haha, go to hell. Dear Man raised his eyebrows, his mouth was still very hard. He bent his knees and arched his legs, giving the stubborn Meidarumi a not too light but not too heavy blow. Meidarumi immediately knelt on the ground, holding her stomach, retching heavily. The feeling of suffocation had just faded away, and her abdomen was hit by a blow and it hurt. Shikato looked down at her in a state of embarrassment. Meidarumi, you don't seem to understand your current situation. Meidarumi raised her head, her pale face still stubbornly said, it's you who don't understand. If you dare to attack my Kurigakure, the Mizukage and the entire Kurigakure will never let you go. Shikato was silent for a while, then smiled. Forget it, a woman like you who is stubborn just needs to be disciplined. Meidarumi's face suddenly changed. What do you want to do? Shikato lowered his body slightly, got close to her ear, and calmly uttered a word. Do it. Meidarumi's eyes flashed with anger. She suddenly turned her head and bit Shikato's ear hard, baring her teeth and said, asshole, dare to do that to me, I will never let you go. As a result, she bit hard for a long time, and Meidarumi found that she couldn't bite it at all. I don't know what's wrong with this guy's body. It is obviously very soft, but it has a completely contradictory hardness. Shikato forcefully pushed away Meidarumi who was pestering him. Facing her who was already somewhat red-eyed, he spoke again. Now, let me ask you one last time, submit, Meidarumi. Meidarumi's shadow was reflected in Shikato's dark pupils. Meidarumi gritted her teeth tightly. She had a hunch that if she refused again, the consequences would be extremely bad. But after a brief silence, she still gritted her teeth and uttered a harsh sentence. You bastard, don't even think about making me bow my head. I belong to the Hidden Mist Village whether I live or die. I will never betray the village. Shikato looked at her who was always stubborn, and suddenly smiled. You bastard if you speak, you bastard if you keep silent. Meidarumi, I am more and more interested in you. I hope you can always maintain this stubbornness. Meidarumi's face became paler when she heard this. What do you want to do? Shikato just glanced at her and didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned his head to look at the other mist ninjas who were suppressed in many ways by the two water clones. The main body also joined in decisively. With the main body joining in a short while, all the mist ninjas, including the Zigguishan Puffer Demon, could not escape. Either they were completely gone, or they were completely kneeled. The strength of Dear Man was indeed completely beyond their imagination. There was a dimensional gap in strength. Meidarumi watched all these scenes, and her heart was getting more and more desperate. How could this bastard be so strong? When did such a wandering ninja appear? Unheard of. As a result,
When she was still in shock, Dear Man had already dealt with all the mist ninjas and turned his attention to her again. Meidarumi's heart trembled. What does he want to do? Chapter 124. Please me. Shikato walked towards Meidarumi step by step. His steps were slow, but it seemed that every step was stepping on Meidarumi's heart, making her very confused. The heavy rain poured down, as if washing away all the sins in the world. Shikato finally stood in front of Meidarumi. Meidarumi's azure eyes were still full of stubbornness. She looked at Shikato very unyieldingly, but she was forcibly hiding the panic in her heart. Shikato raised his hand and pinched her chin. Tirumi wanted to resist, but it was useless. In front of Shikato, let alone her current self, even Meidarumi in her peak period in the future would be far behind. The mist ninjas who had already chosen to bow their heads around, faced with the fate of the flower of the mist, just bowed their heads again at this moment, not daring to look at it at all. Shikato slowly approached Meidarumi, and the two were almost touching. He tilted his head slightly, leaned over her ear, and spoke in a voice full of magic. Come and please me, Meidarumi. In that case, I can allow you to keep a bottom line that belongs to you. A strong anger flashed in Meidarumi's eyes, and she gritted her teeth and said, Asshole. Please you? You're dreaming. Lu Ren was not angry, but instead released her chin and gently placed it on her smooth collarbone. Meidarumi trembled all over, and the cool touch on her shoulder made her look at Lu Ren. The next second, the cool feeling spread back along the collarbone little by little, and slid down from the neck to the spine little by little. Click. At a certain moment, Meidarumi subconsciously grabbed Lu Ren's arm that was on her shoulder, and her eyes were already full of anger. What do you want to do, you bastard? Lu Ren also chose to stop and did not continue, just gently soothing her back. Meidarumi got goosebumps immediately and looked at him with gnashing teeth. If she could resist, she would melt this bastard into slag. Shikato said calmly in her ear, Meidarumi, I am going to reshape this country. Meidarumi snorted, the fourth Mizukage will not let you succeed. Still trying to be brave, Shikato chuckled. Why are you resisting, Meidarumi? The place remains unchanged, the country remains unchanged, and the ninja village remains unchanged. The only change is the replacement of a group of senior officials. The Hidden Mist village is now going further and further in the wrong direction. You should have noticed it. Is it time to reshape this country from top to bottom? Meidarumi was silent. After the fourth Mizukage took office, he had great malice towards the bloodline limiters. At the same time, the high-pressure policy became more and more tense. These signs are not good. If this continues, the village, which has been in constant turmoil, is destined to become more chaotic, and may even eventually lead to the country's collapse. If possible, she certainly hopes to change the Hidden Mist village, but the premise of this is that no outsider can interfere. Tirumi looked into his eyes and said very seriously, if the direction is wrong, just correct it, but if you succeed, will the Hidden Mist village still be the Hidden Mist village? Don't joke, this is the village where I was born and raised, I won't let you succeed. Shikato chuckled. Then, what can you do? Tirumi, in her current situation, saying this is just the unwillingness to admit defeat in her heart. Tirumi pursed her lips tightly, but she was still unwilling to bow her head. Shikato lowered his eyelids slightly. Well, let me put it another way. Shikato stood up straight, looking down at her cheek, with a vague voice, come and please me. Tirumi, in that case, I can help you reach the top of the Hidden Mist village. Don't you want to use your thoughts to correct the land of water? Don't you want to stand at the top of the Hidden Mist village? Don't you want to stand below one person and above 10,000 people? Tirumi was moved by his words. This guy was like a devil. Every word he said could arouse the greed deep in people's hearts. Tirumi opened her mouth in surprise, but soon came to her senses. Wait, what do you mean by below one person? Shouldn't the words of the Mizukage only have the second half? Where is the so-called below one person? Even the daimyo or elders in the country are at best of equal status. Shikato whispered in her ear like a devil, literally, one person, below. Meidarumi's cheeks flushed, mostly because she was angry. This bastard perfectly interpreted that sentence. Men conquer the whole world, and women are responsible for conquering the man. However, she conquered passively, and he took the initiative to be conquered. Of course, the word conquer should be put in quotation marks. Because Meidarumi suspected that this bastard just wanted to use her to better control the Hidden Mist village and not trigger too many people to rebel. He could even make her one person, a perfect two birds with one stone. He had a good idea. Madarumi gritted her teeth. Do you think I'm stupid? Shikato did not answer her, but stood up straight. His height advantage allowed him to look down at Madarumi. So, what's your answer? Madarumi was immediately entangled. On the one hand, Shikato's strength was too terrifying. Not to mention that she had no confidence, even if it was the fourth Mizukage. Madarumi didn't think she could hold on. If she refused, the overall situation would not improve at all, and she herself would probably suffer. On the other hand, she really wanted to stand at the top of the Kirigakure, control the country, and correct the direction of the entire Kirigakure. The goal seemed to be within reach, but she was unwilling to agree to the other party so easily, otherwise she would be taken advantage of by the other party and thrown away like garbage in the end. Lu Ren was not in a hurry, and waited quietly for her answer. He always felt that it was particularly interesting to see her in a dilemma. After a long while, Madarumi raised her head. I want to make 3 rules with you. Shikato, wait, tell me which one you chose first. Madarumi couldn't help but look away, and her tone was a little stuttering when she spoke. One person, under 1 person. Shikato smiled gently, put his hand on her head, and rubbed her soft brown hair. So good. Madarumi bit her lip, resisting the urge to tear him apart, and spoke again. 3 rules. Shikato didn't take his hand back, but just scratched her jaw with his fingers as if he was treating a kitten. Tell me. Madarumi couldn't help but shudder at being treated like a pet, staring at him with slightly red eyes. But Shikato didn't say anything, and didn't even look at her. Madarumi, first, I have to keep my bottom line. Shikato was surprised and said, then can it be considered second to none? When Madarumi said this, her cheeks couldn't help but get hot. In addition to the bottom line, I will try to take. Shikato raised the corner of his mouth. Take what? Madarumi held it in for a long time, and suddenly raised her head. Her pair of blue eyes were slightly moist. I will please you. Shikato raised his head and smiled. Madarumi, you are really interesting. Madarumi stared at him in shame and anger. Second, if your goal is achieved, I will use my own way to correct the hidden miss village, and you can't intervene directly. Just can't intervene directly. Shikato didn't care. Some things will become natural over time. Madarumi wanted to pounce on Shikato and bite him to death at his demeanor. Gritting his teeth, he spat out the third one. I haven't thought about the third one yet. I'll bring it up when I think of it later. Dear man, later. Madarumi took a deep breath. Yes, later. When I think of it in the future, I will bring it up to you. If you don't agree, then kill me. Dear man smiled and touched Madarumi's long hair. Such a well-behaved person. Why do you want to kill her? Aren't you right, kitten? Madarumi shuddered and raised her eyes and said, don't call me that. Otherwise I will not be able to help but melt you. Tisk. What about the promise to please me? Dear man turned around. Let's go. Come home with me, kitten. Madarumi looked at his back and kicked a stone hard. Damn it, why did she agree to him so foolishly? Moreover, this bastard actually agreed to my 3 rules, even though I couldn't resist. After this, can I still get married? Do I have to find an honest man to take over? But when she thought of this bastard, Madarumi felt that she didn't even have a chance to find someone to take over. This guy was like a demon, tempting herself to fall into the endless hell little by little. The future seemed to be bleak. Zigguration Puffer Ghost followed with a chubby belly. This guy was a surrenderist. The harder he fought before, the more decisive he surrendered after seeing the bad situation. Otherwise, Dear Man would not have taken down this group of mist ninjas so quickly. Hoshigaki Kisame followed closely behind. The reason why he surrendered was because of the decisive surrender of his boss Zigguration Puffer Ghost, who had always been regarded as a role model by him. This also shattered the concept that Hoshigaki Kisame had always adhered to. He killed his colleagues, buried himself, walked in the dark for the sake of the hidden mist village, and regarded his boss Zigguration Puffer Ghost as a spiritual object of admiration. As a result, such an idol was the first to surrender to the enemy after the situation was unfavorable. This made him a little bit overwhelmed, so he simply gave up and surrendered to the enemy. On the contrary, the most arrogant Kurako Rega insisted to the end, and he really survived. The remaining people who resisted to the end were some unknown people in the village. Shikato went back and forth and brought back dozens of elite mist ninjas, which frightened the people of the Snow Clan and the Kaguya clan as if they had seen a ghost. The situation on the island has been cleared up, and the people sent by the 4th generation Yagura were either captured, killed, or surrendered. The chief of the Snow Clan died at the hands of Hazuki Eclipse in the previous operation, but he also successfully replaced Hazuki Eclipse, the most threatening Hazuki of the Hazuki clan. The leader now is Yukino, and not all of the Kaguya clan originally participated. There were about dozens of elites led by Kaguya Izumo. After the two sides met, they all looked at each other in bewilderment. Overnight, the elites of the Hidden Mist village seemed to be caught by the Deer Man. The famous geniuses in the village, or the famous bloodline families, were all taken down by the same person in just one incident. The double bloodline of Terumi Mei, the most outstanding of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the mist ninja weirdo Hoshigaki Kisame, the lightning-style genius Ringo Uayuri. There are also dozens of middle and upper ninja elites of the mist ninja. In addition, there are the entire Snow Clan, and some people of the Kaguya clan headed by Kaguya Izumo. Hiss, all of a sudden, everyone's scalp tingled. They thought that the so-called reconstruction of this country was just the wild talk of the Deer Man. Or at least it should be a relatively long-term goal. But looking at it this way, it might be achieved in a few days? Overnight, more than half of the elites of the Hidden Mist village have been taken down. It can only be said that Yagura gave a good hand. The 4th generation Mizuka Yagura must be unable to sleep. But regardless of whether Yagura could sleep or not, Shikato was going to catch up on some sleep. The heavy rain didn't seem to be stopping, and after arranging the people who would take turns guarding the island, Shikato took Madarumi back to the residence arranged by the Snow Clan. Uchiha Mikado and Yagura had already gone to bed, and neither of them had anything to worry about Shikato. Uchiha Mikado was hoping that Shikato would have an accident so that she could escape. Yagura had seen Shikato's inhuman strength, and there was no need for her to worry about him at all. It was already good enough that she tried not to cause him any trouble. Therefore, when Shikato came back with Madarumi, the room was quiet. Deerman opened the door and walked straight into his bedroom, then turned around and waved to Terumi Mei, who was standing in the living room. "What are you doing there? Come in." Terumi Mei blushed. I said in the 3 rules that I must keep my bottom line." Deerman raised his head in the dark. His dark pupils seemed to be glowing. "It doesn't matter, there are many interesting games beyond the bottom line. Let me teach you." Terumi Mei bit her lip and walked into the house hesitantly. Bang! The door was gently closed and locked by Deerman. Terumi Mei's face changed. "What do you mean?" Deerman turned around and asked back, "Do you like to open the door?" "I am a democratic person, as long as you like it." Terumi Mei was speechless. "Open the door? If this is seen by the stinky woman who follows this bastard, it will be a social death." Terumi Mei's mind was in a mess. What do you want to do?" Deerman sat on the edge of the bed and smiled in the dark. The face covered by the shadow had a simple and honest smile, but in Terumi Mei's eyes, it was as if a devil was waving at her, and she walked over involuntarily. Chapter 125, 100 Tales of Reward. In the second half of the night, Yukang woke up from a sleepy sleep, yawned, and rubbed her eyes with her hands. She was awakened by a strange sound from the next room. "Is it Lord Deerman who is back? Strange, what is he doing in the room? Normally, his schedule is always scary. Why is it still not asleep at this time tonight?" Yukang, wearing a lavender loose-fitting pajamas, walked out of her bedroom while rubbing her eyes. As a result, just as she walked into the living room, she saw a dark back sitting on the sofa in the dark corner of the dark and quiet room. This scene really scared her. What is it? Although Yukang performed very well in terms of strength and character, but she is really not very courageous. At this moment, in the dark and quiet living room, the black shadow was sitting on the sofa, motionless. At first glance, it looked like a ghost. Yukang almost screamed out in fear. But after taking a closer look at the window at night, Yukang suddenly realized something. It turned out that the person sitting quietly on the sofa was Mrs. Uchiha Mikado, with a bulging belly. She leaned back on the sofa, her long legs folded together, and her bare feet bent under her body. Her long black hair covered half of her face, and she seemed to be thinking about something, a little absent-minded. Yukang felt that she was probably woken up like him, so she came out to drink some water and get some fresh air. Yukang was not wearing shoes, but only a pair of black socks. He walked across the wooden floor, stood behind Mrs. Mikado, and gently patted her shoulder. "Are you woken up too?" Mrs. Mikado seemed to be distracted, and after being awakened by this, she shuddered suddenly. She subconsciously covered her ears with both hands and whispered very quietly, "I'm not eavesdropping." The voice was really a little small, but it sounded like she was talking to herself. Yukang didn't hear it clearly. Ah. What did you just say? Mrs. Mikoto also came back to her senses at this time. A touch of ruddy color flew on her gentle and elegant face in the dark night, but it was perfectly covered by the night, and her tone was much calmer. It's Yukang. Yes, what else did you think? I thought it was a ghost. Suddenly appeared behind me. You scared me. Ah, sorry, I just saw that you seemed to be sitting here and distracted. When the two were talking in a low voice, the strange sound in the dear man's bedroom finally ended. Yukang is a giant in thought, but in terms of specific actions, he has been blank for these years, and can be said to have no experience. So that although she felt something was wrong, she didn't react. Until Madarumi clicked, pushed open the door, and walked out with lifeless eyes. Her clothes were intact, without even a wrinkle. But her eyes were lifeless, as if she didn't see the other two people in the living room, and she murmured, I can't get married anymore. Yukang looked at Madarumi in surprise. Why was she here? Mrs. Mikoto didn't seem surprised. She just sighed and stood up and said, then, I'll go back to sleep first. When she was about to enter the house, Yukang's surprised voice came from the living room. Hey, why is the sofa a little, bang? Mrs. Mikoto closed the door nervously, touched her increasingly bulging belly, and murmured, Fugaku, my ears are polluted, but I really just heard it accidentally, forgive me, Fugaku. Madarumi had unknowingly walked to the sofa and sat on it absent-mindedly. Yukang took a curious look and simply sat next to her. In his heart, he had already vaguely guessed what was happening to Madarumi. Was she captured by Lord Shikato? Hey, wake up, why do you look so beaten up? Madarumi was awakened by this sentence. She woke up completely with a start, and the first thing she showed after coming to her senses was a look of gnashing teeth. Bastard. Scum. Hooligan. Yukang was confused at first, and then he reacted belatedly, and said in surprise, could it be that Lord Shikato has mistaken you for a bastard? Terumi looked at her with disgust. What a lousy word you used. How is it possible? I'm different from you women who don't know how to love yourself. I still have my bottom line. At the end, she raised her chin with some pride, her long brown hair softly covering one eye, and the other azure pupil looked at Yukang with a hint of contempt. Yukang asked back, then why did you look like that just now? Like a broken toy. It's just that I was mistaken for a naked person. Why should I tell you? Madarumi almost let the cat out of the bag, and immediately raised her eyebrows and said provocatively, anyway, I'm different from you. I have always kept my bottom line. That bastard will never succeed. I will never give it to him. Seeing her proud look, Yukang didn't know whether to tell her that he and Mrs. Mikoto had never been touched until now. It was completely different from Madarumi, who was only stubborn and only had a bottom line. However, Madarumi like this made Yukang a little envious. Doesn't Lord Shikato dislike active types? What are you talking about? Shikato also walked out of the bedroom, but his gentle voice made Madarumi, who was still proud just now, tremble instantly. It was like a kitten walking on a catwalk, suddenly seeing a vicious slug, and her fur exploded instantly. She turned her head stiffly and saw the bastard she mentioned again. As calm as ever. It was as if nothing had happened, and there was no extra emotion on his face. This made Terumi feel deeply incredible. After treating her like that, he could still be so calm. Has this guy already gotten used to it with other women? It's impossible that this habit is only with her. She took a look at Yukang's curvy figure, and recalled Mrs. Mikoto's gentle, elegant and mature temperament, and suddenly she agreed more and more. Even if it was herself, I'm afraid I couldn't help but attack the two of them. This bastard's bad temper and devilish methods must be even more excessive. Who knows what tricks he might have played? Otherwise, how could he have the nerve to act so calm? It's obvious that he's used to it. At this time, Yukang opened his mouth and asked curiously, what were you doing in the room just now? When Terumi heard this, she immediately stared at the dear man with her azure pupils. Dearman, can't you tell me? Madarumi narrowed her eyes and smiled. If you dare to tell anyone, I will melt you. Hearing this, Dearman showed an honest version of Kizaru's smile. Ah, so scary. Madarumi's face turned black. Damn, it was so scary. Why did this tone make people want to beat him up for no reason? Beat him up hard. If she wasn't really unable to beat him, Madarumi would definitely let him experience the real melting. Yukang felt a little sour at this moment. Obviously I came first. Dearman turned his head and looked at her. That's right. Or, how about you come first?
Yukang stood up instantly after hearing this, and stuttered a little. I'm asleep. I'm going to sleep first." Regardless of the habitual reversal of words, after saying a sentence, he immediately trotted back to his bedroom. This is what a giant in thought is like. Occasionally there will be some small intimate actions, but if it really takes a step further, Yukang will immediately be scared. Madarumi had come to her senses. Could it be that she is not yours? She raised her little finger again. Shikato shook her head. No. Madarumi immediately hugged her head in shame and anger, and then with a last glimmer of hope, then the other one, even less, and the one in her belly is not either. Madarumi was petrified when she heard that. After all the fuss, it turned out that she was the most unbearable woman. Except for a bottom line to comfort herself, everything else had been sold to this bastard. Damn it. Shikato drank some water in the living room, and then went back to the bedroom. But before closing the door, he still said to Madarumi, who was petrified, "Madarumi, you performed very well. Change your clothes next time and continue." After that, he threw a small thing, which rolled in the air and fell into the collar of Madarumi, who was in a daze. "This is a reward for you, you deserve it," Shikato said calmly and went into the house. Madarumi felt a chill in her chest, and she felt that this scene was familiar. She gritted her teeth and reached out to grope for the little thing, which turned out to be a coin worth 100 taels. In an instant, her cheeks flushed. Damn bastard. She punched and kicked the door of Dear Man's room in the air, and finally vented the anger in her heart for a long time. At this time, a chuckle suddenly came from the side. "You want money? Then I want to give you a personal service. If you perform well, I will give you double, no, triple or even 10 times the price." Madarumi tightly grasped the 100 taels coin, and the sound of metal twisting was heard slightly, and the coin bent a little bit in her palm. But she had a bright smile on her face at the moment. "Okay, I promise to let you experience a personal service that will melt your heart, Yukang. It will melt, so forget it. It looks like you are not worthy of my money." "What a pity." Madarumi narrowed her eyes and was about to retort, but she heard his voice coming from Shikato's bedroom. "Go to sleep. If you can't sleep, I don't mind going in and sleeping with you." Bang! Yukang immediately closed the bedroom door. Madarumi also slipped into an empty room, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling in a daze. In just one night, her whole life has undergone an incredible change. Fortunately, she herself belongs to the type of person who can feed the whole family. Her parents died one after another a few years ago, and the village didn't have any handles or concerns, but was a little confused. Confused about the future. When the sky was just getting light, in the direction of the southwest coast of the main island of the Hidden Mist village. At this time, more than 1,000 elite troops of the Mist Ninja had gathered here. The leader was not tall, with green hair and a childlike face. There was an extremely obvious suture scar under his left eye. It spread from the corner of his eye to his chin, but this huge scar did not add a trace of ferocity to him, but instead highlighted some mature temperament. However, in fact, he is about to become a grandfather, so his age can be imagined. As the 4th-generation Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water, Yagura Kyujitsu is sufficient in terms of personal strength. In particular, he personally sealed the three-tailed beast, and in the subsequent training, he also obtained the recognition of the three-tailed beast, and his strength was greatly improved again. Of course, there must be a comparison in this regard to highlight the strength of Yagura Kyujitsu. If it is the same as in the original work, a perfect Jinchuriki who is praised as the only two in the ninja world was killed by Bido's Sharingan in seconds, then Yagura Kyujitsu was simply embarrassing the perfect Jinchuriki. But if it is compared with the previous generation Mizukage, the squinting-eyed 3rd-generation Mizukage, then Yagura Kyujitsu's strength is comparable to the Six Paths Sage. The Sendai Mizukage was a bit too balanced. He was pretty good in every aspect, which meant that he was quite ordinary overall. During his tenure, he left almost no fruitful achievements and stepped down early. Compared with him, even if Yagura Kyujiro was maliciously targeting the blood limit, he was still a qualified Mizukage. Standing in front of the thousands of elite Mist Ninja troops, Yagura Kyujiro held a black stick-like weapon with an iron hook at the tip and a green petal under the hook. His eyes stared in the direction of the Snow Clan's island, deep and full of disgust. Since the action against the Snow Clan last night, Yagura Kyujiro has not received any good news. First, the assassination team lost contact, and then the pursuit team guard in the periphery also lost contact, and even the last batch of elite troops led by the 7 ninja swordsmen never returned. This made his uneasiness in his heart more and more solemn. The Kaguya clan was ready to move, but that clan didn't have much brains, so it was not a big problem. The Snow Clan, logically speaking, should be so tricky. But the situation is that accidents keep happening. Even when the sky gradually brightens, Gage Yagura still hasn't received any good news. On the contrary, none of the waves of people he sent out in succession came back. As soon as the sky brightened, Gage Yagura couldn't hold back and immediately summoned a large number of elite mist ninja troops, ready to destroy the entire island where the Snow Clan is stationed in ruins in one fell swoop. Any conspiracy and tricks are just nonsense in the face of absolute strength. Whether it is the Snow Clan or the Kaguya clan, it is impossible to escape the killing by him personally. Get on board, Yagura gave an order, and more than 1,000 elite mist ninja troops were divided into 9 large ships, sailing against the wind on the sea. The sea was shrouded in heavy fog, but this environment was too common for the mist ninjas of the Water Kingdom. Gage Yagura stood on the bow, looking in the direction of the Snow Clan, frowning, and he had been thinking about where the problem was. At this time, the three-tailed beast Isabushi in his body suddenly spoke. Yagura, I don't know why, the closer I get to the direction of that island, the more ominous I feel. How could it be? Gage Yagura was very surprised. The three-tailed beast Isabushi's premonitions were always very accurate, but he himself could not imagine that 1,000 elite troops, plus him, the perfect Jinchuriki, and the 4th generation Mizuka Yagura personally went out. Could it be that he would encounter danger? Don't be kidding. Is there such a monster in the ninja world? And it's on the territory of the Land of Water. Even if the other people from the 5 major countries came to ambush, it is impossible to be here, right? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.